This is another play of the fourth inning. Speaking on behalf of the Georgia Board, is President and General Manager John Williams. If you're looking for the heart of the city, the backbone of this community, you look at it downtown. After decades of decline, we see an explosion of they are
What fun? Oh, Baba. Huh? Come on now.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We got a minute or so left. How's everybody?
Doing good.
Everybody's good?
Hanging on, not feeling great.
I'm sorry.
Mm-mm.
I think Rebecca is sick today and she won't be joining us, but we will, I'll try to remember to turn off during the breaks, but we will record the session today. And so if you have to drop out, that's completely understandable. I'll get this thing processed and get it posted sometime tonight. It'll take a little while, but if you don't feel good, please don't think that you've got to be with us every minute. We'll record it, and for posterity, I'm not sure there's many pearls of wisdom in it, but we will save it. So hopefully you get to feeling better and you can listen to it later.
Are we good with having breakfast?
Yeah. That's you can tell that's part I miss most about getting to get together.
I know y'all missing out on breakfast today.
It's not like I need an excuse to eat all that bad stuff, but it makes me feel better. I salve my conscience by saying, well, we don't do this very often.
My husband made French toast, so does that need to be what I bring next time we have class?
Oh my.
Oh, yeah, that's healthy too.
Yeah, boy. Yeah.
Are you having toast with syrup or syrup with toast?
It's the toast with syrup, yeah, but it's got cinnamon in it too. It's real good.
Oh, wow. Oh.
I'll bring some the next time.
Well, we are certainly hopeful there will be a next time.
Yeah, we are.
Boy, I'll tell you.
Good morning. Can you all hear me? It says I'm having problems with my microphone.
Yeah,
I hear you fine, Phyllis.
Great.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, the numbers are not looking good. We know a lot of folks who are sick. When we work in schools, as you do. We don't have to go there every day, but my group, we visit all our new ones and our continuing students every semester. We're still online. We've got 3 schools down in the lower part of the low country of South Carolina that they've had to go virtual, not because they wanted to do virtual. They don't have enough faculty members to supervise kids. Unfortunately, I think that's down in the North Charleston, Summerville area. We have a lot of folks down there, Florence. for some reason, they like us, and we get a lot of folks from down there, and they're struggling. Jennifer said they had 11 out this week. Schools are struggling to have enough folks just to do normal operations, supervise, much less get around to teaching. So it's a tough time. We've got a lot of cases on campus. I talked with the Dean of Student Success. She's one of our former doctorals. Our whole swim team is out now with it, 20 in one group have it. So a lot of breakthrough cases. I don't think Delta respects the vaccination. Got a lot of breakthrough cases. Luke Combs is coming today and got 32,000 people. Yeah. Super spreader events continue. Ball games. I think the stadium was full. What night was that? Thursday night for the Appalachian and East Carolina game. We have a lot of folks here in our neighborhood that are Appalachian folks, and they all went, but they've been sick multiple times, and so doesn't seem to slow folks down, unfortunately. But we just don't. I guess COVID is over. We just don't want to. Yeah, the stomach stuff on the Delta is worse than the respiratory on it. My brother-in-law, I did a wellness call on him last night. I'll take him food on Tuesday. He's been struggling. He has had Delta. Steve, I believe this is 6th or 7th week. Yesterday, I think, was week 7 for him. First 4 weeks were just brutally bad. I just knock on the door and put his food inside. He's 65. And he was one of the first people in his county to get the vaccine, but it didn't stop him from getting Delta. And he's been out of work now for 7 weeks. First 4 weeks he lost. Now he's not like me, he's slim. He lost 30 pounds first 4 weeks. And he didn't have 30 pounds to lose. It has not been good. And I talked to him last night, and he thinks it'll be at least another week before he can go back. I didn't know. During the first 4 weeks, I wasn't sure he was going to make it. It's been really, really tough. So yeah, it's the GI stuff that gets you on the Delta. So yeah, we're all checking with our healthcare people to see if we can get a booster, but I don't know if the boosters is really that effective against but we're going to get it anyway against the Delta variant. But yeah, I've already got my appointment for my booster. Tough times. Well, Steve, you ready to kick this thing off?
I'm ready. All
right.
I think y'all will find that Dale and I, we view things sometimes a little differently. I am a big believer in the vaccine, and I do believe it's effective in keeping us from having the critical nature of the sickness. I know that there's still people that are going to get sick, but I think what Dale and I see from our perspective at Gardner Webb is the pains that you folks are going through in a K-12 setting. Ours is a little bit different because Dale and I are able to protect ourselves better than you are able to protect yourself. And because we don't deal with undergraduate students. So when we are on campus, we are isolated, except those of you who are familiar with Craig Hall. When you get, as crude as this sounds, when you get to be Dale my age, you have to go to the bathroom more often. And there's no bathroom upstairs where our offices are. So we have to go down but that's our only mingling. So our prayers are with you folks on a regular basis. And I know you're doing all you can to protect yourself and your families at home. And, it's a really strange time in our lives, and who knows where it'll end up. But I think I think you're amazing professionals because you go, Dale, I'd like to spend I know they've been chatting on the blackboard and when I put my glasses on, I can actually read what they say. But I would like to just spend, we know what we've got facing us. We're not going to get through the book today. Y'all know that. Of course, we weren't scheduled to get through the book today. We're going to do as much as we can, and we'll just keep building on it with our Zooms. We're not going to add any classes to your schedule. We're going to expose you and us to your stories, and as we talk about the case studies, and we think it'll be meaningful. We obviously wish we were all together in person, but this was the right call today. I think we all would agree with that, with what you're going through in your lives, and we'll just hope for the next one. So Dale, I'd like to start off and just go person by person. How are we in school? How are we at home? How are we in life? Most of these ladies know each other, but there may be a couple, but even if you know each other, few of you are in close proximity. So so I think if we were face to face today, we would be going around and almost going, can you top this storyline? You know, here's what I'm going through. Can you beat that? And it is so. I did this Thursday night with my group, which is a regular Zoom session for them, and so we were. Can you top this story and all the sickness? And then we had one who was coming to work Thursday morning and had a car accident. Guy ran a red light and hit her. Thankfully, it hit the back end of the car and significant damage, but not. I mean, she was in class, and I said, "I bet you're sore." She said, "Oh gosh," but she. So that was the winning story until we got to Frank, who Dale knows is a product of MELS. Frank Cagle is a new assistant principal at Albemarle, and there was a report of a person with a gun in the parking lot. So that with all the tragedies we've heard about, this was a stressful thing, and in many ways it puts COVID in perspective, doesn't it? That we have people in our society that choose to do things that we just have trouble fathoming. So it's I don't know the end of that story exactly, but obviously nobody was injured, so it's not a tragic ending at Albemarle High School. But so that's what Frank dealt with, and I think so. I gave him the award of the Can You Top This story, which is not meant to be humorous, but it's meant to put in perspective what your daily lives entail, and all of us, you know, Dale and I had things we confronted when we were in your world, and we could tell many stories, and we probably will. Dale will top mine, but you know, I think that people just don't understand fully what you do on a daily basis. So let's share with one another. So in my screen, Mary, you're at the top. So start us off with a story here.
Mary Newton. I'm in Wake County, in the southern part of Wake County, so Fuquay Varina. To go along with the school shooting thing, they had a kid at a high school in the northern part of the county show up with 2 guns the other day, and that was on the news. Nobody was shot, but he had the guns on campus. I'm in a brand new building. I was going to say they just finished it, but it's not finished. We only have our temporary certificate of occupancy. We came in the other morning and they had ripped drywall out of walls right at the front office. And so they're still doing construction while we're there. And I haven't seen my principal because of all the madness. So he had to answer those interview questions through email for me yesterday because we've been trying to connect all week. And because he's running so much with that and putting out fires and everything, we just hadn't had a chance to connect. So I'm teaching freshmen. I'm the new English 1 PLT leader this year with a new curriculum that we're piloting for the district. So we're having good fun there. I sent out my first survey for my research study yesterday. So that's exciting.
That is. Good for you.
Yay.
Yeah.
Do you use Qualtrics?
Yes.
Well, it's a happy ending to the story, Mary, and I think we're all excited for you as you proceed, and we can relate. We'll talk about the principal role going forward. I think it's interesting how you put that in perspective. That he's spent the week putting out fires. Boy, that's a job description that's very appropriate, isn't it? And
Yeah.
And you know, it is one of the things we sign up for. I think as I talk to my group, which is in the research class of 736 class of EDLS, and several of them are principals, and you sense the frustration of spending the week contact tracing, and which you know, so I want somebody to tell me, where you read about contact tracing in your book? I mean, this is the frustrating part of leadership, but it's also almost the exciting part. I mean, you don't know what you're going to face every day. Now, I certainly would not want to contact trace all day, but it's our responsibility to protect the welfare of our staff and of our students, and that's an interesting thing. Okay. I don't have my glasses.
I'm gonna go in the meantime here and address Mary. Two of our former, well, one is current Mels students. I had him this summer, Larry Sampson. He is at New Hanover High School, where there was a shooting this week. And one of mine that finished fairly recently, Paul Presley, is at Mount Tabor, where there was a shooting and killing this week. So the first half of this course, both Steve and I agree, the first half of this course is the most important, the instructional piece. Unfortunately, the most prescient piece is the second half, which is the operations management safety piece. As you can see from your first activity that we have in the second half of your course is all about safety, crisis plans, evacuation. You know, Larry has already contacted me and said what I learned in 603 has helped me greatly to get through the incident at New Hanover High School. And so, to Steve's point, it's not, it's not in the first half of this course. The principalship part of it is about instruction and best practices and those things. But unfortunately, right now, the operations piece, trying to keep folks safe from incidents and from disease, is the most prescient piece right now. So we commiserate with you. And on a personal note, I used to drive right through Three Flags over Fuquay, going down into Harnett County when I lived in Kipling, when I was in graduate school with NC State. Wonderful part of the world, though. Nice folks there.
So you all know, because you don't know Dale yet, and that's a benefit in your life.
Yeah.
There are a few places. I don't think there's any chance that anybody in this class can name a place that you have lived or worked that Dale hasn't been. I don't think it's possible. He'll tell you the roads that go by and what all's in it. It's a geographical lesson each time. In my opinion, it just shows that he can't get along anywhere. But he has been everywhere. And so if you want to try to pull one on him, good luck, and you'll get the award if you can say, well, I used to live blah blah blah, and if he can't tell you a story about that place, you will get an award. All right, because he gets run out of more places than you and I have ever been. Jennifer, tell us about your week.
Well, we have 24 new staff at our school this year, 24. 2 of them are brand new administrators. Our principal is still our same one, George Connor. He said to say hey to y'all. But our other assistant principal who did get to stay, she is like days from going out on maternity leave. So with all of our new people, our new staff and our new administrators, I guess I've kind of been the go-to because Mr. Connor's been pulled in all the different directions and everything else. And we've had yearbook pictures this past week, new people. We still can't get everybody in on our learning management system because we have so many from out of country who don't have their social security numbers yet. And so we can't pull them into Power School. They can't learn any of the basic things that we're saying, that they have to be able to take attendance. They have to be able to post their lessons on all of the technology pieces. And so they're coming to me saying, well, can we find a solution? So this past week, I was dealing with helping the new staff, getting yearbook pictures done, still teaching my classes because we didn't have any subs. So I was like, well, we're doing yearbook pictures and doing class at the same time because we have no subs to cover. There was 11 out last week with sickness. And yeah, so it's been very hectic, but I did come up with a solution for our ones who couldn't get in on the technology. After meeting with the county person, they went to the head of the tech department and they said, well, we can't manually add. And I had like 3 or 4 backup plans. And I said, can we try this? And they said, well, that costs us money. That does this, and all the different things. And I got shot down with every one of them. And then finally I said, all right, well, what if I just make a manual class and add them all under my name because I already have an account and share mine with the other teacher? Well, I guess that would work, but it's going to take some time. I had it done at the end of the afternoon. So now the kids can get access and they can't complain about it, that it costs no money. So yeah, I was like, just a little bit of time is worth it so that the kids can have what they need. I don't know. It's just, but it's been just with all of the new folks who are still learning their way. And I guess that really kind of went into my chapter on 9 as well, about where the different levels were. And I totally related when I was reading through that this week. But just it was balancing all of it. It was very tough, but we got through it. And I'm very glad that it's a long weekend this weekend, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still trying to get over Steve being principal there. You know that. He was principal at North Gas. But did they have automobiles? Were y'all still using horse and buggy to get the kids to school?
Yeah, thank you for
They're
bringing
still
that up.
trying to get over him being principal there.
They are
Well,
too, yeah.
It's the 50th anniversary. You should come do our walkthrough when we do our celebration later on
Will
this
you
year.
let me know when that is? They probably don't want to remember that I was there, but North Gaston is just so special. It is a wonderful, wonderful place. And I'm glad you're there and thankful that you figured out a way to meet some needs that are certainly there. All right, so Stacy, you're next, and there was an animal that jumped up. I think I didn't have my glasses on. What was the animal, and what is her or his name, and then tell us about your world.
Okay, that was Carl Weezer, and he is a boy, and he is my granddog. My daughter's here. She's got to work this morning. She has a little part-time job. She's in college at USC Upstate, which is about 25 minutes from home. So she's home, and that means Carl Weezer's with us. And they had just gotten up, and he came and run and jumped in my lap because he loves his grandmother.
I bet he does.
I feel like the past 2 weeks have taken about 15 years to finish. I don't want to complain. I'm not a big complainer, but no subs. I've got first period planning. That makes me the go-to as far as covering classes, which means I don't have a break.
Right.
I've got 2 classes of chemistry. I'm sorry, I live in Gaffney, South Carolina, but I teach in Union County, South Carolina. So y'all didn't know that. But anyway, I don't get a break because we go to lunch with our students, and because they have to be taken back to class or given 15 minutes in the cafeteria, separated from the other students. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I don't get any break during the day. I mean, somebody has to come and stand in my door so I can go to the potty. I have first period planning, but they've given me 7:30 morning duty to make sure I get there, I guess. And so that's been a struggle. It's about 35 minutes from home if I don't go by Starbucks. So, but I've been there. And all of the afternoon buses are running late, and they're dismissing the kids in shifts, and I have to stay there till almost 4 o'clock with 2 kids that ride bus 6 in my class because it comes at almost 4 o'clock, and it makes for a really long day. I teach science, but I've got 2 sections of chemistry, which I'm thrilled about. And then 1 section of a new class, integrated science. Is new to us. I've actually taught it before, but at another school. And this is we've turned it into a freshman pre-biology class so that the kids are better prepared to take the EOC when they do take biology. That being said, they gave me all of them. I hate freshmen with everything in my body. And I apologize if that offends anybody, but I'll tell you, I didn't even like my own child when she was in middle school. And up until about the end of her 9th grade year, then I loved her, but I didn't like her. And they still have too much middle school. Plus the kids that are in the 9th grade, the new ones, they've all got really, really smart mouths, which I don't subscribe to that. So it's been I've written kids up already, and I never, ever write kids up. Home life's great. I'm broke, but other than that, I'm good.
Well,
Well, that's another thing
think-
everybody shares in common. So
I
it's,
think middle school's the signal of the decline of Western civilization.
Yes, 100% agree. I can't stand them.
Junior high.
that would be, see, if we were all together, we'd have this great debate, because I have hated middle schools from the beginning. That's a thing that Dale and I do agree on. And actually we agree about on everything, but it's fun to have debate. But you folks may have noticed in EDLS at least, and I'm suspect it's come around in EDCI as well, but there are a number of dissertations done on these freshman academies.
Yes.
And the strategies involved with that. And I always ask the same thing in a defense. If we need, because the reason for it is this transition thing, right? The maturity level and all this stuff. And I said, back in the day when Dale was going to a 1-room schoolhouse, we started 10th grade. We had junior high school, and then we started 10th grade. And maybe I'm wrong, because I'm at my age, I'm still immature, but I think, there's this kind of, for a majority of young people, getting closer to that ability to have a driver's license matures us a little bit. And for those who wish to go get a part-time job, of course, things are so much different now, but there's a maturity step. And so I just didn't, and when I was the principal at North Gaston, Jennifer, it was a 10 through 12 school initially. We brought the 9th grade in while I was there and built that wing out at the front, out at the road. That was construction was going on while I was there, but it was a great place for grades 10 through 12. You didn't have that. So I always ask the question, we're going to spend all this money on a freshman academy to try to isolate those 9th graders so that their immaturity won't mingle with the more mature 10 through 12. Why don't we just leave their heinies back at the middle school and have a high school of 10 through 12? Anybody got a thought on that? I'm not saying that's right. I just was curious.
I think it's a wonderful idea. I'm having a thought. Apparently I was in school when y'all were, because that's what we did. 7th, 8th, and 9th was at the junior high, and 10th through 12th at the high school. And honestly, I believe we're losing some of the freshmen because they get caught up in the big high school thing. Where if we
supervise them.
Right. If we kept them isolated a little more, that maybe we could intervene when they were, going astray and smarting off at Miss Fuentes. I just, there is a maturity level, but those kids do not get my humor, and it bothers me to my core. My 11th graders, that's the best grade to teach. They're not seniors, so they don't have senioritis. They're not freshmen. They're not the big man on campus, but they're comfortable in their skin. And I love juniors, but
Yeah. I was a junior high principal in Charlotte.
oh,
And much better system. I've been middle school as well. Much better system. In that ninth graders in the junior high system are asked to be more responsible and be leaders in the school because they're the oldest, whereas in the ninth grade, they are the youngest, and they hang out with older people. And what also scares me in modern times is senior boys and freshman girls. That's not a good combination either. I think, but to Steve's point, I don't know why that if we acknowledge that ninth grade is not good to be in high school and we're trying to isolate them in a separate academy, why we can't understand that that's not good either, that they need to be back in junior highs. Now, my wife was a middle school teacher, and she loved teaching in middle school, but she would be the first to tell you that it keeps kids immature, that they're just easier to deal with than that. So I think we put middle schools together, unfortunately, for the convenience of the adults that ran them, rather than it being the right thing for kids. And now that has come home to roost. Now it's not convenient even for the adults, unfortunately. And I hate that. And on a side note, I really miss going to Harold's and getting a chili burger in Gaffney. That's one of the bad parts of the COVID is I haven't been able to go to Harold's.
oh well.
Of course, if you ate at Harold's, I don't think COVID would bother you. There's stuff at
Absolutely
Harold's
not. You're
that's-
immune.
that would be a lot worse than COVID. It's the only place I've ever eaten that had, I've seen cleaner bathrooms in a gas station. So.
Amen. We only eat there when somebody in the family dies. I don't know why.
Whoa.
That's funeral food. So.
Yeah.
Well, may I say that the amount you eat there, Dale, the Harold's misses you too.
Yeah, that's true.
Happening in your world?
A lot. Just to speak to what y'all were just talking about, we actually have a ninth grade academy, and the saying around here is that there's blood on the lockers, because they're combining all of our ninth graders from 4 middle schools across the entire county. We only have one main high school. So for the first time ever, they're all together in one building with teachers who only know them for a semester, and they switch, and it is a literal nightmare. Those kids hate it. They want to go to Richmond, the high school, so bad. Doesn't help that the building was originally built to be a K3 middle or a K3 elementary school. So it's not for them. Anyway. So I teach in Richmond County. I'm at Hamlet Middle, live in Rockingham. I am the media specialist at my school, which doesn't mean what people think it means, apparently. I don't just get to live and play with books. I wish I got to live and play with books. No, I don't, because I would go crazy. But I teach one encore all year long, and it's called research and study skills, but that's not what it is. You have to apply to get into my class, and I'm blessed for that. You have to apply, and I get to hand select you unless my principal says, you have a good relationship with this child, take him. And I go, okay. So I have that. I have an SEL group in the morning. We call them RAM sessions. I wish my principal saw that was not a good name. I have the 8 worst behaved boys in my entire school all together with just me. So I've written up kids too for the first time in a long time. The 8th day of school, sent them both out, and they argued with me and trash talked the entire way out. which I've never had happen in 11 years. Never had that happen. I'm also teaching 8th grade science and 8th grade English with my virtual kids, not allowed to look at that till after 3:30 every day. We have 14 new staff in a school of 465 students. So that's a lot. Most of them are brand new BT1s. Bless them. I'm also on an administrative staff this year. I've got lunch duty. That's fun. And doing this class thing. But we have a
We're trying
lot
to
of
be
kids
nice about
out.
that.
Uh-huh.
We're trying to be nice about that. We
Oh,
haven't
I
exactly
know.
loaded yet.
Look, my school stuff, my class stuff is fine. That's fine. It's the other that's insane.
Yeah.
We have the highest number of positive COVID cases in the county as far as schools go. The only other one is that senior high school. Now I don't feel good. That was what I was just talking about. I don't feel COVID-y necessarily. I feel nauseated horribly. But I think that I'm scared that's COVID-y.
Delta.
Yeah. Well, I passed a child with the mask. When they throw up, it's everywhere. And I passed one in the hall yesterday. And within about 3 hours, I started feeling bad. And he kept coming back to me because he wouldn't go to the office. And I don't understand why he kept coming back to me. Why nobody stopped him. But yeah, it's kind of a mess. Kind of a mess. Home is fine. My husband's also in college. Both of my kids are in school. I have a preschooler and a 5th grader. So yeah.
You gotta be strong, don't you?
Mhm.
It's a hard thing to go through a day of work and then come home and your children need you. And since Dale and I are men, we understand that we need you too. I mean, men are far more needy than women. So you're getting hit from every angle. And so I'm sorry. We can tell you don't feel good. Your voice is a little shaky. So we're going to try to make this as painless as possible. If you have to do what you got to do, you take care of it. Okay. Phyllis, what's happening in your world?
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I want to say I need you guys to pray with me. My 23-year-old daughter told me that on next Saturday, 9/11, or whenever the 9/11 is, she's moving out. So the jury is still out on that, because just yesterday she texted me and asked me if she could have some money for lunch to buy some food. So I don't know if that move out thing is gonna work. And then last night she asked me if I could buy her groceries. So I don't know. So keep your fingers crossed for me, but it's past time for her to leave. Yes. I teach at Spanish Immersion School, and we also have traditional classes as well. I am the English reading teacher. I have my students beginning in 2nd grade all the way through 5th grade. I have them for about an hour a day. And I live in High Point, so the shooting at Mount Tabor High School really hit close to home. And so with it being the beginning of the year, we're sharing with our students what to do during a lockdown. And so I was with my 2nd graders and I was going through the procedures and what to do. In some kind of way, we got off on weapons. And I had one of my 2nd graders tell me, "Miss Marshall, I live in the hood." I said, "What's the hood?" And she said, "Well, in the hood, they shoot and drink and do drugs." And then another kid said, "Well, the hood is where they smoke and they drink beer." And then another kid said, "Well, Miss Marshall, my mom goes outside and smokes and my dad drinks 10 beers every night." I said, "Okay, we got to get back to what to do if you're in this class if something happens." But anyway, a kid told me, the last kid said, Miss Marshall, I live in a trap house." I said, "A trap house? What's a trap house?" I didn't know. She didn't know. And so I asked my boyfriend, I said, "What is a trap house?" And he said, "It's a house that they sell drugs out of." And so it's really, really sad that this at second grade or any grade that kids have to deal with this craziness. Not only do we have to deal with COVID and the Delta variant, then now they're saying it's another variant that's coming, and on top of everything else that life throws at you, you have a kid telling you, I live in a trap house. I mean, it's scary. I mean, I thought the COVID and all that was scary, but this is scary what some of our students have to deal with day in and day out. And it doesn't mean anything. I mean, she said it just casual. You know, maybe she doesn't understand. She says, you know, we have a security system. It tells us when the front door opens, when the back door opens. The only thing it doesn't tell us is when the windows are open. You know, you know, I grew up in a different world. I mean, you could go downtown and leave your house open. You knew your neighbors were going to look out for you. There was no such thing as school shootings. There were no, if somebody had a switchblade knife, you know, they had something, people would fist fight and then it would be over, no retaliation or anything. You didn't hear a lot about drugs, you know, it was happening, but it's just a sad world that our kids have to grow up in. And so that's where I am, you know, just trying to wrap my mind around second graders having to deal with this. You know, it's tough on adults, but kids should be able to be kids, you know, enjoy life. My childhood was not perfect, but I didn't have to deal with this sort of thing. You know, I'm scared to walk down this, go to the mall. You know, we hung out at the mall, but you just don't know. You know, you pray every day, hoping when you leave your house, when your kids leave home, that you're going to see them at the end of the day. So I didn't mean to bring this as a downer, but you know, it's just the fact that this is a world we're living in, and it's really disheartening, really disheartening.
It is indeed. I think we all feel for you with the challenges, and going back to your initial story of a 23-year-old ready to, or thinking they're ready to spread their wings, but it's always, you know, those of us who have older children and have flown, they tend to remember they can come back and get a free meal. And so I think she may fly, but if she doesn't move out of High Point, you're going to see a lot of her. So, and it's, you know, there's something to be said for that too, that they break away, you know, little by little. And so you'll navigate that. I know you've done all you can do to have her ready.
Well, you as men, you can appreciate it's difficult for two women to live in the house together. It's very difficult. So
Phyllis,
we understand.
yeah. Where do you teach in High Point?
yes, I do. Kirkman Park Elementary School,
Okay.
which is directly behind High Point University.
Right. Tell Jamal I said, hey.
Oh, you
I
know,
told you cannot name a place.
Oh yeah,
he hadn't been run out of.
He's teaching 601. Yeah,
That is correct.
Yeah.
Yep. I weaned Jamal when he was just a young boy in Charlotte, Mecklenburg, a long time ago.
Listen, how old are you? I mean, you look pretty young, but how old are you? I mean, is there anybody you don't know in America?
No, yeah, Steve's right. I can't keep a job. I traveled. I know I've worked places, but remembering that for 5 years, I was on the road full time for Gardner Webb when we had 11 different sites when we were still face to face. I traveled all over North and South Carolina, visiting our students, setting up internships, seeing folks. But I've been to school from one end of the state to the other, worked in 4 school districts. But yes, Jamal worked for me in Charlotte a long time ago when he was just starting out. Seriously, he still had a little milk mustache. He was, that's how young he was. And I've kept up with him all these years, and I employed him. I don't know, Jamal's been working for me about 5 or 6 years, 7 something, 8. And he does a great job. He teaches the add-on 601s. He and Robin Hamilton pair. She's down in Wilmington at Parsley. And they pair and they do virtual and they do a great job. But I've been to Kirkland Park many times.
I've been there 27 years. I've never
Been
seen
there.
you.
The last time I was there was on election day. Y'all were having breakfast in the cafeteria.
Yeah.
Jamal was
Yeah.
cooking breakfast. Guess who he learned that
Yeah.
from? That would be me.
Well,
Well,
you know
you-
what? It just hit me who you are. It just hit me. I don't know you as Dale Lamb, but I know you as Santa Claus. No wonder you know everybody.
That
What
is
you do
correct.
every
That would be me.
Well, before the semester's over, you'll know him by a bunch of other names too.
day? Okay, so
so-
you look like Santa Claus to me. Oh, you gotta
Yeah.
show something. You are Santa Claus.
That would be me.
Yes.
And all of you, when we were together, when at our last weekend, at Thanksgiving time, his beard does get longer. He's one of the real bearded Santa Clauses.
Mhm.
And the other benefit Dale has is they don't have to put pillows in his suit.
No.
He fills it up naturally.
Yeah.
So, but his ministry is profound. Seriously, it's
Wow.
profound. He touches the lives of so many young people, and it's a great ministry, and I think it's a piece of Dale's life that he wouldn't trade for the world. So,
Well, you both seem to have, oh, wow.
I've had to become, I've moved online, unfortunately, but now I'm doing reading online with different schools, but we do fundraisers, pictures with Santa, and yeah, it's my ministry. We do it in at-risk schools, Chromebooks, but no.
That is
just as a
wonderful.
word,
You both
yeah.
have great spirits. You both give off great energy. So, yeah.
all right, well, Phyllis, we're praying for you indeed.
Yes.
Leah, now you're going to start off with some good news because we have had a rather warm summer and it was 55 degrees here in Gastonia. So where you are, it must have cracked the 50-degree mark. So what's
Oh yeah. So I'm in Boone and it was in the 40s one morning this week, which is nice. It's
yeah,
nice.
good to wear a sweatshirt, isn't it?
Yeah. And I'm sure the snow will hit sooner rather than later, but I'm gonna enjoy the fall weather while I can.
There's nothing better than fall in the mountains. It's just
Mhm.
absolutely beautiful.
The
Yeah.
air is so nice.
Yeah. So tell us how you are.
So I'm okay. I'm tired, but okay. I teach in Watauga County. I'm a 7th grade math and science teacher. Yeah, and it's been nice. And I spent all last year teaching for Watauga Virtual Academy. So I was in a little closet of an office and my students were little black boxes on the screen all year, and that was really hard. This year I'm back in the classroom with my partner and we're a team again, but I feel like mentally and emotionally, I'm starting where all my colleagues were a year ago. So like they've been through the anger and the frustration and the grieving and the fear. They've experienced all of this for a year. And I'm kind of starting with it, being face to face with the kids. So that's been really interesting to kind of start to process. Yeah. That being said, I did a first presentation for ASU for the students who are in the teacher ed program here. I presented the PLM that Andy and I created last semester, so that was super exciting. Yay.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, it was
Yes.
cool. So just lots of moving pieces right now, just like everybody, but I'm making it.
What school are you at in Watauga?
I'm at Green Valley.
Green Valley?
Everybody's pausing to wait for this story.
No, I
Green
went through there. I was there back when, kind of stupidly, My wife and I broke quarantine back in June to go to a wedding, and we went through Green Valley. We were in Valley Cruces, and we actually did the back road over to Banner Elk. If you've ever done that trip, it's kind of scary because you're on the ridge of the mountain, but we did that. That's the first time we've been out in over a year. Went over there, and so so it's it's a beautiful part of the world. But no, the Richmond County story. My best friend when I taught high school eventually became band director in Richmond, and he is the person who summed up my musical ability by saying that my musical ability extended to the ability to hear a door slam. That's all the musical ability that I have. I have really nice equipment, but I can't play it. But Andy Gibson was your former band director in Richmond back in the day, and what a wonderful family and folks that he is. But yeah, over at Greenway, my wife did her practicum at Greenway when she was student teaching at Appalachian. Of course, that's been a day or two back. But she was at Greenway, and then I think she was at Mabel. On kind of out that way, going toward Tennessee, out 421. She was at Mabel. But I could tell 1,000 Boone stories and some Richmond stories. He hadn't got any Holly Farm chicken if you're in Richmond, back in the day. I mean, that's all there was school and chicken farms in that part of the world. But yeah, Lee, it's transitioning back to being around people after being virtual. It's been tough. And so, like Steve said, we isolate upstairs and we're kind of protected from that. But those of you who are on the front lines and can't isolate at work, the emotional toll is just, and the stories and the things you hear and see. And unfortunately for school administrators, you tend to carry all of that for everybody, your staff, your students, the community. You tend to carry all that because that's one of the expectations, especially in small rural communities, is that you're a celebrity, whether you want to be or not. You're a dignitary, and you have to carry that kind of public angst with you. It's an emotional beating. It really is. It really is. It's a tough time. And that's one of the things that I don't believe will ever change about the school business. School leaders, school administrators, you're always going to be kind of a lightning rod in your community. But welcome.
Yes, and so as a breath of course, she's not getting to enjoy it because she's having to be here with us right now. But you can look out the window right over Leah's shoulder and know that fall is coming, and and I think tomorrow's supposed, and I think Labor Day weekend is supposed to be very nice for everybody. So I think a high on Monday here is even like 87 and low humidity. So we'll be grateful for small things. Well, that's not a small thing. That's a big thing. We are still alive and able to get around, and so we are thankful for that. Elizabeth, how are you? And tell us how things are.
Hi. So I'm going to start off with a positive, like Leah did, because you just reminded me of it. A conference that was suggested to my PLM group, I submitted the application last minute thinking, the worst that could happen is that they say no to us. So I applied, and I think it was sometime last week, I got an email from somebody I didn't recognize saying your proposal was approved. And I was like, what? Wait, what? This wasn't supposed to happen. Like, I'm freaking out over here, and I'm texting the rest of my PLM group, and we're all just excited. It's supposed to be in Asheville in October, but then it said they were looking at different, that they might do a virtual because of this whole, new wave and stuff. But we were all just excited to get approved when none of us expected to. So I teach first grade at Sandridge Elementary in Onslow County. And this is my first year teaching first grade. Previously, I've only taught second grade. And it is really different they are way more needy than I like. So, and I have no assistant this week. And out of the 5 first grade classrooms, 2 full first grade classrooms were quarantined by Wednesday. And then Monday, the assistant principal comes in and tells me that my youngest daughter, who's in kindergarten, first year, is a close contact, so she has to go home. And then Tuesday, my AP comes in and tells me my oldest daughter in 4th grade was a close contact, so she has to go home. And I told him, I was like, you're just not allowed to come into my classroom anymore. Like, you're coming in here and giving me bad news every day this week. So he made it a point to come in a couple more times with no news, which I appreciated. So my husband was able to take off this week to take care of our daughters because we moved away from our family. So now we don't have babysitters. And so I will have to take next week off so that he can get back to work. And as we all know, those days aren't paid, so they come out of my sick leave. And if I don't have enough, I take personal leave with no pay. So that's fun. But I heard from other teachers who know other teachers in the county that the middle school in our cluster had about 100, 120 kids quarantined between Monday and Tuesday, and that the parents were livid and everybody's like freaking out. My principal never replied to my email because she has been about the interview questions, because she has been for 2 full weeks. Every day there has either been a full class having to quarantine or half a class having to quarantine. So between her and the nurse, they've just had, lots and lots of kids go home. And by the end of the week, there were several classes with maybe 3 to 5 kids left in their classrooms. Of course, I still had my 16 kids. So yeah, this just madness. And then I heard that a third of Onslow County school students were quarantined. And I'm just like, when are they going to make a decision? Because masks are optional. And, working with first graders, it's like the kids are using hand sanitizers to rub all over their arms. They sneeze into their hands. They touch everything. They like to lay their snacks out all on their desk. And we eat lunch in our classrooms, and my classroom is carpeted. It's a nightmare. And I don't like to call myself a germaphobe, but just being in the classroom every day with 16 first graders is like, there's no social, I have my desk spread out, but you can't social distance. They're, 6, 7 years old. They want to hug all over you and show you everything. And they're just not very clean creatures. So yeah, it's crazy. My home life is stressful because our county also has a bus driver shortage. So the first week of school, the bell rings at 3:10, and I wouldn't be getting home till 5:30, waiting for the buses, because buses have to do double routes, or there's a bus shared between high school, middle school, and elementary school. So that's been a nightmare. So just tired, exhausted, all of the above. But like Leah said, we're just pushing through it. Trying to survive.
Mhm.
Yeah. So that brings up another administrative topic, which is bus drivers. And so I'm intrigued. Why do you think there's such a bus driver shortage? Anybody want to respond?
I
Leah.
think it's because, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Stacy.
No, I think it's because kids are crazy on the bus.
That's a
And
good point.
and you can't be a bus driver if you have a DUI. And I think a lot of people have had those.
That's a real good point.
I don't know what the problem is, but I do know that the kids are crazy on the bus. I mean, every day I get a story about what happened on the bus. So.
Yeah.
And I'm at high school, so.
Leah?
I agree. They don't pay well. There's a lot of training. The hours are stupid. And then, like Stacy said, you can either drive a bus or you can supervise and keep children safe and manage them. But it's really, really difficult to do both of those things well. And now add in the COVID piece to that. They've got to manage mask wearing, at least in our county. Masks are required on the buses as well. It's an impossible task.
Yeah.
Who would want to do that?
Well, amen. So one of the interesting things about bus drivers, and all of you know that if you're at a single administrator school, then the principal has to find bus drivers and be responsible to a certain extent. Sometimes the district will do it, but most of the time it's the principal. And the principal certainly gets the complaints. If you're at a dual or more school with more than one administrator, it's the one that's unluckiest that gets the buses. So, and often the newest. But all that being said, the age of the bus driver, primarily now, because of the hours, Leah was talking about these crazy hours. These are, a lot of these people are retirees. It's just they can adjust their schedule. They can come get 4 hours a day, drive a bus, get the compensation for it, even though it's not enough. And so the issue now has become, these are retirees, 60 years old and older, who are more susceptible to COVID. So the fear has now come in. People who have done it for years and in fact enjoy being a bus driver now don't do it for fear of COVID. So we have that added stress to the school system, that bus drivers aren't available even as they were before. There's always been a shortage of them. Now, going back to when I became an administrator, Dale was administrator before we had buses even. But going back to when I was an administrator at the high school level, and I started at Bessemer City High School in Gaston County, the students could drive buses. So you could use seniors to drive buses, and you would handpick these kids who would readily do it because it was transportation for them to come to school and compensation. And if you got mature bus drivers, they were quite good at it. And I understand changing the law. It's hard to put the lives of young children in the hands of an 18-year-old in a big old yellow bus, but it was not hard to get bus drivers back in the day. And I don't have my glasses on. I see y'all are chatting. Some of y'all may remember the days when teenagers could drive a bus. Maybe somebody in your family or even you drove a bus, but I don't think any of y'all are of that age that happened. But it was, you kind of go back in time and say, well, that kind of worked. We didn't have any major problems. I don't remember, I'm gonna use a bad word with this, but I got a call from I had a bus driver, I still remember her name. Her name was Troy Lane. And she went into the most difficult section that was in that school district and drove the bus. And a parent called and said, I need you to know that your bus driver, Troy Lane, told my son if he didn't sit down, she was gonna beat the hell out of it. And our response was, and she will too. And I still remember that. And Troy Lane, I saw her not too many years ago. We still laugh about that because we both remember the story. And the truth is, the mother then said, "Oh, okay," and didn't even follow up. And Troy Lane would have. She had zero problems on the bus. She lived in that community. They trusted her, and the mother didn't like. I think it was a guy that she said that to, and I think it was more of a, no girl's going to tell me she's going to beat the hell out of me. But it's a true story. So anyway, times have changed. All right, we've got two more. I know this is taking time, but it's almost a.
Leah, did you have excuse me, Steve, Leah, did you have your hand raised?
I just have a question. Do you guys, because we kind of do that, we'll make comments in the chat. Are you okay with us doing that?
I think it's wonderful.
Yes.
In fact, I hope it's all, I think it's all archived so I can read them when we take
It
a
is.
break. But I don't like that. These glasses, I tell you, I go overboard. You can get 5 for $5 on Amazon. And so it's I got real glasses, bifocals, when I was a superintendent, because I'd have to, do speeches and stuff, and we certainly didn't have teleprompters, and so I'd have the bifocals, and Leah, you can relate to this. It was in Wilkes County down 421, and we get the snow that y'all didn't take all of coming over the hill, but so we got this snow, and I lived on a golf course, and my driveway went way down a hill, and so when the snow would come, they'd have to come, and I'd get a guy to come and scrape it, and he'd do it, and so people were saying, man, that's great to have a guy. How much does it cost? Well, we had a dog that got out and was barking at the tractor that was scraping the driveway, and I went out to rescue the dog, and I keep my glasses here, and so I went out to rescue the dog. Shirley, you can relate to this. I've seen the dogs jumping all over you, and I picked him up, but the glasses fell off right as the tractor was coming down the hill, and it ran over the glasses. And so somebody said, how much does it cost to get your driveway scraped? And I said, well, for me, it's $450. And so it was $50 to scrape the driveway and $400 for the new glasses. So that's the last pair I bought, 5 for $5. They're not exactly top of the line, but they work. So that's a meaningless story. Heather, sorry. How are you?
Good. I'm good. So I'm in a little bit of a unique situation. I'm working with 13 schools this year, 6 of them in Guilford County and the rest of them in New York. So I'm able to work virtually in New York, but I'm in a different building every day when I go into a building, which is a little nerve-wracking because, COVID. And I don't worry so much about me, but I worry about carrying it and spreading it and the contact tracing. I've gotten probably about 100 emails over the past 2 weeks of a case here. Were you in this classroom? Were you around this teacher? What's your temperature? My brain has been massaged about 8 times since we started with getting rapid tests because of contact. So we're just kind of waiting for them to finally say, we're just going to go back to virtual, because it's a lot trying to be in different buildings and follow protocols. And, I've seen the good and the bad and the ugly of it, because I work closely with administration. So I've gotten a peek into the level of stress that they're dealing with on top of this, and being able to talk to, a variety of teachers. I feel like at this point, focus really isn't on instruction. It's on trying to keep everybody safe. And it's sad to see. It's nice to be back around people. I almost forgot how to interact with a live human being. But it's different. And so that's been a little bit of a struggle for sure. So
how many places do you go?
I'm in 6 in Guilford County, and I have 7 schools in New York. I used to travel to New York, but they shut that down when COVID hit. So I lived up there for a few years and then moved back when I started school.
Wow.
So it's interesting. And the stories in New York are tenfold what they are here, because it's so populated and they stay shut down half the time. So,
wow. Well, you are in a different world, but that's so just out of curiosity, I should ask this for all, but where are you on your dissertation writing?
What's that?
So you're through coursework. Is your dissertation aligned with what you do for a living?
Is that to me?
Yes.
Oh yeah. It's yes and no, a little bit. I'm it work for what I do for a living, because it's hard to be in one place
Yeah,
and try to get access to everything I need, but I'm making it work.
yeah, that's interesting. Hmm. All right, Ann, you're wrapping us up. Tell us how you're doing. Do you have a camera?
Okay. I'm going to try to be real short and sweet with this. There's a reason I don't have my camera on. I am at my mother-in-law's house this weekend, and my 2.5-year-old came in the room a little while ago and said, "Mommy, please change me. It's up my back." So that's what's going on literally in this instant.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of you don't know that I was in a really bad situation for the past 3 years, working for an administrator who valued me in the least kind of way. And I went through a restorative circle. I went through all the processes that our district has in place for challenging work situations, which I really found a huge appreciation for. Like, I'm glad our district has all of that in place. But when all was said and done, I had to ask for a transfer because it was the most unhealthy environment I've ever been in my 16 years as an educator. And now the district has basically punished me, and I am working at the worst alternative school that you could imagine. They have to go through metal detectors to get into the building. They curse at me and call me foul names, and it's a lot, and it's challenging. And I don't know if I want to cry for me or if I want to cry for them, because they have been dealt the worst hand that the world could have possibly given them. And at least they don't have poop up their back.
Yeah, yeah. I think we all can say, Ann, that we're grateful you don't have your camera on, and many in here can really relate to that scenario. So we all feel for you, and on a serious note, certainly professionally, we feel for you. So you're in the Charleston area, is that right?
Yes, I'm in North Charleston currently, which is, a really hard city, even when you stack it up to all the cities in the United States.
Yeah, it's we tend to picture the coastline and say how beautiful it is, but there's some difficult settings down there, that's for sure. Well, Ann, I know you got to take care of some things, and so to all of you, we've been at it now for over an hour. I hope I hope it served what Dale and I hoped it would, which is kind of a healing process to let us all know, we come through life thinking grass is greener somewhere else, and it's hard to find green grass sometimes, and because it's difficult for all of you every single day, and so we try to remain grounded in our faith and our belief that we can get through it, and I believe we will get through it, and so stay firm in your faith. Know that among each other there's a common bond. You are all dedicated to do things to make children's lives better, and even as we get frustrated with it, I think when we do take time to reflect, that at the very least we can feel like we've made a difference in somebody's life, and those are the things we take great joy in. So it's 9:15. Dale's going to do the next thing. which is the standards and the competencies. We've got this scheduled for an hour. I don't know that it'll take an hour, but it may, because we'll get into some discussion of how does this standard or competency relate to what we're going through now and what you've seen in recent years. So, you know, we ask you to remember that what we're doing today, we had scheduled over 2 days. So, you know, if we don't get hardly anything accomplished on the book today, we hope that this other stuff will be meaningful for you. We will get the book covered. We may not get as many of the case studies in the leadership book as we'd originally planned, but we will get the book covered and the case studies that go with that. But for now, I'm drinking my iced tea and I'm getting ready to change over to my Diet Mountain Dew. So let's take 5 minutes. 5 minutes. It's 9:12. So 9:18. Let's come back. 9:18. Let's come back and we'll enjoy Dale.
Okay. All right, it's time. We've got the video rolling again. We'll get started. Kind of a follow-up to the last segment. Elizabeth's in Onslow, and everybody knows that that county, the economy is driven by military. And you can't kind of bring your kids to work if you're on a military base. And so that's been an issue during the entire pandemic, that you really can't close down because those folks have to go to work on the military bases, can't bring their kids. And so that's a tough situation that Elizabeth is in there. One of our former students from Jacksonville, military dependent, and I have talked about that's when you're in military towns, it's the world is different. It's very hard. Amber Phelps was there. Amber, one of our top students from over the years. So this segment, I want to do some housekeeping first, and then which will take us into the standards and the competencies. So I'm going to share my screen and get started with you in task stream. Let me move some of these things around. Here we go. So when you go into task stream and you have your different DRFs, I'm sure you got one for your doctoral program at EDCI. You'll also have one, I put you all in this week into our DRF for this program, which is EDCI Mels add-on license for fall 2021. And I'm going to go in the author view. It'll kick me out, and then I'll have to go back in again. So when you sign in, go in as the author, you're going to see a place for these previous 4 evidences. Please remember, and I don't remember exactly who, please remember that you have to submit them after you upload them. I think one of you went in and uploaded but didn't submit. So I'm going to run through that right quick. And I'm going to use the app cell.
That was me, Dr. Lamb. I done that because there was a couple places on those previous ones that I wanted to ask, because in the description, it didn't exactly match. And I just wanted to make sure we had the right one.
Okay. I can't see them until you submit them. It doesn't have a review function. So go ahead and submit them. And if it's not the right thing, I'll let you know.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. So again, on these 4 previous ones, the work that you've done in EDCI, they're just a pass, they're just a met, not met. Now we'll grade the app cell and the OMA when you upload those. But if you have questions, go ahead. That's a great point that Jennifer just had. If you have questions, go ahead and submit them, and I'll review those and make sure that they meet the standards that they are associated with. So what we're doing is we're subbing 4 of the evidences that you've done previously for 4 of the traditional Mels evidences. We are doing the OMA and the APSEL because they're kind of the heart of the standards this morning. That's why we're having you do those. And these other 4 will substitute for the APTEL, which is developing a professional growth plan for your school, the SKIP, a community involvement, a cultural engagement, the CAP, and then the SOP, which is putting it all together in your school improvement plan. So make sure that you upload these previous evidences. And again, it's just a met, not met, and I'll grade those. And so if we went in and looked, so that's what it will look like for you. This is what it will look like for me. I'll go in under my view. Let me move some of this stuff out of the way. But again, if you don't submit them, again, you can see I can't access them. But I will go in and grade these, and all of you are here. Your names may not be exactly right, but this is previous accounts. I went in and pulled all these this week and found you. And everybody, all 10 of you are in here. So we're ready to go on task 3. Now, at the end of the APSEL, I'll stop my share for a second. Please remember at the end of the APSEL in task 5, you're going to write your competencies. You're going to select 12 competencies of the 21 administrative competencies, and you're going to write an analysis. What I did to be competent in this area. As you know, there are 21 administrative competencies. I'm going to go over those in just a minute. Now, when you get to the end of the OMA, which is task 4, you will write the other 9 and tell us how you are competent in these areas. So by the end of this course this fall, you will have addressed all 21 of the administrative competencies. You will have told us how you go about doing that. Now, if you were in the standard program, because you've come through EDCI, we acknowledge previous work that you've done. If you were with us, and this was the only time that we were with you, you would have to go a step further, which is you would have to create a competency folio aside from your DRF portfolio to put artifacts in that would prove the work that you said you did in that competency analysis. We're not going to require you to do that. I'm not going to go through all that, but just know when we talk about standards and competencies, there is a piece of, in terms of an evidence, that you have to have a written narrative, but you also have to have artifacts. That's important because all of this is linked to evaluation, so that when you're out in the role of assistant principal, some administrative role that you're in, when you are evaluated, and let's go to that manual, you have to address both competencies and standards, but you have to address them from the perspective of, you have to tell us what you did in a written narrative and evidence, but you also have to prove and show us what you did. So let's look at that evaluation manual. That's kind of where we'll start today. I have that pulled up. This is all in Blackboard. Let me make sure that you understand that. It's all in Blackboard. I have it on a section here called Executive Standards, and I have all these 4 documents for you. So if we look at that principal manual, how you're evaluated as a principal, and let me go to that. And this is that book. The evaluation process, it speaks to administrative standards. There are 8 of those that we're going to cover, but it also gives you some definitions, what an evidence is and what an artifact is. An artifact is a byproduct of the work that you've done. An evidence is the written, you tell us what you did for evaluative purposes, but then the artifacts are things that were generated by the actual work that you did. And so when you are evaluated here's the standards, the 8 standards, and here are the competencies, the 21 competencies. But it tells you what practices that you would write and tell us about, just like you do in task 5 of the app cell, but it also tells you what the acceptable artifacts would be. So you have to understand that you have to catalog those things so that when it comes evaluation time, you have those. We teach our traditional students how to do that, and we put them in a competency folio, a separate folio that they have access to and can share, publish and share with prospective employers. It's a good thing. But this understanding that when you get to your job, that you're going to have to be able to tell us what you did, but you're going to have to be able to prove and show us what you did through your artifacts. And so that leads us to the first of these, which is the standards. So there are 5 standards, and there's a separate document on the standards, and it tells you why we have the standards and what they are. And the first, of course, is strategic leadership, and it tells you what artifacts that you will have generated from having done that. And it has a number of bullets about the practices that you'd have to be able to speak to or address how you did this. You'd have to write a narrative at evaluation time. Standard 2 is instructional leadership. 3 is cultural. 4 is human resources. 5 is, I missed 5. 4, where's 5? Managerial, external development leadership is 6. Micro-political is 7. And then 8 is academic achievement. So what I want to do is I want to look at all of those, remembering these are also through the lens of the 21 administrative competencies that you have to do, which is your dispositional behaviors, how you go about doing these things, change management, conflict management, creative thinking, customer focus, those kinds of things. And so your artifacts kind of align with each of those if we were doing the folio. But I have a separate lesson plan that we'll go to now. And I want to look at these standards. And I've picked 3 of the bullets from each of these. That doesn't mean that the other 15 bullets were unimportant. It just means that they're kind of commonsensical. So what we want to do is look at the standards through the lens of what does that mean I have to do? What does that mean? I can tell you that you must meet these 8 standards through the lens of competency to be a school administrator, to be successful, especially at evaluation time. But what exactly does that mean that you've got to do?
Dale, let me interrupt. Stacy asked a good question. She asked in the chat, are the South Carolina standards the same? And the answer, I'm going to answer from my perspective, and then you tell the real story. But they are the same, probably not exactly written the same with the same language, but it's the same standard. I think they're kind of universal standards. And I will point out that in South Carolina, the practice is a requirement for products from Dale's MELS program, and he has a 100% pass rate. So those standards do come into play. The same, Stacy. Now he can tell you the more detailed part of that question, but from the perspective of standards, they may have a little bit different verbiage, but it ultimately, I think if you read them, they would be the same standards.
They are. And so we have, we cover North and South Carolina. We have more in North, but we have a large segment of our population is from South Carolina. They do have to take the praxis. All of these are aligned with national standards. They have to be. So North and South Carolina standards are essentially the same. The competencies are the same. We have them do the same portfolio. They take the same test. Now, North Carolina has had a waiver on the test for a few years. That has gone away, and they'll be taking the praxis as well. But about half of our students have to take the praxis already. And as Steve said, we do have a 100% pass rate because all of our evidence work, just like the APSEL and the OMA, if you go in and you look at the grading rubrics, we align all of our work with the standards, the competencies, and the praxis, what you're going to have to take in the exam. So yes, as Steve said, that the language is a little bit different, just like in North Carolina, we have statutes. In South Carolina, they're called titles, but they're exactly the same thing. The laws and the rules are the same for both states because they have to fall under a national umbrella. And so that they can quibble over the verbiage, but the standards and the competencies will be the same. And most importantly, you will be prepared to take the praxis at the end of coming through this block with us. You won't have any problem. And as you all know, if you're in North Carolina, the administrative praxis 5412 is what you have to take to get your CNI license as well. And that was kind of what started the initial conversation back a few years ago when this block came about. Was we have folks who want to get their administrative license, but we also have folks who want to be prepared to take the 5412 praxis for administrators, because that's the CNI licensing exam. And so this program kind of kills two birds with one stone. You're now eligible to get your administrative license in North or South Carolina, but you're also prepared to take the 5412 to get your curriculum instruction license as a result of this program. So we've aligned, when I wrote the curriculum and the syllabus for this, we made sure that we aligned it all so that we were able to accomplish both of those tasks at the same time. And so it's all a common language, it's all a common process. The evaluative process is basically the same. Again, evidence, artifacts. You have to be able to tell us what you did. You have to self-assess as an administrator at evaluation time, but you also have to prove through your artifacts the work that you did. What's an artifact? School improvement plan, school budget, pictures. I have my students, when they're doing their artifacts, I did a session with them on Thursday night, and I'll pull my phone up here. Just take pictures of the things that you've done, and you can upload those in the evaluative system. We upload them in our competency folio. But artifacts are things. They weren't generated for the purpose of evaluation. They were generated as byproduct of the work that you do as a school administrator. And so it's important to understand the difference between an evidence, which is written for evaluative purposes, that says, look at me, I did this. And then let me show you, as a result of this work that I did, this work product or this thing that was produced. So you've got to, that's the way you'll be evaluated. So all the time when you're, it's kind of in the back of your mind as you go through your daily routine and all other things that you have on your plate is you need to kind of document what you've done along the way as a school administrator. Now, one of the things that we give our students is a little spreadsheet, and they can put in, what proof do I have that I've done this, and where can I find it later on, as kind of a tracking device. Now, again, as Phyllis pointed out this morning, Steve and I are really old. You aren't as old as us, but when you sleep, you tend to forget things. And so sometimes you have to remind yourself of where things are. Now, many of you are organized and you have disks and folders and files and those kinds of things. And that's what you have to begin to do as a school administrator is to work smarter, not harder. But you have to save these kinds of things and put them where you can find them, because you're going to be asked to produce them later at evaluation time. You're going to have somebody, your assistant superintendent for your area or your superintendent is going to evaluate you as assistant principal or principal. And again, it's going to be under the basis of, tell me what you did, then show me the evidence that, or the artifacts that go along with that. And so you have to get into that mindset, as I showed you in that evaluation manual. It's all about evidence and artifacts. And so, but they have to relate back. The categories are the standards, and then the individual way is through the competencies, is how you show the work that you've done. So let's go back to those standards, and I have picked the three that I think are most important, and I've highlighted the words that are the common themes that we're going to see in school school administration. So if everybody can see the standards and their practices, here's the lesson plan for the day, and I'm keeping my eye on our time here. Utilizes a teacher working condition survey. Now, in South Carolina, you don't do the TWC. What you do in South Carolina is the Advanced Ed Cognia. If you will go to the link to your state report card, it will have your survey data there. If you need me to walk you in, I can, but South Carolina does have the same survey data as North Carolina. It's just not called the Teacher Working Condition Survey.
I just had a question about that. Do we have access to the to all of the survey
Yes.
data?
Yes, it's public information.
Because it was hard to find stuff.
You go in through the state report card, and once you get there, it has a link. Now, they don't have any from last year because they suspended it because of COVID, but you can get prior years. Same thing for now. The North Carolina Working Conditions Survey is only done every other year. And so what we're going to do, and to that point, everybody knows you got to develop a school improvement plan that needs an instructional piece that's related to the app sale that we're doing in this class. You have to do a professional growth plan, for your faculty. That's what we would do in 602, or if you were with us in the traditional program. You have to do a master schedule. That's what we do in 603, and that's what we do in this class. You have to do a marketing plan that involves all your stakeholders and parents. You have to do a cultural plan, which relates back to that teacher working condition survey and that advanced ed / cognitive survey that you do in South Carolina. Then you put it all together in your school improvement plan. That's your number one job as a school principal, is to develop that school improvement plan, because that should guide your actions for every day and what you do in your school. We're also always in a continuous improvement loop based on best practices and research and empowerment in our classrooms. And so as we look through these common terms, before I actually jump in and show you how to get your data, state accountability program, student test data, effectiveness of classroom instruction. Now I'm going to tell you this, and I tell every group that I work with this, and it insults some of them, and that's, that was kind of my intent. If you as a school administrator can't let a teacher go just simply because he or she can't teach, you can't be an effective administrator. We can't just hire good people. Our job is to teach kids, period. And if you're one of those people who believe, well, standardized testing doesn't measure everything a kid knows, I agree with you. That there's better ways to measure achievement. I agree with you again as well. Standardized testing and comparative accountability has more to do with who you get than what you do with them. I agree with you again. But if you think that testing doesn't matter and report cards doesn't matter, get out now. It's all about competition. Your job as a school administrator is to move the needle on school accountability. So make a good number go up, accountability test scores, or make a bad number go down, discipline, referrals, behavior. That's your job. It is a competitive environment. You must understand that it's not one of these we're all going to get around the songbook and sing songs. You have to be the bottom line on school performance, and the notion that you can do action plans, you can do mentoring, you can do all those things to try to help. Your job is to induct people and make them successful. But if folks can't teach, you can't keep them, because that's what we do. When I go to the coast, or when I head to Jacksonville or Wilmington, and I go around the loop from Raleigh around the Beltline, and I make the turn and head south on 40, first exit you come to is at Garner, Jones Sausage Road. I had several students, one of your EDCI doctorals that you might have had some classes with, Molly Dibble. Molly lives in Garner. She finished a couple of cohorts back. But you know what they do there, and the school that she worked at was right off Jones Sausage Road. You know what they do at Jones Sausage? They make sausage. You know what we do in school? We teach kids. That's what we do. We don't have school for any other purpose other than for student achievement, for the purposes of school administration. And you've got to understand that it's a competitive environment. You've got to know that. So let me share my screen again. And so as we look through these, I mean, instructional leadership is not just about knowing how to teach. It's making sure that teachers are actually teaching and that they know what to do. You develop a professional growth plan where you have all those pieces in it that you need. And I have one that I'll show you in just a minute. But as we look through these standards again, professional learning communities, PLC is the heart of what we do. That's why we know that you know that. You know it better than we do. But that's why we have you do the app sale, because that is the currency in our business. School improvement plan, empowering teachers in their own classroom, empowering them to be, empowerment has two parts, little E and big E. Nobody's from NASCAR country, but if you remember big E and little E, the big E empowerment is empowerment as a school-wide leader. There's basically 5 functions to that. Teach other teachers, be involved in the budget, be involved in personnel, be involved in curriculum, those kinds of things. But little E empowerment, empowering teachers to be leaders in their own classroom. That's your job. You know that from CNI better than we do. PLCs aligned with the school improvement plan, focused on results, hiring, mentoring new teachers, teacher working condition survey, evaluates teachers and other staff, improve performance, results-oriented professional development, school improvement goals. These are all the standards that you're expected to hold out and uphold as a school administrator. Now, my part for the second half of the course, balanced operational budget, designs scheduling processes and protocols, and develops the master schedule. That's your job. Empowers parents and other stakeholders. That would be the skip if you were with us for one of the other evidences. Engages all community stakeholders. Compliance with state and district mandates. School improvement team. Internal stakeholder voices. Use performance as the primary criteria for reward and advancement. School-wide growth as calculated by EVOS or another growth plan. And I'm going to cover that in just a minute. So what I'm going to do at this time is I'm going to walk in from outside. I'm going to go to this browser. Let me close TaskStream before it locks me out. And we're going to do North Carolina teacher working condition survey from 2020. Remember, there isn't a 2021. It's only done biannually. That means every other year. And so we're going to walk into the results. And so here's the state report. So we're going to do we're going to do Guilford County Schools. We'll do Kirkman Park. Kirkman Park. I like the middle column. And here are all the different areas of the TWC that the principal has to be concerned with. They have a section on time, facilities and resources, community support involvement, managing student conduct, teacher leadership, that's empowerment, school-wide leadership, that's Big E empowerment and the school administrative team, professional learning communities, PLCs, professional learning opportunities, instructional practice and supports, and then overall. So what you can see is the TWC is aligned with all those words I picked out from the standards, that we actually assess those with our staff, with the survey, and with our parents. Same thing in South Carolina. So you have to be concerned with all of those different areas. You can't just focus on one thing. I mean, when I was a high school principal, I tended to be more involved in the operational side. You do what you know. I could barely spell instruction. And so I intended to be involved, but you can't be that way anymore. You must be well-rounded and understand that there are 8 standards, 21 competencies, and you got to be involved in all of those. But again, those common themes that I picked out of those 8 standards, they are portrayed in this. They're also, those standardized tests are on your report card. So let's see if I can walk into it. South Carolina report card. Let me see if I can pull that. Yeah, this is where I was the other night. Yep. So if you're in South Carolina, you walk in through view report card and you type in your district, and we'll do a district, choose a district. Let's do Cherokee.
Oh, pick Union.
Let's see, Cherokee District 1, view report card. And then when you go, there is a right here under student engagement. It will have, again, the data is missing, but it'll have your surveys from teachers right here. That's what we're talking about. It'll have your student survey and your parent surveys right there. So that's where your survey data would be, if you needed that survey data right there. And you go by district. But again, remember, up here in red, you might have to use a year different than this one to pull your data, because there probably isn't going to be any from this past year. But that's how you get your data. And it addresses the same, again, it addresses the same standards and the same competencies. Now, one of the things that we do when we do the CAP, the cultural one, number 5, that y'all have already done something similar. We pull that hard data, that quantitative data, and then we ask our folks to do a little qualitative work, to go out and ask why the faculty thinks that all those things are low, and recommendations, what we can do to fix it. Many times quantitative tells us a story, but it doesn't tell us the complete story. And especially in the era of COVID, talked about shortage of bus drivers. We also, I was a high school AP when we converted from student drivers to adults, and I can tell you it's very difficult. I was a principal then later on when the feds came in and said that we couldn't have teacher assistants driving the bus because it put them over the 37.5 hour unless we were willing to pay them overtime. So there's a lot of issues with these kinds of things, with getting them. But one of the things also is substitutes. Right now, especially, can't get substitutes. And so one of the things that generally pops up on under the time section of these surveys is they ask teachers, do you have enough planning time? And almost always they say no. But one of the things, especially when I worked in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, one of the things there was it wasn't that they didn't have planning time when you went and talked to them. They said, yeah, I've got it, but I never get to use it because I'm always covering classes because we couldn't get substitutes. And so they said, putting more planning time in the schedule won't help us. It'll just blow up our class sizes is all it will do, because we don't get to use what we have now, because always, especially in a team format, I'm covered for this teacher or that on my planning period. I'm covering, because we don't have substitutes. Those are the kinds of things that you learn through the uses of your survey and the feedback from teachers on those surveys. So those surveys are kind of the heart of what we do in terms of how the feedback on the operations of the school. We get feedback on our standardized test scores. We also get feedback on how we're doing in terms of the operation of the school. So we have to keep an eye on those standards, competencies, and the way that we get feedback so that we know how things are going are our surveys and our standardized testing. That's kind of our report card as an administrator as well. And we have to understand how we assess those. Now, those will be addressed, both of those, school performance and your survey data will be addressed in your evaluation by your supervisor. So you have to know what they are. This is one of those things about if you don't know about it, it can hurt you. So you have to know how to assess your data. You have to speak to your data. You have to go and talk with people. What would fix this problem? What would help? Recommendations to fix these things. But again, they're all back to these. So let's go back to our lesson plan and look at these again under the lens of what do I know so far and what do I need to learn. First, again, and the reason I pulled it up, if you don't know about survey data, again, I just showed you how you can access survey data for your school. You've got to know about that data. Under strategic leadership, that's the very first thing that I've highlighted. You've got to know. If you didn't know about that data, you do now, and you can access it for your school. School improvement plan. You are legally required by state law in North and South Carolina to yearly develop a school improvement plan by using a school improvement team. That team has teachers, it has community members. If it's a secondary school, it even has a student on it. But you are legally required under 115C 288 in North Carolina, and I forget which title it is. I think it might be 63 or 2 or 3 in South Carolina, to develop a school improvement plan every year. And you're supposed to use latest research and best practices. You know, DeFore, PLCs, Whitaker, empowerment, Marzano, Little E empowerment, best practices, 9 high yield strategies. You're required to use those. If you will notice, the evaluation system is based off of McGrill, which is Robert Marzano, best practices, by the way. Midwest Consortium, the McGrill Midwest Consortium is the late Robert Marzano, by the way. And so that's the heart of the evaluation system. And then again, the state accountability program, student test data, report cards, but we all know it all goes back to effective classroom instruction using best practices, not just trying to cram for the test at the end, but that we use the 9 high yield strategies. And we know that PLCs is where we propagate, promote, distribute that information through our PLCs. Cultural leadership, PLCs, school improvement plan, empowerment, same things, professional learning communities, teachers assuming leadership roles, empowerment. You see results oriented professional development. You see that all of these standards all go back to the same things. Balanced budget. Now, you know, in 603, I'm going to talk to you about the triangle. You see the triangle. The triangle is very simple. At the top of the triangle is the school improvement plan. But the base of the triangle, what supports that, is the budget and the master schedule. You've got to put your time, which is who teaches what and where and when, and you got to put your time and your money, your resources toward that school improvement plan. It doesn't matter what recommendations you have in your plan or what specific activities. If you don't fund it and you don't support it with your schedule and personnel, then it won't happen. And that's part of that too. And so what your supervisor will ask you when at evaluation time is that, all right, show me your school improvement plan. Now show me your budget and your master schedule and show me how you link those two to support that. That's the question they're going to ask overall. How did your efforts lead to making sure that you carried out this plan that you developed? Empower parents and other stakeholders to be decision makers and have input. That's through your school improvement team. Engage your stakeholders, compliance with state and district mandates. We'll talk about that very specifically, especially federal, when we do 603, because 603 is law and finance. But again, to highlight, uses performance as the primary criteria for reward and advancement. Again, you can't keep people that can't teach. Your job to help them to be better teachers or to be able to teach. But if they can't, in the end, if they just can't teach, and your performance data says they can't through your growth model, remembering that comparative accountability is about who you got, but growth accountability is about what you did with it. Elizabeth has a question.
Yes, and you're talking about the school improvement plan supposed to be done annually.
Yes.
When I was doing my CONA a few semesters ago, looking for the school I was working at, school improvement plan, they did it like every 5 years. Is that like
You can,
an
you can do
alternative?
it you can do it in a 5-year cycle if you revisit it every year.
Okay.
You don't have to have a new one every year. You can do it in a long range cycle, but if you do it that way, then you have to assess where you are every year. It's the same process.
Okay.
So that's a great question. So let me stop my share and let me go to, which will be the quickest, now that we do a share here, which will be the quickest way to get to it. I'll just Google it so you know that I'm not just pulling this out of the air or other parts of my body. Let's see, NCGS 115C
Dr. Lamb,
dash. Yes.
my internet froze and I did not hear the question. Can I get a repeat of the
Sure. The
question?
question Elizabeth asked about, she was at a school that did them on a 5-year cycle. Some districts do that, but you have to revisit it every year. So what she's saying is they didn't do a whole new plan every year. They would do a plan and then they would revisit every year for 5 years. Some districts do it that way, but you end up doing the same thing every year either way. But the benefit of doing it in a 5-year cycle is when you're implementing something that takes more than 1 year, or if you don't have enough funding to do it for 1 year. My school improvement plan when I was at Oak Hill, which was in Burke County, in my school improvement plan, I did the first computer lab, back in those days. It was the first one in the county, but it took me 3 years. So my improvement plan was on a 3-year cycle because I didn't have enough money to fund it in 1 year. So what I did was I borrowed some capital, but I had to pay it back, but it was a 3-year phase in. So 115C 288 in North Carolina, and then there's a similar title in South Carolina, is the duties and responsibilities of the principal. To grade and classify pupils, that'll be the first case study that we do will be related to that one. Make accurate reports to the superintendent and local board, all these things. But down here near the bottom, the principal shall, you have to yearly have a copy of the current budget and school improvement plans. But again, it can be in a cycle, but you have to visit it every year. You have to update it if it's a long-term plan of 3 to 5 years. That is a legal requirement that we go through that process with stakeholders, teachers. We assess instruction. We do the instructional piece. We do the professional development piece. We do the master schedule. We do a community involvement piece. We do a cultural piece that speaks to our teaching work condition survey, and that we put it all together every year in a school improvement plan. And that plan says who's going to do what, where, when, and why. It's not we ought to do this, or we're thinking about this, or the plan doesn't say staff's going to do it. It has people's names, time, where the money's going to come from. All this is in a template that comes from your school district. Let me explain that as well. Again, hope is not a plan. The school improvement is a plan. It has it has who's going to do what, where, when, and why, and how we're going to assess it and go forward. What our goal is, our indicator of success. It has all of those pieces in it are in our school improvement plan, and that we're going to do that every year, and we're going to assess where we are. So you will get a template from your school district as a principal every year that you have to fill out that shows what your plan is and what you're doing and all the pieces that you've got involved. And it will be a who, what, where, when, and why. While I am shared, let me go to this right quick. This is the first pop quiz of the day. And so you have to tell me which one of these is hope and which one of these is plan. And you have to tell me why. You folks are smarter than us. Of course, you already knew that. I didn't have to tell you that. That was kind of a duh, wasn't it? All right. Which one of these is hope and which one is the plan? Can everybody see that, what I've got on the screen? This is basically what your, a kind of a template that the district office will send you for your school improvement plan. It'll be a little more involved in this. I've kind of summarized it. But, you know, one of the things you have to remember is you can't put it on here if you don't have the money and people in hand to do it. It can't be a hope. If we get a grant or if we get that position, this is what we're going to do to improve our school. No. The rules on when you fill out the template for your school improvement plan, you can only put things on there that A, you have the money for, and B, that you have the people to pull it off. It can't be hope. We're hoping to get that money or that grant or that position. It has to be, resources have to be in hand. So one of these is a plan and one of these is hope. Which is which and why? All right, I've opened the floor up here.
Top is the plan.
The top is the plan. That is right. Why?
Because it's specific, measurable, it's got all the pieces that you need to be able to formatively and assess and implement.
And exactly at the end, we have to know what our goal is. Say our goal is to move our reading scores from 60% on grade level to 80. Can we expect to move 4 standard deviations from 60 to 80 in 1 year? No. That goes back to Elizabeth. We might have a 3 or 5 year plan to do that, but we got to visit it every year. So an indicator of success for the first year might be to move them from 60 to 65. You can't expect to move them from 60 to 80 in 1 year. But we have to have a method. Now, for the purposes of a school improvement plan, what is formative assessment? Is that giving the kids a test mid-year and then the summative is a test at the end of the year? Is that how that works? That would be no. Formative assessment is always of the adults' fidelity. Are they implementing the program with fidelity? When I was an elementary principal a long time ago, what had always been the habit from that time was we would get a new reading adoption about every year or two. And at the end of the year, we'd take the California Achievement Test. That was prior to state testing. Told you I was old. And so what would happen is the guys with the truck from the maintenance department and delivery, they'd drive the truck out, they'd get the hand trucks and they'd roll all those new textbooks into the building. We'd roll them down to the book room, we'd open the door, we'd lock them in there. They'd sit there all year. At the end of the year, kids would take the California Achievement Test. And we'd say, well, dang, they didn't do any better than they did last year. That adoption didn't work. The books never even got out of the cart, much less of the classroom. And so the whole notion here is you must do formative assessment to make sure that the adults are delivering the program with fidelity as intended. If you don't have that piece, it's hope. You just hope they're using them books. I used to have to go down when, during the whole language push and sit and do Miss Wishy-Washy down in the lower grades classroom, the big books that were on the easels. Any of you remember that whole language? Make sure that we were using those big books. So that's the notion here is, yes, every year you have to put together a school improvement plan. It can be for multiple years, but you've got to track it. You got to see, you must have feedback. You must assess, are the adults implementing with fidelity like we told them to? And then we have to assess where we are and what are we trying to move, and understand that our goal may be this much, but that we can do it in multi-years, as Elizabeth pointed out, because we can't get there all in one big jump. Now, if you give me enough steps, I can get up on the roof, but I probably can't just get back and get me a run and go and jump up on the roof all at one time. And anytime you see a program that yields more than 2 standard deviations at one time without either a change in the students or the teachers, somebody has cheated. It's just that simple. So my story that goes with that's local high school, not to where I am now, but a local high school. County had 3 high schools. The one in the county seat that had the doctors, lawyers, Indian chiefs, they scored 75 on grade level on EOCs every year. The middle class high school scored 65, and then the poorer high school scored 55 every year until they got a new principal, and all of a sudden it was a miracle. They jumped to 85 on grade level, 85%, past the actual, the upper end high school. And people came from far and wide to see the miracle. It was like the water stain of the baby Jesus, the Madonna on the church wall. It was just a miracle. And everybody came to see it. And everybody left thinking, I didn't see it. Something's wrong with me. I mean, this was a miracle. It happened to coincide with that time when everybody complained about state testing, that having to go pick up the test the morning of and get them back that was just too much trouble. So tests were delivered 2 weeks prior to the test. They were locked in a secure location so that it made it easier to administer the test. Amazing how that happened. New principal came in and all of a sudden they jumped 4 standard deviations at one time. No change in population, no change in teachers. When people went to see what was happening, the kids were working quietly, teachers were at their desks reading, and nothing seemed to be happening. But it was a miracle. Well, 4 standard deviations should have told us that there was no such thing as a miracle. Somebody's just cheating. So what they were doing, they were just taking the test, Xerox, and handing it out as practice, as a study guide 2 weeks before the test. And so teachers stopped teaching, kids stopped bothering, and they just waited 2 weeks before. Well, I was well and good for 3 or 4 semesters, 5, 6. The principal strutted around like he was, Horace Mann himself, Johnny Appleseed. Not one of my favorite people anyway. And then all of a sudden, the world changed. Common Core came along. They said, we're going to do the national exam, and we're going to go back to the same system of you pick it up more enough, give it. And so when the county tested at the end of that semester, the high schools, the upper high school scored 75 as they always did. The lower high school scored 55. What do you think happened to the test scores in that middle high school that had been scoring 65, but artificially went up to 80 by cheating, 85 by cheating? Guess what happened to them? Who would guess, understanding regression to the mean and some of those things? And you folks are instructional experts. There wasn't a lot of teaching and learning. We just stopped and waited for you to give us a copy of the test 2 weeks prior. What happened to their test scores? They plummeted. How far do you think they fell? All of you are statisticians. You're writing your dissertation. Tell us how far they fell.
Lower than what they had been before.
How low?
35%.
27% on grade level. 27% on grade level. Amazing. But see, we knew they were cheating. The superintendent knew, but it would have been a public. It would have talked about college scholarships, interest to colleges. You can't go out and say, that they're cheating over here. And they were kind of in a pickle. But when that came along, of course, they quietly moved him to the maintenance shed as you normally do. If you get assigned to the maintenance shed, that means things aren't going well for you in the school business. So he was at the maintenance shed the next year. But the whole notion there is we track progress, but we've got to see results. We got to know what's happening. We got to keep teachers and work with teachers based on the results that they give. And you say, well, Dale, you just said that comparative accountability is more about who you get than what you did with them. Well, that's exactly right. That's why we got to make sure that we use a growth model. If your district or your state's not using EVOS, it will shortly, but you've got some kind of a growth calculator. And so it's going to be your responsibility to explain to teachers as a school administrator about growing kids a year is what we're looking for. That they're low, okay, they're low, but can we get a year's growth out of them? That speaks to standard 8. So let's go back to the 8th and final standard. School-wide growth is calculated by a statewide growth model for educator effectiveness, either EVOS or your other growth models. And so I've got a lesson plan on that one. I'm keeping an eye on our time. I think I've got 8 minutes, 10 for our hour break here. So let's look at our EVOS lesson plan right quick. Now, EVOS is a value added growth plan where what you're trying to do is 85% of the kids in any teacher's classroom have grown a year, and 85% of the teachers in your building have grown their kids 85%. That's what you're looking at. And so what you've got to explain to teachers is, and they always say, well, I don't want these kids or I want those. There is a regression equation that has been developed from analysis of variance for 30 years of test score data. that tells us what the variables are, so we can control for everything except teacher, so that we can isolate how much value a teacher adds. And so I won't go through all of the calculus here with you. If you were in my methodology class, I would. But here are the factors that affect the kids' test scores. The only one that that we have control over is the teacher. So we know race accounts for 30% of the kids' test score, mother's education, father's income. We all understand lap time. Mothers read the kids if they don't have to work. Father makes enough money, the kids come to school better prepared. Teacher, 10% of the variance in the kids' test score. School district 5, school 5, grade 5, age 5, gender 5, and previous test scores 5. And so the big ask that you get as a school administrator is they say, I understand all that. I'm not a nitwit, Bill. I understand that. I'm a math teacher. I understand that. But I want to know who comes up with this projected growth score. Who and how did they come up with that? That's too high. That kid can't do that. I mean, did they just pull that out of thin air, their hat, their butt? Where did that score come from? Well, I'll show you where that score came from. So here's how it works. And I'll give you a real life example of how that works. So Jamar is a third grade student in Charlotte Mecklenburg, and these are his dependent variables. He's black, he gets 20 out of 30 points, white would be 30, Hispanic would be 15. That's not racist, that's just how the scores purred out. Mother less than a high school diploma, 5 out of 15. If she had beyond a 4-year degree, it'd be 15. No father in home, 0. Teacher 10, we always assumed a teacher at 10. High wealth district, 5. Low wealth would be 2. Billingsville's a takeover school, so that would be 0. High growth school would be 5. Grade 5, he's not a repeater, he gets 5. Gender, he's taking a math exam, so he gets 5. If he was female, he'd get 4. It'd be the reverse if it were a reading exam. Previous test scores, oh, by the way, he's developmentally delayed, so he gets 3 out of 5 points for that, so he's a year behind. And so his equation looks like this: 20 plus 5 plus 0, 10, 5, 0, 5, 3, 5, 2, 55%. So he's got to get 55% of the questions right on the third grade math test to show a year's growth. We multiply the 0.55 by the number of tests, the items on the test. So he's got to get 99 out of 180 to show a year's growth. It's just that simple. That's how that projected score is done. It can't be any more direct than that. And so when you understand that, what you have to convince teachers of, because it's the truth, is that it doesn't matter which kid you have. Some teachers say, I want all the high ones. And others say, no, I want all the low ones because it's hard to get the high ones to grow. Now, everybody's score is calculated on them as an individual. That's where those projected scores come from. And so you've got to base your performance in your school around growth. I always used to tease my wife for 15 years, she taught right across the corner of the lake here, the interstate over at a lab school at Davidson and IB school. They had the 240 brightest kids in Charlotte Mecklenburg. Out of 140 or 50,000 kids, they had the 240 brightest. Those little kids, Steve was talking about his glasses. Those little kids' glasses were so thick you couldn't let them in the sunlight. They'd burn the paper up on their desk. I'm talking about these are brilliant little kids. And I used to tease my wife every time, that the most important person in the organization was the custodian. As long as you got the front door open every day, the scores would walk right in. That's on comparative accountability. But then then it became, what are you going to do with them? Are you going to warehouse them? They couldn't be there unless they were 99 percentile. But what do you do with them? Can you grow them? And so you got to be careful in the school business to make sure that you don't put your teachers behind the 8 ball. If you're in a low wealth school, that the average scores are pretty low. That doesn't mean that teachers aren't working, and you can't just assume that they're dumb because their kids don't score real high. Do you grow them a year? That's what your performance has got to be based on. Is what do you do with your kids? Do you grow them a year or not? Can you do that? Now, the last thing this morning in our segment and I've got 3 minutes left according to my watch. The last thing in our segment is, what would a professional growth model look like? And so share screen and back to that again. And this is what I call mine. I call mine MTSS for teachers, multi-tiered system of support, just like we do for kids, we should do for teachers. And so I've got it kind of timed out as to when we would do what. We would do our best practices Marzano work, and how long that staff development on that required work day would be according to how many adopters, where we are. If only a few teachers use best practice, it might be all day whole group. If all of them do it, it'd just be a 30-minute reminder that this is the corner of the realm in our school. And then during that first quarter, we're working in our PLCs on the lowest of the 9 high yield strategies that we've seen as walkthroughs through our building. Nobody ever does non-linguistic representation of one of the 9. They always see questioning and cluing and all of those homework. But that's what we would be working on, those strategies in our PLCs. And we would be coaching our new folks, our BLTs, our beginning, or is that a sandwich? Our BTs. We'd be coaching them in that first quarter. And we would do the one-on-one mentor. Now, that speaks to your master schedule. You have to unbalance your master schedule. And boy, I tell you, that's like moving a mountain. When I say that, is every teacher in the science department can't have planning at the same time. I mean, if Stacy is mentoring me, I taught biology for idiots, by the way, the repeaters. And if she's mentoring me and we both have planning at the same time, what are we going to do? Get together in the lounge and tell stories? She needs to have class at a time that I don't, so I can go and watch her, and vice versa. Now, doing that in the high school and balancing that schedule like that, oh Lord, you quit preaching and now you're meddling. Boy, they don't like that. Elementary, all your first grade teachers can't have class, can't have planning at the same time. If we're going to be able to do that, a capable job of one-on-one mentoring, where we get in the rooms and see what they're doing, and they get in the rooms and see what we're doing if we're the mentor teachers. And so we do that. And then the second semester, we do more of the same, except now or the second quarter, we add those low performers. We add those during the second 9 weeks, make sure that we add those low performing teachers to that one-on-one mentorship. And I won't continue, but we go through all this, but here's the notion, is by mid-year, we're able to put folks on an action plan. If they can't teach or won't teach, and this is a legal plan that we can serve notice. We've done everything we can do for those people. We've PLC'd them, we've one-on-one them, we've done all the things that we can do. We've written them an action plan, and and if they can't teach, we can't keep them. And so that MTSS plan, again, this is under those materials for your standards today. That's my action plan. You say, well, Deb, well, that's pretty hard-hearted. It's a competitive business. You can't keep people who can't teach. But it's your job to help them learn to teach and work with them. If they're showing progress, that's not what I'm talking about. But if you've got people who can't or won't teach, and you know who they are, that's the heart of what we do. To close out this segment, surprisingly right on time. What do they do at Jones Sausage? They make sausage. What do we do in the school business? We teach kids. Thank you for your time and attention. Steve, that's my hour, as I told you. We'll move on. Back to you.
All right, and so that presentation is on the blackboard, right?
It is. All the documents you just saw.
Yeah, and I was intrigued. I was watching with your webcams on. I think you really the growth model piece, I think, was eye-opener to a lot of people. So I'm glad you shared that, and that's in there. And after you have a moment or two, all of you, to digest that, I think you explained it, but after you've had a moment or two, it will make sense to all of us. Probably already does to y'all, but to me, I'm a little slower. We do preach this. I think it was important what Dale said about, you know, what group of kids best illustrates how we're doing as a school. And we you know, our legislature doesn't understand this in either North or South Carolina. So all they care about is proficiency, and they just don't get it otherwise. So this is very helpful to know that growth is growth. And if you have the top kids in your district, you still need to expect them to grow. And we all know that, but it's a challenging thing. But great dissertations, great studies done in EDCI and EDLS, why gifted kids aren't growing. And those are really, really profound studies. All right, it is 10:22. 10:30, we'll come back. We're going to talk about your interviews with your principals, those of you who are able to do it. And we'll just do a short time on that. Then we're going to dive into the book. So 10:30, we'll be back. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right, we're back. Okay, 10:30. We're staying somewhat on track. And so I want to spend just a moment for those of you that are able to talk with or text or email or communicate with your principal or a principal on 3 traits that the principal feels is a must for being effective. And I'll be interested to see if we have some consistency. There are a variety of thoughts on this. There are books written on this. There are studies written on this. But our idea was to get it from the perspective of a practicing principal. So I've got my blue ink pen ready. I'm going to see what you found out here. All right. So, Ann, did you get a chance? She may not be back on yet. I don't believe Heather is.
No,
Yeah,
I'm back on. I'm back on.
okay. Did you get a
I'm
chance
back
to get the answer?
on. You know, I've had several beneficial conversations with my principal in the last week and a half. And I appreciate that he gives me the time to speak to him. And we have a lot to talk about. And the specific questions have not been asked yet. But he is an interim principal. And often he says to me in conversations, well, I don't know how long I'm going to be here. And, you know, it hurts my heart because that's just not a good feeling. You know, it's like trying to sell a house, you know, you're like stuck in limbo and you don't know where your next direction is. And so I feel for him because he's been at our school since I think March of last year. So not even a whole year. And, you know, he's an intern principal at an alternative school and he's a great guy. So I'm just getting to know him.
Okay. Leah, did you find out anything?
Yeah, I was actually pulling up, so I did a Google form actually with several of the principals in my district, and it was hilarious because of the responses that I got. And I've got a couple of interviews actually scheduled for next week. But with the level of experience ranging from, you know, just a couple of years as a principal to, you know, a decade or more, the thoughts were really, really interesting. And to see the some of the same responses pop up. Relationships were huge. Having a thick skin was huge, and just being able to not take things so personally was really interesting. But the funniest thing to me was the last question that I asked was if there was anything else that they wanted to share. And one of them is one I have an interview scheduled with next week. And she said, I can't wait to talk with you. One person said that they love being a principal, and then another person said, don't do it.
Wow.
Don't do it. And I don't know who, like, I don't know who they are. I know who the can't wait to talk with you is because we have an interview scheduled, but it was a really interesting experience to hear from them and for them to feel the safety to be honest. Because I didn't ask who they were, but one of them put the 3 things the principal must know is law, human resources, and community. And then a lot of the responses are about trust, building relationships, communicating clearly and transparently, being able to make decisions, being able to delegate, get out of your office, develop resilience. It was just really interesting. So
Yeah.
Absolutely. Point of
And-
personal
and-
privilege here before we go in. Transparency. I pulled this up. I read earlier this morning. It's an article. My primary residence is I live in Lake Norman, the very last exit in Mecklenburg County. Worked for a long time. There's an article this morning about the old Smith Elementary on Talbola Road. 9 people who work there have cancer, and nobody will give them any answers, and they're complaining there's no transparency. And this is a quote from the district, the city council person that represents that district. People don't trust government, and this is a great example of why we need to be more transparent. To your point, that sense of community and transparency, that's an overarching thing that we all need to remember as principals. So thank you for that.
Yeah, that is fascinating. And the 3 responses, can't wait to talk to you, don't do it, and what is it, that you'll love it or something like that, or I love it?
that they love being a principal.
Yeah. So again, when we first met our first time, one of the things that Dale and I try to present, because you also said, Leah, one of them said, understand the law. That is Dale's portion of this add-on licensure piece. It is a piece that we are all aware that's out there, but when we get into leadership roles, we have to immerse ourselves just a little bit deeper in it, or at least access to the law where we can find out what we can and cannot do. But what we try to accomplish with this, Dale and I will both tell you that our favorite job of all time is being a principal. We will both tell you that. We've both been blessed to do other things, but our favorite job was being a principal. And what we're trying to do in this semester that will go way too fast for us and way too slow probably for y'all is to point out, here's what you better know or do or else. That'll be Dale's role. And what I'm going to try to do is be that person to say, Leah, you're going to love this. And I can't wait to talk to you, because I have some of the greatest experiences and memories of my life doing this. And but I will tell you, if you interviewed me today, any of you, and I were a principal today, I'm not sure I would be as effusive in my compliments. So timing is everything too. So all of you kind of need to filter with that, because if I ask any of you, are you glad you're doing what you're doing? You probably would smile and say, I feel like I've made a difference to children, but I'm not sure right now I love my job. And so we have to keep that in mind as we go on. But thank you. That was excellent. Heather, did you get any answers?
I did. I literally had like 3 minutes to talk to her because, you know, things get crazy.
Right.
In terms of things, in terms of what a new principal must know how to do, she said one of the biggest things is being able to multitask and make quick decisions. So sometimes she said you'll have 15 things coming at you and you need to be able to either delegate it out to somebody else or be able to make a quick decision and understand the implications of that decision as you're making it. And then the other thing she said is you've got to have the ability to be able to let things roll off your back, because parents get nasty, teachers get nasty, sometimes kids get nasty. And so you have to have thick skin and not take it home with you. So she said you really need the ability to leave everything at work when you walk out the door, because otherwise it will consume you. And then in terms of leadership traits, she felt like some of the biggest needs were just the ability to build relationships, to grow teachers, and to be an organizational leader in terms of facilitating things that need to happen in the building. So.
Yeah, those are so rich. I'm reminded of another occasion. After I became a superintendent, I had a person who, and I say this, I tell the EDLS people, Dale talked about the principal who ended up in the maintenance shed to fill out his employment. Principals who fail as principals always end up in central office, don't they? It's amazing how that happens, and I absolutely refuse to ever do that. I value the importance of central office positions. I won't create one for anybody, and I won't put people who failed in another role in a central office role. That devalues that role. That gets into my argument of what we used to do as principals in elementary school. I can't say I ever did this because I never was in an elementary school, but you remember the days where we would put the weakest teachers in K2, you know, so to hide them because they didn't have test scores. So it's the same idea, and we haven't recovered from that mistake yet because kids just didn't get the foundations they needed. But that's another editorial comment. So I inherited this guy, and you know, to try to make his job worthwhile, I kept assigning tasks to him, and he never could make a decision. He never could make a decision. And so in one of my days of being a smart aleck, which is not as often as Dale, but catching up quick, I said, how do you decide what you're going to eat for supper every night? I've never seen you make a decision. And the guy makes me look anorexic, so he has to eat. So I can't feel, you know, I just can't figure that. Decision making is what we do. And I say we do because, ladies, every day of your life, you make decisions. Look, you run things. You run your household, you run your classroom, you run everything about your life. It is decision making. And principals who are poor decision makers fail every day. And I think that is, we'll get into it with John Maxwell too, by the way. But this is the critical thing. Make a daggum decision. It doesn't have to be a quick decision, but oftentimes it does have to be a quick decision. But people are waiting on your decisions and they need to be made. Don't put it off. I love that one. It was terrific. Thank you, Heather. All right, Elizabeth, what we got?
I actually emailed my principal last week and never got a response back. But I went to a new hire orientation, which I think there was almost 20 of us. She was pretty big on open door policy and communication, which she said, if something is going on at home, let me know. I will be understanding, because as she put it, she's a mom first, wife next, principal last. And she understands that we all have personal lives, which I appreciate. So that's my 2 cents.
So if you were unfortunate to work with me or Dale, we couldn't say mom first or wife next, could we? So how would we handle that? We can't empathize with what everybody in this cohort's going through. How do we handle that?
Is that we're trying to build relationships would come in and kind of just be as understanding as you can?
Yeah. Yeah. So I've given these surveys before. You folks have too. What do teachers want? You've seen them anyway. What do teachers want more than anything from their principal? And coming from a secondary background and old school like Dale and I are, you know, I had this concept of what teachers would want from a principal more than anything. It's not to say that other things aren't important, but what would they want more than anything? And I've got to tell you, I was surprised, in all honesty, because I kind of still thought when all the stuff got said and done, that teachers more than anything would want a principal to create a culture conducive for learning. I thought that would be it. I thought that would be the number one thing, that I could come to work and teach and know that I was going to get support, and that there was going to be a structure in place to make it happen. I thought that would be number one, hands down. And it was not. The number one thing was approachability. And I still haven't, you know, it's one of those things. It shows that we can think we know a whole lot, and then you just get your eyes open. And that one slapped me right in the face. Now, I would like to think I'm approachable, but I did not think that was the most important thing that I could do. And as I think back on my career, I was more inclined to be approachable from the students than I was the teachers. And so and if, you know, if I could go back and replay my career, I would have gone back and been more approachable by the teachers. You know, I'd stand in the hall and talk to students all day. These are high schools over at North Gaston, Jennifer, and I enjoyed every minute of it. But, you know, I don't know. And so then you look back and you say, gosh, I wish I'd have done that better. And so, but I didn't give that survey out. The survey I got out was, you know, what things would you want to see me do different, and what, you know, and what things were good. The good didn't take them long to write, but the things they wanted to do different are well, a shortcoming that I had. And they said that you know, I tended to be insensitive, which is this approachability thing. And so there are life lessons to this, and so I tried to improve that as I went on and went from there to be a superintendent. But I'm sure I failed more than I've succeeded. But these are things I think we all need to remember with traits. And I think Elizabeth, you hit that with this open door idea, this approachability idea is so important. Jennifer, what'd you find out?
That was actually one of the number ones for the three things. Don't screw up money was number one, because that's fireable. And then he said, be approachable. It's a job like a pastor's job, dealing with students and staff. And then the third, it's all about the people. You can learn curriculum and logistics, but you have to be able to relate to and listen to people.
All right.
So, and then the three leadership traits that were critical: approachable by all, be calm and humble, and always authentic.
Authentic. Yeah, we're going to talk about that with Maxwell too. That's a good one. All right. Stacy, what'd you find out?
Okay, let me pull it up. All right, the first three things he gave me, first of all, I'd like to say that I emailed to and he finally emailed me back. But I lied and told him I needed it last Tuesday and I got it. So, and I didn't mean to lie. I thought I did need it Tuesday, but anyway, the first thing he said was, I will try, but I'm not sure I've mastered this principal thing yet. This is his second year at Union, and he's just been an assistant principal in much bigger districts. But anyway, he said that a new principal must be visible. Every conversation I had with someone was beneficial, and I've learned something from everyone. Utilize the strengths of your assistant principals and staff. And a new principal needs to be in classrooms. That was his first three. Then leadership traits. He said, number one was service. You must be willing to do the dirty work. Number two is, I think you need to support your staff as much as you can. And number three, he said, initiatives don't increase growth. You have to invest and grow your staff.
Oh, I
Hold on,
love
Stacy,
that
can you
one.
say that last one again?
I sure can. Let me look at it again.
I'm just processing slowly.
Initiatives don't increase growth. You have to invest and grow your staff.
That model that I just showed you, MTSS for teachers, that's it. You got to grow them. And the area of growth is in their teaching ability. That is correct. And then a point of personal privilege, the central theme that I think this approachability, communicate, we call that one of those dispositional soft skills, empathy. If you don't have empathy for people, you won't be approachable. You won't care what they think. You can't put yourself in their situations. I'm not a young mom, but I have to be able to empathize with Elizabeth and with Ann as their supervisor, as their employer. It has to go beyond that employer-employee relationship. And the central focus there is empathy. Thank you.
I just wanted to say too, and he and I had this was after he sent me this information. He and I had a conversation in the hall, which I was glad to talk to him, but he knows that I just finished up my doctoral work, and he knows he wanted to know about my dissertation. So I was just chatting with him about that. And I said, I want to talk about female leadership in education. And then he went into a whole big spiel about feminism and this, that, and the other. And he isn't really not approachable by most people's standards. I think my skin is thicker because of the EDCI program. I don't get offended. I don't, tell me I did something stupid. I'm good. The feedback thing is not a problem for me anymore. I've cried before, but he is not approachable. And he told me that he wanted to have a sit down, just he and I, so we could talk about what he needed to do, which made me feel really good and made me feel really bad all at the same time. So.
Well, I think you ought to feel good. I mean, maybe you are breaking down a barrier, and I think that's, I don't equate female leadership with feminism, but I guess everybody can have a perspective. This point that I will say right now and will be redundant throughout the semester, and Dale and I keep pointing this out. We were managerial leaders when we were principal. We are unapologetic. That's how we did it. That's how it was done. And the advantage that each of you has is your instructional capacity. The EDLS program, when I started 9 years ago, had one class, our last class, that we called instructional leadership. One. Out of the 6 classes, there was one. And now we've transformed the program that we start with strategic leadership, which is largely driven by instruction. Remember what Dale talked about in his presentation. The second is instructional leadership. How do you build instructional plans based on data, data-driven instruction? And the third is the human resource piece of how do you develop the people to deliver the instruction that fits into the strategic plan. It's a building block module leadership program. And I think the advantage that each of you has is so much more prominent than what Dale and I had no instructional development in our programs when we came along. None, zero. So no teacher could come say, Mr. Lamb, I'm having trouble with this, and expect to get any kind of help other than, well, call mama. You know, I mean, we were keeping the lid on the place and trying to make the football team successful on Friday night, and the band program put on a good performance. That was our, you know, our gift to mankind in the times when we were doing this. So you need to feel that you are prepared to lead a school. And I hope you all feel that way. Now, you may choose not to do it, but you are ready to do it. Far more ready than Dale and I ever were. And that's what you need to feel good about. So Stacey, I'm glad that you had that conversation, even if he didn't feel comfortable with the conversation, because there were some good points made, and I think that we don't need to remember that. Phyllis, what'd you find out?
Okay, let me get there. My principal said that for the 3 things a new principal must know in order to be successful, the first thing he said was understand your data and how to push or pull the right levers to improve student outcomes. He also said you need to know how to hire the right people to put into classrooms to do good things with and for kids. And the last thing he said for that particular question was you need to know how to manage yourself. So oftentimes, you think about, managing your school, your staff, your students, but you also need to know how to manage yourself. When it came to the leadership traits, he said courage, servant leadership, and patience.
Wow. Courage.
Yeah.
I like that one. So,
Yeah.
but I'm gonna pounce on one thing, Phyllis. We got married, and then we're gonna get into the book. This idea of self-care, which was the third one of how to know, that your principal shared. I may have shared this before. Jennifer Croyman's in my doctoral class. And I'm gonna chair her dissertation. I'm coaching her now, and she is doing a dissertation on self-care. I think that, Dale and I hadn't had a chance to talk. We'll end up reflecting on today. We do every time we do something together. But when we took our first break, I went downstairs and my wife was down there, and I said, this was just powerful that y'all were telling your stories. And I said, it was. There were a couple of times that voices were almost cracking as you reflect on what you have gone through these first couple of weeks. Friends, if we don't figure out how to take care of ourselves, this thing can beat us emotionally. And there were times as stories were told that it was the reflective piece was almost beating us emotionally. And so I stress to everybody that for me, I learned to, I've quit setting an alarm. I don't need an alarm. I get up and I thought the other night I got in late and I said, I'm not going to have I'm not gonna set an alarm, I'm not gonna worry about it, I'm just gonna get up. I can wake up at 5 o'clock. It's amazing. And it doesn't matter if I go to bed at midnight or 1 o'clock or 10:30, I wake up around 5 o'clock. I just thought, man, I'm gonna catch up on some sleep. And at 4:58, I'm awake. And it's an amazing thing. But I think it's part of just this idea that I need the first portion of my day personally to spend time with God. That's how I do. And I read the scripture, I read my devotional from Daily Guidepost. If we were together on Sunday tomorrow, and we'd start my devotional thought with a Daily Guidepost thought. That's how I begin it. And then in conversation and reflection. If and those of you who are young mothers and have young children, it gets a little bit more problematic. You got to figure that out. You got to figure out how to take care of everything before you worry about your work world. But if you can figure out how to put 15 minutes, 20 minutes, whatever it is to self-care, then I think that's a critical piece. Phyllis, I'm so glad you shared that, because I don't think that's been mentioned before, but I would put it at the top of the list, whether you are a principal or in any of the roles that you have now. If you cannot create a piece of time where you can regain your sanity for just a small segment of time, that I smile because last night, it was just a beautiful night, and at least it was here. And you could go out and the skies were clear, and you can just kind of look. And I love college football. I'm not going because of the COVID thing. I'm a Wake Forest guy. I've even got my Wake Forest shirt on. We're 1-0. We're on our way to the national championship, I'm sure. And coupled with that, North Carolinians, because I use the word Carolina, South Carolinians, I'm referring to North Carolina, lost. And there's nothing better than the combination of a Wake Forest win and a Chapel Hill loss in sports world. So I was really on a roll last night, and I'm sitting there looking at the stars, and it's just a reflection time. Friends, give yourself that time, if ever how you need to figure out how to do it. I hope, and I don't know what this says because I don't have my glasses on from Andy, but I will say this. Andy, I'm figuring if you responded that you either do not like Carolina like me or you do, but I will say this. A combination of a Wake Forest win and a Carolina loss is like never. It doesn't happen very often. And so my joy is rare, but when those two things happen. Sorry to divert on sports, but by the way, that brings up what Phyllis was talking about, diversion. You need a diversion if you can get it. And whether it's sports, reading a good book, whatever it is, give yourself that outlet. And for principals, I think that's this valuable tool. I cannot wait to read Jennifer's. She's going to do a qualitative piece. There's 7 steps of self-care that she's found as her foundational piece. And she is going to talk to principals about how they choose to care for themselves in a stressful world. And I think it's going to be a terrific study. And I can't wait to read it. But anyway, all right. Thank you, fellas. See, I get off on these tangents. Y'all get sick of it. I'm sorry. We will get out on time. Don't you worry. Mary, what'd you find out?
Well, I'm not the last one. You got to go back to Andy, which we now know you purposely left out because she's a Carolina fan.
Oh, I graduated from there.
Andy, what did you say?
I said, boo, I'm a Tar Heel. I graduated from Carolina.
Okay, you have every right to be a Carolina fan.
Absolutely.
You do. And so to you, I apologize. and Dale's an alumnus too, but I don't apologize to him. He's actually more of a Wolfpacker anyway. I don't know how you can do both. But Andy, I will come back to you. And yes, Tar Heel fans who went to Chapel Hill, they can do this. It's the people who say we and have no ties to Carolina that drive me crazy. All right, Mary, what you got?
So the day I was supposed to sit down with my principal, we had our 3rd fire drill of the first 2 weeks of school, because whoever put the smoke fire carbon monoxide detector in the kitchen, put it right over the oven. So when they open the oven, the heat sets it off. And so we've had 3 fire evacuations in 2 weeks, always second period, which is my planning. I'm gonna start just staying in my room in the corner, but
Yeah.
so he didn't respond until Friday. And in that kind of window, I panicked and I emailed my former principal, who is the area superintendent. So I have 2 responses that are similar but different. But my current principal said a principal must know their vision, their educational and leadership philosophy, and they must know the school community and how to serve it best. And my former principal said the same kind of thing, except he put it in flight school terms. He says you have to be able to aviate, fly the plane, to navigate, and to communicate. And then my current principal's leadership traits is to know and lead with integrity, to be empathetic, and to be courageous.
Wow.
So similar to Phyllis's.
Yeah.
And my former principal echoed convictions, integrity, being calm under pressure, and having a sense of urgency.
Who was your former principal that's now the area superintendent?
Jonathan Enns.
Yeah.
He was a principal of the year for our area, and then was one of the finalists for the state a couple of years ago.
So one of the cool things about this one is the idea of knowing your community. I want to tell you something, folks. One of the real eye openers for us all is seeing a new leader, whether it's a new pastor or a new city manager or a new superintendent or principal or whatever role, a new leader who comes in with perhaps an extensive background of leadership experience on which to draw. And they make the assumption that because they have that experience, that it'll translate to where they are now. And they do not take the time to invest themselves, knowledge-wise or otherwise, in the community that they reside in now. And it is, then they are doomed to failure, absolute doomed to failure. And so what a great one to say, invest yourself in the community, get to know the community. And we could time and again give those examples. And again, it can be, it doesn't have to be a school example. It could be any kind of leadership example where you don't take the time to really get to know the community. We do one of the great books is a Bowman and Deal book called Reframing Organizations, and the idea of understanding all these cultural aspects of a school or a business or a community, so that why these traditions exist, and we want to keep this tradition. We want to keep this tradition. Some traditions need to be changed, no question about it. But some of them are entrenched, and you try to change a tradition without getting wholesale support, and you can begin the process of packing your bags. And so, really good one there. All right, Andy, my apologies to you. And I'm sorry for your sake that the Tar Heels lost, but I'm not sorry. I can't say, but I'm sorry for you. That was a unexpected blemish on their record this year for sure. So what did you find out?
So I do feel the need to say that I don't know how you could be a Tar Heel and a Wolfpack fan. I don't think that's possible. That's older rivalry than Carolina and Duke. But
Yeah.
whatever.
Well,
It's fine.
much older. But
Yeah,
now,
Duke fans do not know that football is played. They just think
Well,
basketball is the only sport. So I discount them totally. And Wake Forest is an equal opportunity. We play bad at everything. And so we know that we play every sport.
well, when I was an undergraduate at NC State, Duke couldn't play dead in anything. I mean, their basketball team was, that's been a last 40-year kind of thing. But now I matriculated at NC State, bachelor's and master's with doctorate at Carolina. But to tell you that old school rivalry, my college roommate from my undergraduate days, we lived together for 6 years through undergraduate and graduate school. We're like brothers. But the 6 years that I was at Chapel Hill, he would not speak to me for 6 years. That's how bad the rivalry was. In '76, when the Olympics rolled around, and if you'll remember back in those days, only amateurs were allowed to play. So the basketball team from '76, the American Olympic team, was mostly Carolina players. He pulled for the Russians. That's how bad the rivalry was in those days. And to your point, Duke was not a player, and neither was Wake Forest back in those days. It was State and Carolina, but having matriculated at both, I guess. But my Wolfpack did win yesterday, 45-0. Now they beat. I will admit they beat the Sisters of Mercy yesterday. They played South Florida, so same thing. So, but a win is a win. So I'm a happy camper today.
All right, so now all we know, we got that out of the way. So and thank you, Ann and Stacy. I know that all good South Carolinians will say that the team is Clemson, and even if they don't like Clemson, they understand that Clemson's been very successful, and the Gamecocks are the other school that plays in the Southeastern Conference, and they're down a little bit now, but they'll come back and they'll say that they're the real Carolina. So there's a lot. And then we have other schools as well that Coastal Carolina is ranked, I believe, and very good. And that's down. That's down. Ann's way a little bit. So we've got good football in South Carolina. So okay, Andy, what'd you find out? Sorry about that.
So I did not ask my principal, because every time I saw her, I got this overwhelming fear of stress and anxiety from her. And she's not a new principal. I mean, I think this is year 6 that she's been a principal. But this has just been a lot with a new AP and an administrative intern. It's been a lot. So I asked my mom, who is the principal at our rival middle school. And even if she is stressed, she doesn't get to ignore me. So for the 3 things that you have to know how to do, she said build positive school culture and morale. Then she said budgeting. And then she said understand and use data to move the school. And then for leadership traits, she said be a good communicator, which is daily work for her. She put in parentheses. And then she said empathy. And then she told me to be careful, because that's a huge part of my personality, to the point where it's kind of toxic sometimes. And then accountability. And her exact words were, within that, you realize that your accountability to the student, teacher, and community requires you to serve them with a servant's heart in humility and devotion. But there's no way to narrow it down to 3.
Yeah. Yeah. What was the second one again that she told you to be careful about?
Empathy.
Yeah. So
I have to be careful, because I have very strong empathy for everybody, to the point where I'll take it all on and it'll exhaust me. And so I have to kind of set boundaries, which I'm not good at with that. So she told me to be careful specifically.
Here's this is it for this part of it, and then we're getting to the book. There's one of my favorite shows from years gone by is The West Wing. Some of you will remember that, and there's an episode with Martin Sheen played the president, and Stockard Channing was his wife. And I don't remember which season. It was an early one. And I would have to figure out how to find it. But there was a show where, I don't know that this would ever really happen, but there's a Navy cutter or something is sinking. It's taking on water and sinking. and the radio man, because the naval people, you know, stay at their posts. So he's staying with the radio, doing the maydays and all. And he's actually on with President Bartlett. And they're talking, and the president is saying, help is on the way, help is on the way. You know, believe that we're coming to help you and rescue you as the ship is sinking. And then there's dead silence. And you know the ship's sunk. And you know, actors and actresses are just so gifted, and you all of a sudden put yourself into President Bartlett, and you see he's devastated because he knows that young man died. And his wife, Stockard Channing, comes, and she was not noted in that show of being, you know, touchy-feely and tenderhearted. And she puts her hands on his shoulders and says, you need to understand you can't save everybody. I never will forget that. And the time of that show, I was a superintendent, and it was one of those lessons that we all need to learn, that we can try to make impact on every person that we come into contact with, but we cannot save everybody. We just do the best we can day to day. And I know that's a balance, because, you know, who do you not save? You know, but there's some things out of our control. And if it's out of our control, you have to accept that maybe our role is to comfort after the fact, because we can't fix it as is. We cannot fix everything. And it doesn't matter what position you're in life, you cannot fix everything. So I never will forget that show, as y'all can tell, because it's been probably 15 or more years ago. I'm sure it was more years ago. All right, let's transition. Thank you, Andy, and all of you. Let's transition to the book. Ms. Chapman's not here, so we will not do first chapter. That's okay. It really won't be bad to kind of come back to that, because it was an introductory chapter, and it might not be bad to use it as a kind of a consolidating piece at the end. So let's go ahead to go to chapter 2, and Stacy, you get to present that. Here's how we're going to do it. It is 11:15. And my thought is that the presentations hopefully will be in a 15-minute range. Then we'll look at the case studies. If it's 10 minutes, if you can cover the chapter in 10 minutes, that's all the better. We'll spend more time with the case studies. We will cap each chapter at 30 minutes with case studies and everything. And so that we can get as many done as we can today. If you want to send a note to your family, we will take a 12 o'clock lunch break. And do that for about 35 or 40 minutes, and then come back. But we'll try to be at a point around, well, let's tell them 12:15. That'll get us two of these chapters done. Okay, 12:15 if you want to tell your families, and we'll go 12:15 to 1 o'clock for lunch. Does that work for everybody? And give you a good break, and you can catch some good fresh air and everything. So Stacy, will you lead us on chapter 2?
Well, is it chapter 2? Because I did chapter 3. Please, Lord, tell me I didn't.
You're exactly right. You did chapter 3.
Okay.
I didn't. You know, you can't trust 5 for $5.
I was about to have a heart attack.
You cannot trust 5 for $5. If I still have my other good glasses, I would have been able to do that. Sorry, you're exactly right.
Okay. Well, I did two different kinds of presentation. One of them, I was talking and it was taking me too long. So then I went and did a PowerPoint for the last part about the different models that they talked about in the chapter, models for decision making. So I'm just going to play the first part of what I did. It lasts about 5 minutes, and then I'll pick up where it leaves off with my PowerPoint. I guess I'll have to share my screen though, won't I? Wait a minute. This is when I need Jennifer because I'm technologically challenged. Okay, share my screen. Where the thing is. There it is. Okay, there we go. And share. And let me know if you can hear it or not. Okay.
I can't hear anything.
Do what?
We cannot hear it.
Oh,
And I-
Lord. What am I doing wrong, Jennifer?
There should be a little box you can check where it says share computer audio before you hit the share screen.
Okay. So I'll stop share. Hi. And where's that at? Where's my box?
Bottom
Share-
left corner.
Share sound. I got it. Okay. How about now? Let's go back and start. I hate being first. Okay. This chapter is about decision making, and it discusses the elements of a decision, the synergy of diverse perspectives, ethical frameworks for guidance, and individual and group processes related to decision making. There are also a couple of different models that are presented. I've been stated, decision making is a complex process that must consider all dimensions of an issue. The text refers to a whole-brained approach when discussing the elements of a decision. Facts form feelings and fantasy. Right brain, left brain, both are involved. There are 4 things we need to consider in the process of decision making, according to the text. First, facts or information that you have about the issue. Second, you have to make sure you've considered all the individuals that will be affected by the decision you make. Third, we've considered all the options. Have we exhausted all the options? And finally, will our decision be able to take form? Is it feasible? In the synergy and decision-making section, the authors discuss the impact of leveraging differences or different strengths in the decision-making process. It also discusses stakeholders and the need to know who you're specifically going to involve and when and to what degree. In the ethical perspectives for decision-making section, the authors discuss the 3 leadership virtues: responsibility, authenticity, and presence. Responsibility means do no harm, be proactive. Authenticity relates to consistency in what you do and what you say, and those 2 match up. And presence means being present emotionally and cognitively in the decision making. The authors discuss the importance of all 3 virtues: presence, authenticity, and responsibility, working together in concert. Leadership effectiveness is maximized when the virtues work together to guide our decision-making processes. And the converse of that would be true when they're not working in concert. It's minimized. Next, the authors discuss the settings in which decisions are made. Specifically 2 categories or 2 settings: structured decision settings and unstructured or innovative settings. The first setting, structured decision setting, is in response to the recurring or routine issues that arise in a school or any organization, really. But they should be routine. These decisions should be routine to minimize the disruption to the overall function of the organization. Part of the structured decision setting, the author stressed the need for written policies to minimize disruption and clarify responsibilities for everyone in the 5 functional aspects of the school: student services, staffing, building management, finances, public relations, curriculum and development, curriculum and instruction development, and having those policies leads to a well-managed school. Unstructured and innovative setting. These are unusual situations that foster the creative problem-solving process. These unforeseen issues often require a more intuitive approach and tend to move away from the more rational decision-making process that we used in the structured setting, which led to policies and whatnot. Okay. Okay, that's it for that one. Let me pull up my. No, that's my first one. My bad. Okay. All right. The next part of the chapter talked about
Unshare and reshare, Stacy. We still see your
Okay.
other one.
Okay, Jen. Thanks, Jennifer. Okay. Share screen. I don't necessarily know if I need sound, but okay. All right, is that good? See it now? Okay. The last part of the chapter talked about all kinds of problem-solving models, and it told me where I could go look for stuff, and then none of the places that it told me I could go look for stuff would let me in there without paying them. So I did the best I could with what I had. Let's see. All right. The model for creative problem solving. We have a classic model that has 4 parts: information, incubation, illumination, and verification. And these, I gotta move y'all. Okay. These steps reflect the importance of being rational and intuitive. At the very beginning of the chapter, it talked about a whole brain approach, and that was what this was bringing into play. The last, well, hold on, I think I'll say that on the next slide. Yeah. In information, you gather and analyze data, qualitative and quantitative. The stronger that step is, the better results you get. Incubation is letting the gathered data simmer and incubate, allowing time for reflection and discussion when you're, working on what you're going to do. Illumination is when you finally realize what we're going to do, the plan that evolves, the aha moments. And then the verification process is the last step, and it's the rational component, where you examine it for feasibility and practicality, and can it be done? And you have to look at it from a bunch of different perspectives. All right. A little bit later on in the chapter, research suggests integrating all 4 steps into 3 main components, and that was understanding the problem, generating ideas, and planning for action. There's some fluctuation added to the dynamic in this process. I can't see my whole screen here. Cool. Anyway, this approach differs from that one because of the fluctuation in the 3-step process. Hold on. All right, and it integrates all of the parts. Let's see. The chapter also listed other techniques for unstructured decision making, like brainstorming, structured absent group, nominal group, focus group, consensus decision making. And they said I could find some of that somewhere, but I couldn't. The resources wouldn't pull up for me. Okay. The next thing was called the classic models. These people, and I'm assuming that's Mayer, Vroom and Yeton, Vroom and Jago, maybe Yago, I don't know. Are the people who came up with the models, and these are intended to eliminate the complexities of decision making and facilitate movement toward a goal. The Mayer and the the last one, the Vroom Jago one, adds the component of involving your staff. The middle one, Vroom and Yeton, kind of led to the last one. They did research. Vroom and Jago did research based on Vroom and Yeton. Mayor considered two elements: high quality decision and the likelihood of support from subordinates. It talked about quadrant interactions. If you have situations where both of the stakeholder support and the quality of decision are both high, then you're going to have the greatest challenge getting those things accomplished. And then it talked about analysis of the problem and the nature of the work group. The Vroom Jago one, Vroom, like I said, Vroom and Yeton developed a decision tree, and then they stood on their backs and did their research and came up with 5 possible actions to reach decisions. And it was very top-down approach, all the way down to they gave them letters: A1, A2, C1, C2, and G2. G2 was the one where you involved your subordinates, where you got contributions from the people you work with. And speaking of working in groups and solving problems, the last one was where I said that, G1. All right, and that's all I got.
All right, so the couple of things that stood out with this, Stacy, thank you. And we're gonna get to the case study and see how this do your teachers feel safe comes into play with what you just talked about. But before you do that, one of the traits that chapter 3 talked about was presence. And you define presence a little differently than I would. Can you access what you said presence was, or do you remember?
It was being present emotionally and cognitively in decision-making processes.
So one of the things that being a senior citizen, over the years when I was in positions where I was the employing manager, so I'd be hiring the folk, and when in my years as a superintendent, I determined that the best way that I could make a difference for the district was to hire the principals. And so I hired the principals, which is contrary to what most schools and districts and researchers would say would be the best way. I did not use teachers on a committee. I did not use communities on a committee. I hired the principals. So I'm not saying it was the right thing to do, but that is what I did. And because if I'm going to be accountable for how the schools are going to perform, I wanted to be the one to determine who was hired. And in my case, I was fortunate that we had some success with those principles. All that being said, people would ask after the fact, what do you look for most in a potential principal? And I guess in light of all other things, what I would ask their references and former employers or current employers, and then I would try to gauge it from the interview settings that we would have, is their presence. And my definition of presence, you talked in terms of cognitive ability and relationship ability or whatever, that is this: did they have the ability to command the room? And because I think it's so important in leadership that the leader can command the room. And so one of the things that I would think all of you have, because this is your job on a daily basis, but it's kind of accentuated as you get into bigger arenas of standing in front of adults as faculty and standing in front of parents and community members in your school or school district, is this ability to command that audience. It doesn't mean you have to be this gifted orator, but it does mean that the room, that you control the room. And what you're saying is viewed as you are the person. And so I would encourage you all, I think you all are just so gifted with all the talents that you have, to remember that the presence is vitally important for any leader. And I would bet you that if we had the time and if we took the time, every one of you could tell a quick story without thinking long at all of a leader that you've had that had no presence, had little presence. And you can also, in the next line, tell how effective that person was. It is an incredibly important trait, and it comes, I think some of it is genetic, but the majority of it just is this confidence that we end up having in our own ability to lead. And I think that is, again, one of the goals that Dale and I have, that when we say goodbye November the 21st, that you indeed take inventory of all the talents that you are blessed to have and understand, yes, I have presence. I can stand up in front of anybody with confidence and deliver. And I think that that's going to be a goal that we all ought to have. I'm not saying you don't already have it. It's just one of those tools that you need in your package as you go forward.
Out of curiosity, can I ask you a question about presence then? I agree that, but I was, that it has other meanings, but can a leader have too much presence with using your definition?
Yes.
Okay.
And
will that have the same
there's a
effect as
humility
well?
and a vulnerability that comes with it, but it's a strange thing I've always smiled at myself. I've had to bore people with speeches and everything else, and standing in front of parents and community members and students, and I am totally at peace doing that. But when I am in my church and standing on the pulpit and doing something there, as a quote leader of the congregation or whatever, and I'm on the pulpit, I am nervous. And part of that is, and I think y'all might can sense this already. Part of that is, and when I'm standing in front of a group as a superintendent or a principal, I know what they're expecting me to be. When I'm in front of my church, I'm just one of the people. And it's my cockiness of being the leader now has been, that's eliminated. I'm just one of us. So it's the confidence level is not there as much. And it's kind of hard to describe, but if you would see me in one of those settings at church, I may well be perspiring up there, and even if it's cold outside, because it's a different feeling that I don't view myself as needing to have that presence of being the quote expert, that you need to have if you're a principal, or you as I would imagine that none of you gets nervous in front of your classroom, not even the first day of school, because you know what you know and are very comfortable in doing that. And if you're in a different role where you're working with other adults, but you are the lead person and they view you as the expert, there's a confidence level that comes with that. But you need to portray that. And I need to do better at church because you know, I know that it's a weird feeling, but I can't figure it out. You know, I think they, you know, I'm friends with all of them, but it's just a different thing. So, but Stacy, going back to your question, yeah, there's we can do all kinds of jokes. Dale and I were talking about some, and make sure you hear me correctly, some music people the other day. And I'm not talking about all of them, but if y'all talk to people that are gifted in music, some of them have an air about them that they almost have this, they almost look down on you if you don't have the music talent. And I think they teach that in band classes in college, you know, and we were laughing about it. We were telling band stories, Dale and I were the other day. And again, I'm not stereotyping all, because some of my best friends are band teachers and have become leaders otherwise as they continue through their profession. But it's just some of them they have that air about it. And maybe that's needed because you got, you know, 100 band students out there and you're one teacher on 100. You better be cocky. But there just seems to be that air about them. And I've gotten to the point that I can almost pick out band people. And so y'all, if any of you are married to one, don't tell them about me then. Are you married to one, Jennifer? Oh Lord, I've lost a friend.
No, that's why I said only trumpet players, because that's the biggest thing that they always talk about is trumpet players are the cockiest ones. And I married one, but he's not cocky. But yes, I can totally tell you, going into a room has that presence of, yep, here's what we're going to do, that directive. Yeah, it is. It's there.
Yeah, it's an amazing thing. Okay, I took too much time with that story. Stacy, that was a great question, a great presentation. Let's look at this first case study. How safe is your school? They've got, everybody, if you look at it, you've got vandalism, windows knocked out, graffiti on the walls. You've got a situation now the news media is going to go do a story on it. Stacy, you are the leader of this school. What do you do about this? Well,
The more I thought about it, the less I knew. And I don't know if that's normal or not, but I've got it pulled up if y'all want me to share my screen, if anybody doesn't have it in front of them. If I can find it. Oh, never mind. I did. I spoke too soon. My mom said I spoke too soon. There it is. Well, I started thinking about the things that are being impacted here. You've got your personnel. Teachers are complaining. They do not feel safe. Okay, that's scary. Students and parents are all complaining. They are scary. They're scared too. A teacher was shot. I mean, I'm not going back to work. I don't know about y'all. Also, now the TV stations coming in to do a series. The only thing I could come up with in my less than leadership minded self, the only thing I could was to somehow work and figure out how to put a better image out through TV. But now I just don't know where they're going to get the money. It just doesn't sound like they got the money to do this. And you were talking about the triangle earlier, and I was thinking money. We can't have, you know, I didn't even know which way to go with this.
Anybody have any thoughts on this? That you're in a school that is viewed as unsafe, and what do you do about it?
I think
Um, and this might be an unpopular opinion, but I think before we start to address the outside perception, we need to start to address the inside culture. And that takes a long time. So
I agree with that, but they're coming, and that was the only thing it says. And now, they're coming, and I just didn't know which way to spin it. That was, and do I want to spin it, or do I want to be honest and upfront and just tell her transparency, like we were talking about? Do we want to put it out there and maybe appeal to the community for some help? I didn't know which way to take that.
Well, didn't Dr. Laws and Dr. Lamb last time say, don't talk to the media?
There it is.
Hey,
I'll tell you what, Dale, at least one person has listened to one thing we've said.
yay.
So
My
exactly.
desire comes from my naive thought, and I am that if you get in front of something, it'll turn out good or it'll turn out better. And I don't know why I still believe that, because it's bitten me in the backside more than once. But I like to I don't mind admitting when I have an issue. So I don't know. It goes against my, I don't know.
Well, the news
fabric.
media is we can portray them any way we want, and they can be your friend, but they're in the business to sell news, and good stories don't sell news.
I know.
So how this portrayal is gonna look. So you're gonna have to. The first thing is let the school district drive how you're going to do as the principal or the leader of the school and how it's presented. So I think you do go back to let's talk to our teachers first. The truth of the matter is, we all know that if teachers are leaving each day and go home and say, I don't feel safe, then that is going to permeate the community. So we've got to get to the bottom of how they feel and what they feel we can do differently to make them feel safe. We're not going to win the argument of you got to keep all those kids away from this school. Those kids are assigned to this school. They're going to come. So how can we change that culture? But as I can remember being in one of my principalships, and this will be the last thing on this case study, that we were and Jennifer, you're familiar with Gaston County. So I was at Southwest at those days, junior high school, and there was no fence around the school when I was principal there in the like 1990, 91, 92. But it was a difficult community. And so we were oftentimes having a visit from the police, and because there was nothing to keep strays off the campus. There was no fence or protection, and the students, we had all those trailers in those days, so the students were in and out outside. So you had very real concerns for safety. And the only thing I just said, I said, every time the police get called for whatever reason, don't send a blue light with the blue light flashing, because people are going to think we're always having those kinds of crises, and we're not. It's oftentimes, sadly, a person from over across the street who's high on drugs or drunk, and they've just staggered over to our campus, and we need you to get them off campus. And that doesn't require a blue light. I mean, it requires a police car, but it doesn't mean the siren needs to be screaming and the blue light needs to be, oh, there they go again over Southwest. So there's things you can do to create that relationship with law enforcement and with community members. But I think it does start with what the teachers want. The other one really quick was, where should the money go? Stacy, what'd you think of that?
I teach science, put it towards the science department. That's just my, that's where I went with it. So, I'm not good with money. My mom's here. She can attest to that. I guess you got to listen to all the potential places for it to go, but they need a decision right away. And I can make decisions. I just, it just hurts my feelings to think that, that I can't supply everything. And I think, Andy, that's where I think that empathetic thing that your mom was talking about, I think that's where that's going to be detrimental for me. I understand coaching and the English department has 2 persons that are about to retire. But I mean, if I only have so much money, what can I do? Do I just spread it out and give a little bit to everybody or what? And I couldn't come down on either side. So I welcome comments again. It's just, I don't know. It's just hard for me to it's hard for me to disappoint anybody. And that's what I feel like I'd be doing. And not knowing the people that are all involved, I think it makes things even more difficult. And it just sounds like they're in a bad situation anyway.
Anybody have any thoughts on that? I'll make this editorial comment. The good part of this will be further discussed in Dale's portion as well. He gets into the money flow and everything. And so I will simply say that when it comes to money, whatever way we're looking at it, as a school district, as a home, when you have various needs at home, you're not going to make a decision that is popular. It's impossible. And so, you know, if you give it to this, that means less for this, because there's a finite amount of money always. And so the best thing you can do as a leader is have finance protocols. Here's how it will be distributed, and you follow through with that. And Stacy, you're exactly right. If there's this little pot of money that you're going to spread out among everybody, so that nobody gets enough to do anything decent with, does that solve anything? And so then how do you adjust that? And one of the things to think about, and we could do case study after case study on this, but there's an argument that you have to spend money to make money. And sometimes you may put more money into an entity that ultimately can make more money for the school. And you as the principal, and hopefully in conjunction with your leadership team, can make those decisions that somebody's going to be really hacked off about. But ultimately it will benefit your school in your community and in the ability to go out and say, look, we're doing this, and we're making our school better. I mean, even if I think they're coming out of different sources, but if the investment is that you're going to make the school look better, there's an argument to be made that an attractive school attracts people to come to it, right? And if you attract people to come to it, then you're enhancing opportunities for your students and staff. And so, you know, we can argue that, you know, we ought to be spending it on technology or books or other resources or this or that. But there's an argument to say, you know, the outside counts too, and how it looks makes a difference. And so that's why, you know, it's always hard for me to read that they cut a maintenance budget, so we're only going to cut the grass out front every 3 weeks. You ride by a school that hadn't been grass cut over 3 weeks, and it looks like, you know, it's been abandoned, and that does no good for the school. So we'll have great discussions on finance.
One question, when you said you got to spend the money where you're going to make money, that made me think you were going to make me give it to the football program, because I'm from Gaffney, and that's what we do here.
Well, you do it very well there. And I didn't say you have to. I said oftentimes you do put it where you can make some money. And I don't mean that in the athletic realm. And that's going to come out of a different pot anyway. But I think that, but there is some resentment when spotlight programs like, you know, football or in some cases at some schools, band or the performing arts get an inordinate amount of money. But I will tell you, if you get community involved, we can really disdain that. But if community, if that 10,000 people go see Gaffney High School play football and they win, they will invest in Cherokee County schools.
Well, and that's as much as it pains me to say that, that's why I was, that wouldn't be my first choice if I were in charge of the money, but yeah, you gotta, what was one of the things we need to know our community, and you don't mess with Gaffney football. So
yeah,
what do you do?
I'm telling you, folks, it's a political hot potato, and you have to understand that, and that, like I said, that's what makes it fun, but it makes it challenging. Leah, I'm taking too much of your time, but let's see what we can do here. Thank you, Stacy.
So chapter 4 was about school improvement through systematic planning. And there we go. I had some interactive things planned for us, but I'm gonna kind of slide through this a little bit quickly. So the principal's role is really at the top of the school. Our authors said that a school is usually as good as bad as the person who is the head of that school. Research shows there to be a direct link between principal leadership and student learning, which we know that from our previous coursework. And so the principal's role, as outlined in this chapter, is to gather data, determine or help facilitate the mission and vision of the school, to clarify expectations, to analyze effectiveness, and then to action plan and project plan. So why would we want to gather baseline data? And that's part of what Stacy covered for us. Ultimately, we want to improve the school. What data do we need, or how do we decide on what data we need? Well, we have to know what the problem is, or what the issue is that we're trying to address. And then in order to kind of effectively manage our time and our resources, we want to make sure that the data that we collect is the data that we actually need. And there are all types of data that we can collect. A lot of this data we have been through in our entire EDCI program. So I feel like I kind of got an easy chapter to kind of skate through a little bit. Because we've done this. We spent pretty much a semester on each of these types of data. So anyway, how do we determine our vision and mission, right? We have to have a goal, a common horizon, or something that we're all kind of trying to move toward. And it's critical to have this for an improvement plan to be successful. And it's critical to have buy-in. And then we want to clarify our expectations for student learning. And so and I know we've talked about like EVAS scores and growth and proficiency, and we're going to keep talking about that, but I always kind of get hung up on the difference between performance and growth. So, and I don't want to get hung up on that today, but anyway, we need to talk about what our desired outcomes are for our students. We spent a semester on this. How do we determine if our instruction is effective, not infective, and is our organization effective? And we spent a lot of time in EDCI determining effectiveness. Are our PLCs effective? Is instruction, is our curricula effective? How can we design it to be effective? And our ultimate goal should be learning and growth. We also spent some time with action planning. We created an action plan that had goals based on our school improvement team data. So how were we going to take a problem, address the problem, and then measure the growth or the movement towards our goals? Oh, there was one new analysis type that I had not been exposed to before, so I wanted to point that out to you. It's called a force field analysis, and it basically asks you to analyze the problem by determining what forces are at play, what things are pulling, what things are pushing, how is the problem or how are the players kind of impacting the issue. And I thought that was really interesting. It's on page 76. So if you want to flag that page and go and look at it later, I thought the force field analysis was kind of cool. And so our goal action plan, which we have been in these in our careers and in our EDCI program. So nothing super new here for us, although I did like the inclusion of preventions. So can we act proactively instead of reactively? And we might have encountered this before, but I didn't recall it. I thought it was a nice inclusion. And then this was a new piece, the project calendar Gantt charting. It looked a lot like our master schedule at my school, which is kind of wild and has a lot of pieces. But it details very specific elements of a complex activity. And so there's an example from the text, Gantt charting. And that's it until we get into our case studies. So do y'all have anything that you'd like to add or go back to?
Well, I saw you forced me to put my glasses on so I could look at all these memes. Those are priceless. So did you just like ruin a weekend and find all those that fit?
Absolutely.
Wow, that is really good. So, a trivia question that I heard on the radio the other day, and I did not know this, and so this is going to go back. This will be a test for Dale as much as anybody, because he can tell you what was going on in the 70s. Who was the original voice of Shaggy on Scooby-Doo? I saw the Scooby-Doo meme early on, Leah. So does anybody know the answer to that? And I'll see if Dale does too.
It was Casey, wasn't it Casey Kasem?
Yes. Who is that?
Stacey.
He's a DJ.
Yeah.
Or a radio host. The top 40 with Casey.
I'm a big fan of Scooby-Doo. And
yeah, American Top 40, Casey Kasem, which was which originated in 1970 when Dale was 45, and he kept going, but it was just such a great show. You can still get it on XM radio, Sirius XM.
Channel 7.
Yeah, 70s on 7, and he played the 70s AT40s, and golly bum, it brings back memories for me. But and even though it's not music that you necessarily grew up with, folks, but a lot of that is really good music. And so I was listening to something that I can't remember, and they said Casey Kasem, the original Shaggy, and I had no idea that was the case. But so see what meaningless stuff you learn when we're together, and some of you already knew that. So Scooby-Doo is a great thing too. Let's go to the case studies, Leah. So the first one is, go ahead, you got it.
I couldn't find my unmute button. So this was interesting. We're at a kind of a high SES school, potentially Title I, 65% free and reduced lunch. We're looking to build up our activity fund, which is currently empty. And we use that to pay for different extras around school. Some people want us to put in snack machines and drink machines to kind of build up our petty fund. Central office or district is getting ready to make a decision to prohibit these machines in our district. So what do we think as the principal of this school?
Well, what do you think?
I
A
would
lot of you
hope
can't relate to this because you don't have drink machines in your school.
Can you
This is kind
replace?
of an old case, right?
Does having those machines affect your free and reduced lunch program, by the way?
Ours are on timers and are turned off during lunch times.
That's because of your free and reduced lunch program. You can't have anything that competes with your free breakfast, free and reduced lunch until after the last lunch shift is over.
Is that why teachers aren't supposed to have like class parties or whatever before lunch?
That is correct. It competes with free and reduced. Now, if you're not a Title I, if you're not above 50%, the rules are a little bit different. But if you're at 50% or above, where you get Title I funds, everybody knows the difference between being Title I program and Title I school. If you're above 50, you have a Title I program, you get Title I funds. If you're above 75, you're a Title I school, you get more, and everybody can use it. You can't stop, just goes to your Title I program. So this 65 is very relevant. If you're at that level, you have very specific rules about class parties, food, pizza, vending machines. All those things can't happen at a 65 school. You can't have any of that until after the last lunch is served. That's the legal part, very important. Now back to the question. What are you gonna do now, hero? You got no money.
Where are you gonna get your money?
I'd do a community barbecue on a weekend, get some parents involved or something like that. We actually ran into that with our drink machines when they all got taken out of the school, except for 2 that are only on after school hours. And that was how we raised the funds to be able to do those extras that they were talking about. But yeah, we held a close to homecoming.
Good point in the chat. COVID complicates a lot of things.
I mean, there's very little where we can't even entertain the idea of doing something before it gets shot down now because of COVID.
Yeah.
You know, one of the interesting things, if we think rationally, which I am not noted for doing, we worry about doing fundraisers for which we will, depending on the size of the school, make, several $1,000s maybe. But in terms of the entire budget, it's rather minimal. And one does wonder why we spend all this time trying to raise a little bit more money. And it's usually a little bit more money. And you know, and the old ways of raising money that you experienced when you were a student, and Dale and I experienced in our years, you know, of drink machines and candy sales and those gosh awful wrapping paper sales. The only people that really made money were the fundraisers, the companies, and you would, and the incentives that they would give kids to go and sell those things, but then the time it took for teachers to collect the money and how much time we wasted, those kinds of things. Fundraising is just an albatross on schools, and you would like to think that we could figure out how to meet more needs instead of having fundraising. That's a great thing to say, but it's a harder thing to do. The barbecues, I think, are one of the easier fundraisers because everybody's going to eat, and you can do that at a you know, in an evening or whatever, and usually some kind of booster organization can raise that money. But it's the drink machines back in the day, gosh, you would make thousands and thousands of dollars on drinks. And you know, once we got out of the can business and into the plastic bottle business, which is not good environmentally now, but we didn't think about the environment in the 90s. Not saying that's good, but we didn't. But when we got into the plastic bottle business, we sold them and let them take them to class. And so we made a lot of money on those drink machines. But here's your conundrum again, as a leader of a school. If this outlet for fundraising has been taken away, what do you do now? And that is a challenging thing of figuring out how you're going to gain resources. And many of you are in schools where you just can't send a letter home and say, well, if everybody will give us $100, we won't bother you for raising money all year, because people don't have that to give. And even if they did, they may buck that. So what will you do? Anybody got an idea of what you will do if you can't, if the outlets for fundraising are taken away?
One of the things I saw in the chat was somebody said something about community sponsorships, and I know that speaking from Gaffney, even though I don't teach here, they let the community and they have advertisers at the stadium, and all of that money, of course, goes to sport athletics, but something similar for other sports, and something similar for inside the school building, maybe, you know, a banner, whatnot, local community supporting the school. I don't know. It's just an idea.
I agree with you, Stacy, and it really goes back, and it sounds like I'm all about athletics, and I'm not. We are in the teaching and learning business, going back to what Dale said. But because Gaffney is a football community, you can go that route to get community sponsorships. And hopefully they will put a banner up in the school for X amount of money, and that would make a difference. All right, Leah, do us our last one, then we're gonna take a break for lunch.
My mute button keeps disappearing. Sorry. Okay, so you're principal of a grades 10 to 12 high school, pretty big, middle to upper class student population, and the president of the Chamber of Commerce wrote to you with some concerns that a whole lot of teenagers are kind of hanging around area stores. Police have been called. There's some rowdy behavior, confirmed alcohol use, suspected drug use, some shoplifting, and you know at least some of the students go to your high school because they are wearing identifying clothing with the high school name. So what do you do? What do we do?
All right, Now, let me tell you something, folks, this is a very real one. So what do you do as a school principal when you get calls from the local chamber? Can you keep your kids away from our mall? Can you keep your kids away from our public library? Can you keep your kids away from whatever venue? What do you do?
Question, is that even within our control? Is it, this is after school hours or is it during school hours?
I
Like,
read
how
it to be after school hours.
Yeah.
So how do we control what they do after they leave the school? Is it because they are representing the school through like logoed shirts and stuff? I mean, I wouldn't know how to respond, but I don't control what the kids do after they go home. So
Yeah, I think I'd say the same thing. I don't control what the kids do when they go home, but the president of the chamber's calling you, and you got to think about how your image in the community. So, I mean, you got kind of, do you just look at him and say, that's not my problem? No, I don't. I think that's going to burn a bridge with you in the community. So I don't know where the balance is, but I think there needs to be one.
You got to talk to the kids about you're representing our school, and do you want us to be known for XYZ that's happening when kids are wearing shirts with our emblems, our names. There's got to be a pride thing. And if you connect it to that with teenagers, it may have more impact.
Okay, I think a couple of things here, and then we're going to take our lunch break. First one is, one of the, all of you think about this. When a crisis happens anywhere, what is one of the first things an entity will do? They will form a task force. Now, the purpose of the task force oftentimes is just to get the urgency off your back, because everybody wants a snap judgment, and those snap judgments are oftentimes doomed to failure for a variety of reasons. But the task force does have a purpose in that you can bring the voice of the people at the mall, you can bring the voices of Chamber of Commerce, you can bring the voices of the school community, you can bring some parental voices, all of these together to talk about this issue. And so I think that would, I mean, I know they want a quick fix. They want you to, as principal, to say, students, you cannot go to the mall anymore. But in truth, they don't want that, because students do spend money, some of them do, and they want that, and you also, they don't want to alienate parents of these students. So a task force, I think, is appropriate in bringing that in, and that is a part of what Leah's chapter was about, of bringing in multiple people for decision making. And the other, is, I say as a joke, is that you go out and invest in t-shirts from your rival high schools and get your kids to wear them when they go to the mall. And I think that is a very appropriate task, the thing that you can do to help your school's image. So I think if you can accomplish those two things, I think that will solve many of the things with that particular case study. Leah, I particularly enjoyed the memes. Those were terrific. Thanks for your presentation. I went over, and that doesn't surprise you, but it's not bad, 12:17. We're gonna stay at lunch till 1 o'clock. You folks get a break, go outside, get some fresh air, eat a little bit. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. Dale, take the recording off.
I'm going to. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna start repopulating here. Welcome back, everybody. It's amazing how fast 42 minutes goes, isn't it? 8 hours is slow, but 42 minutes of it go really fast. So welcome back. Thank you all for a great morning, and we will proceed. Phyllis, let's give it another couple of minutes to make sure we got everybody back, and then we'll get started. If you want to go ahead and be loading yours, Phyllis, that'll be good.
I will start sharing my screen. I hope it works.
Well, we'll make it work if it doesn't.
Okay,
Yeah, Kahoot.
Yeah. Hope it works.
Okay, I think we're pretty much here. So Phyllis, thanks for leading us off. We're doing chapter 5.
We're doing, yes. Can you all hear me? Because I can't see everybody.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I had chapter 5, which talks about creating a positive learning climate, which is not new to any of us because throughout our doctoral courses, we have been talking about how important it is for principals and school leaders, how vital their role is when it comes to developing, creating, and enhancing school culture. Throughout this chapter, it talks about positive school culture provides a safe, supportive, encouraging, inviting, and challenging environment for both students and staff within the school, which in turn will allow students' academic achievement to grow and evolve. Another thing that stuck out within the chapter to me at the very beginning is that from the beginning of the chapter, it talked about 4 essential ingredients that are needed when you're thinking about or trying to change the culture of your school, creating a new culture, or developing your culture, school culture, so that is conducive to learning and fosters positive student control. And the first things is so vital is the establishment of clear, firm, and high teacher and administration expectations. You got to have those clear expectations. They have to be firm. You got to stand with them and have those high expectations for your staff and school leaders. The second thing that it talked about being vital to creating a positive school culture is having consistent rules and consequences, and those consequences have to directly relate to whatever the rule is. The third thing it talked about was just having a deciding and well implemented emphasis on on self-esteem, which is important now considering where we are with COVID and SEL, social emotional learning being so important for our kids now, and how they're feeling and what they're going through with school and home life and everything that they're dealing with during this pandemic. The fourth and last ingredient or component that they mentioned that was important was publicly and privately acknowledging and rewarding positive behavior. I know many schools have different behavior plans. I know for Guilford County, one of the tools that we use is PBIS, which has worked greatly for our school, although our population has changed since High Point University has began to expand within our neighborhood and taking our one of our largest housing developments that has changed the dynamics of our school, the demographics of our school. And so we are continuing to see positive behavior at our school. Even if you have not had an opportunity to read chapter 5, we've discussed it. So I don't think this Kahoot will be difficult for you at all. Some things may be surprising to you, but I think we should be able to do it really well. So let me get back to my Kahoot screen. Has everybody logged in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How many do we have? Or is anybody having any difficulties? I can't hear anybody if anybody's saying.
Well, I think, Phyllis, let's see, there's 9 of
Okay.
y'all, and then Dale and me. Now Dale will not participate because he knows I will be at a meeting.
Okay,
I can't minimize my screen because I'm recording, so I won't be able to go to that. The recorder
Oh,
can't do it.
okay, okay, all right.
I
Well,
may
we're
be
gonna-
able to do it on my phone though. I've got my phone to see if I can do it on this.
Okay, everybody should have 4 blocks, 4 shapes, colored shapes on their phone. Is that what you see? Or on their computer?
We'll see that once you start it, once we
Once
see
I
the first
start it,
question.
Okay, all right, great. Here we go. Which of the following is not the role of the guidance counselor? Which one is not the role of a guidance counselor?
I marked the wrong one. Oops.
Oh, that's what my kids say all the time. Oh, I
It's
marked
hard
it
when I'm
there
looking on my
accident.
phone and looking on and looking on there. I was like, oh no, I hit the wrong one on my phone. That's not
Okay, all right. I'm not sure, provide the direct staff development on techniques for personal counseling. Assume an advisory responsibility. I can't see what they're for a child, but the correct one is none of us, including the guidance counselor, are not doctors or physicians and can diagnose a child with an emotional problem. We can talk about it and think what we say what we think, but we cannot make that diagnosis. Guidance counselors either. Okay, good job. All right, Andy. Okay, second question. Which of the following is not a benefit of adult visibility in school? Which of the following is not a benefit of adult visibility in a school? Yeah, great. Violence in school is not a benefit. Okay, not Steve. Which of the following is the least likely sign of gang in a school? Which of the following is the least likely sign that there's a gang in a school? Yeah, just because we see a group of students together does not mean that they are a gang, and that they're in the school frequently together does not mean that they are a gang. The others are all indications that there could be some gang activity within the school. Which of the following is not true? Assisting volunteers, okay. Will help reduce violence, okay. Andy, I don't know, I mean, when it comes to gang activity, I'm not saying this to your school, but when I was reading this one, and as you were sharing this morning, you said you said, was talking about your principal or your leader at your school, you know, you might feel differently about this, having a visible and active principal based on how, you know, how your principals interact with the staff and interact with you, but
No, I clicked the blue one. If it shows that I clicked green, it's glitching.
no, it didn't show that, but I was just thinking as I was
Oh.
reading that one, what you were saying about your principals.
I was like, girl, I know I clicked the blue one.
Yeah, it could be dangerous, a good learning environment, you know, if your principal, you know, treats staff like that. But no, you clicked the blue one. Which of the following sets a gang apart from other organizations? Which of the following sets a gang apart from other organizations? Okay, yes, good. I told you this was pretty easy based on what we've done. For some students, a school may be the only stable thing in their lives. Yeah, unfortunately, but that is true. Developing and creating a positive school culture requires a positive school climate starts in the classroom. Ah, that's interesting. That's interesting that it was split down the middle.
Can I speak to why I actually put false on that one?
Yeah, yeah.
Because I say it starts as soon as you step into the building. For who they see first that's smiling at them, who they see that's greeting them, because it may not be in a room. It could be somebody that's helping them get out of a car, somebody who greets them when they get off the bus, the lunch lady that hands them the food as they're coming in the building. That's why I said false.
Right. And I would agree with that. I kind of questioned that when I read that in the chapter. You know, and I don't know what references, you know, how they came to that conclusion, but I would agree with you that it starts as soon as they walk out, as soon as that car door is open, if you're on car duty for that student, even before it gets in the classroom. Does anybody else have any thoughts on that one? Like to share any thoughts on that one? But yeah, I would agree with you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
it sometimes feels like it's top down as well. So the leaders at the school really can help set the class. I picked true, but as soon as I hit it, I was like, man, I don't think that's true. So I think it could really go either way. That's a good question.
Right, right. Yeah, now that I think about it and think it, because that's something I do every day, something we do every day, greet our students, as soon as they walk into the building. So, yeah, if I ever do that again, think about that again, share this with my staff, then I definitely will have both of those answers as an answer choice and explain my rationale and reasoning for that. Thank you very much. Okay, last one. Okay. Good schools are characterized by definitely high standards. That kind of sums up my chapter, but I would like to leave one thought. This was not new to us. Not Steve. Yay. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to stop sharing. I hope it won't stop. There's one thing I'd like to leave with you, a thought. Let me move things around here. And it won't work. Okay. I saw this on Facebook and it kind of sums up my chapter. It said from a principal, it said, great school culture is not an accident. It happens when we recognize that we all depend on each other and then work together to create supportive, caring conditions for everyone. Students, teachers, support staff, guests, everyone. So that kind of sums up my chapter. Thank you very much.
Well, I appreciate the not Steve winning.
I'm not sure who was not.
I don't know who did that, but it's hurtful, I think. But anyway. Okay, Phyllis, thank you. That was so this is and I liked what Andy said too. I believe it was Andy said the difference between culture and climate. I was one of 4 that missed that question on classroom starts in the classroom. I just kind of said, why would you write a book on the principalship and say that it starts in the classroom? I think the argument is that the principal helps to set the cultural environment of the entire school, right? And students don't just land in the classroom; they have to get to the classroom,
right? And it was I kind of questioned too with the title of the chapter, where it says creating a positive learning climate, and then everything within the chapter related to culture, the culture of the school.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, anyway, we can debate that one, but I think it seems to be debatable since we went 4 and 4 on that. So you had 2 case studies, Phyllis. The first one was the late practice one. And so if we look at case 22, we have a junior high. So you can see how old this book is. Your junior high principal and an issue involving a 13-year-old daughter who, and the complaint is about late practice and the instruction that happens for the daughter and 2 other girls, but not on the same day. And so arriving home late for dinner, and the coach drives her home, and it will, and you know, the girl starts crying. So what are your thoughts on this? This was not much of a head scratcher, is it?
No, it wasn't much of a head scratcher. That coach should not have been taking the girl home, especially by himself alone. You know, that's the bottom line. As a principal, that would not happen. Needs to at least be 2 adults, or, you know, better yet, have the parents come pick up the students after school. That would alleviate all of that. That's what I would have done in that situation. But of course, the girl, you know, it doesn't say exactly what happened. She didn't explain. It didn't explain exactly what happened and why she was crying and why she was a little withdrawn at dinner. But yeah, that should have never happened.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that would even is up for debate. We
Right.
all know. I mean, y'all are all careful as classroom folk, those of you who are in classrooms, that you know, you just don't put yourself in a situation where you're alone with somebody, and particularly if I mean, I guess if the doors are open and people are still out in the hall and stuff, it's a little bit different, but it's still a challenging thing to be cognizant of not being or putting yourself in, or the student in, an uncomfortable situation. So that one kind of took care of itself. So we got a dress code one for the other one for Phyllis. Says you're the principal of a suburban high school, enrollment 1,300 students. There's a dress code approved by the student council and faculty advisory group for students new to the school. Appear at your office one morning in September. They have been sent to the office by the homeroom teacher. The 3 girls are dressed in long dresses and wearing burqas. The boy has a light beard, just beginning to sprout and become dark, and also wears a cap. Facial hair is not permitted at school, and neither are hats during class time inside the building. Students are unhappy about being sent to the office for their dress and appearance. They complain that the dress code is contrary to Muslim practice, and they are being subjected to unfair discrimination. And this also may explain the callback on your desk from one of the parents of a youngster now confronting you in your office. So there you sit, 4 upset students, the dress coded your teachers and most of your student support, facing a charge of religious intolerance. What do you do?
Well, for me, that was kind of a no-brainer also. That rule, you know, needs to have some kind of type of religion or cultural amendments set to it, you know, and of course, I would say that my staff needs to have diversity and equity training as well as cultural awareness training to prevent any of this happening. So for me, I would apologize to the students, but it definitely shows that there needs to be some training put in place on cultural awareness and different religious practices.
Okay, a couple things with dress code is always, Dale will tell you, particularly when you get to secondary schools, it is a time-consuming albatross for your administrator. You can spend a lot of time on this, and we'll get into other details of dress code. There are a couple of curious things about this. I mean, the religious nature of this obviously comes into play. Can a school prohibit a young man from facial hair? Anybody aware of a public school that prohibits facial hair? The New York Yankees do. But
Schools prohibit natural hair on Indigenous people and people of color all the time. That doesn't make it right. It's absolutely wrong. They shouldn't do it then, and so they shouldn't do it with men and facial hair.
okay,
Has there been something recently where they have?
yes, that's what this case said. Didn't it? Didn't I read that? The boy has a light beard just beginning to sprout and become dark, and also wears a cap. Facial hair is not permitted in the school. So the next question is, most districts have in their policy manual dress code policies, and most are rather nebulous in nature. Can an individual school have a more specific dress code than what is called for by the district?
No, don't the individual schools have to abide by the district code policy?
Look at Dale, he's so proud of that answer. So let me tell you, one of the challenges of school-based leadership is that there will be persons on your faculty that want specific details to a particular dress that are stricter, if you will, than the school system dress code. And if I think that, first of all, you've got a district policy manual, stick to it. And then you get into interpretation of it. And you know, I kind of treat it, my view of it has always been is we you know, at church and Sunday school, we'll talk in Sunday school lessons that, you know, the scripture says this. Well, my interpretation of what this means might be different than what your interpretation of this means. So we can always acknowledge that there are various interpretations. If there weren't various interpretations, we would not have district courts and state Supreme Courts and national Supreme Courts and all of these court systems that are trying to interpret what the law means. But I would caution you that when faculty come in and say we need a dress code policy on blah 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 blah, don't take that bait, because it first of all, schools don't develop policy, districts develop policy, school boards develop policy, schools develop procedures, and so don't get caught up in that kind of stuff. And then further, don't make your lives miserable by trying to put in something just to put it in that's specific to 2 or 3 or 4 students. Students are going to figure out ways around dress codes, and so will faculty, by the way. So you try to navigate it the best you can. And I go back that if many of you can relate to this, but as a high school principal, for a long time, you know, there was this debate over short shorts on girls, and it probably still is. And it would just, you know, I had people, Jennifer at North Gaston, I had the short police. And now you can imagine, and I don't mean to be joking here, but you know, it wasn't the guys that were on the short police list. It was the ladies, and they were, and they would just, you know, they cannot be more than 4 inches above the knees or whatever, you know, and I finally had enough, and which didn't take long. It was about a week into school, and we had a young lady who was probably 5'11", 6 feet. And you know, it was still in August. And I just walked her up to one of my short police people. And I said, where's she gonna find shorts that are gonna fit her to meet your code? Because tall girls can't get shorts long enough in those days that she could have ever worn shorts to school. You know, we're messing with stuff that just doesn't matter. And if any of you will look historically at what people wore in the 70s to school, look at the fashions in the 70s at school. And the young ladies, they call them hot pants in those days. And they wear like boots and short shorts. Now, it was a high school boy's dream, but it was, you know, I don't think I was scarred for life because girls were allowed to wear that to school. And I just kind of sit there and say, what are we doing? You know, I agree that underwear shouldn't show and certain body parts shouldn't show, but I do think that we've got to be smart about dress code. So when you're in that role, it's one of those things that you're going to have to work your way through with faculty on what do we need our priorities to be. And that's, you know, that's just a tough one, but the short thing just drove me crazy. And I'm sure that was one of the many reasons that some were frustrated with me, but I was not going to spend my day with a ruler determining whether somebody's shorts were too short. Of course, I couldn't do that anyway, but you know what I'm saying. I'm going to get the guidance counselor to measure the length of the shorts. You know, if I thought it was improper, then I called them in and said, I think it's improper what you're wearing, call your mom. And I'll battle that with the mama. But if it wasn't disrupting teaching and learning, I just didn't see that needed to be a factor. So anybody got an opinion on dress code?
I've got a question. I have a question.
Okay.
So if we can't make it more specific and we go by what the district says for dress code, what if we have ones who don't want to even go by what the district is saying and want to make it even less than what the district is saying, where they don't want to abide with what the district has put out? How do we make sure that the teachers are following what those minimum requirements are from the district?
See, now you're in my half of the course, and this is one of the things that we'll talk about. Federal law comes first, then state law, then local board policy. Your job as a school administrator is to hold those up. Sometime in the hiring process, before you get hired into your first administrative job, one of the landmine questions you'll be asked in an interview is, what if there is a policy that you or your teachers don't agree with in your district? Would you enforce that policy? And the answer that you better give, if you came through this program and my interviewing section later on, is absolutely, I will enforce the policy. So you cannot add more to, and you can't take away from. Your job is to enforce law and policy, period. That's your first responsibility. That's why you saw that 115C288 this morning. Now, there are 545 statutes in North Carolina. 288 is just one of them. There's about 350 in South Carolina. I'm not telling you you have to memorize them all. We'll hit the biggies in our law course, but the overarching notion here is you follow all law and policy, period. And if you assume the leadership of a school that has a policy contrary or an extension of or in opposition to, then you make a command decision. That policy no longer is there. You don't get a committee together. You don't talk to folks. You don't scratch your head or other parts of your anatomy. You just fix it. Because if you don't follow the law, as one of your principals said, if your budget, the money, and if you don't follow law, you used to be principal there. This is about, and Steve told you, I'm going to try to scare you in the law. This is about losing your house now, folks. There's tort liability. You can be sued as an individual, not just as a member of a school board or a school district, as an employee of the board. You can lose your house. And so My story in this is in the 90s, Charlotte's a little more progressive place than many towns in North and South Carolina because of very cosmopolitan society. I had a boy in the 90s as a high school principal who wore a dress. Now, I sent him home not because he was wearing a dress, because it violated the girls and everybody else. He wore a dress that was too short. Now, as long as he came back in a longer dress, we were all good. So that's the notion here is if you want to wear a dress, that's fine with me. Just wear one long enough to cover all the parts that need to be covered. But you better understand your first and foremost job when you sign where you can write checks, do all that stuff at a school, you take on that legal responsibility is you will enforce all laws, policies of the federal, state, and local government, period. No exception. That leads us back to, as we were going to the lunch break about comp time, there is no such thing as comp time. It's illegal. I don't care what you call it. I don't care how cute you get or any of those things. I don't care if your district turns a blind eye. Nobody can give you permission to break the law. It's all fun and games when somebody gets their eye put out, when somebody challenges it, and then that everybody in the district does it or they condone it is immaterial. We follow all laws, period. And the reason why comp time is legal is very simple. Districts don't pay teacher salaries. Either the federal government pays through CTE, Title I, exceptional children, gifted, and ESL. They pay those salaries. State pays all traditional salaries. Very few positions in the school district are paid by the local. And so those people pay the salaries. They can tell you what you can and can't do with those people. Just that simple. Comp time is illegal. You should not enter into any kind of a system where you in any way participate in a comp time racket.
Well, that was a diversion from dress code. You got him on a rant. Thanks for doing that, Jennifer. Don't ever ask a question again if you don't want a different answer than what we were talking about to start with.
It was an extension of the dress code. It was under the idea of local shared governance, at the building level. That's another example, same as dress code. It falls under that same guideline. They're part and parcel of the same issue here.
Glad you brought it back together because I would have not put short shorts and comp time together personally. All right. Thank you very much, Phyllis. That was a good discussion. Thank you. Mary.
Maybe teachers buy short shorts on their comp time. I don't know.
Maybe if you wear short shorts, you get some comp time.
Oh, Lord.
Be careful now.
Mary, hurry up.
Unfortunately, there's not a weight limit on some of them short shorts.
No, wait, Mary, please start up on curriculum. Let's talk curriculum.
That's okay. In the chat, I'd put in and then took it out that Stacy owned hot pants. So, my chapter was chapter 6 about the curriculum. I have to minimize you guys. There we go. So the principal is really kind of the facilitator for curriculum in the organization in the school. They've got to have a working knowledge of what curriculum theory is. They have to have the curriculum philosophy and be cognizant of the fact that it is dynamic and not static. Curriculum is constantly changing. So there are kind of two thoughts that principal could be: a conservator, understanding the nature of the curriculum, or an innovator that understands how to restructure it in response to student needs. And they kind of often have to have a balance between the two. And we're seeing a lot more in our current schools of where we're seeing more that innovator. How are we going to change curriculum to respond to the students' needs? 4 threads of curriculum theory: technological, academic, humanistic, and social reconstructionist. I'll go into a little bit about each of those. Technological curriculum is also called measured curriculum. The purpose is that time on task, the behavioral objectives, direct instruction. And if we look at the book, talked about teachers' roles and principals' roles in each of these. The teacher's role is that we're actually enacting the curriculum. We're the laborer, we're the craftsperson. Where the principal's role really needs to be a manager, overseeing the process what needs to be taught gets taught, that kind of thing. With academic curriculum, the purpose is that all students should possess a core knowledge. And I don't think any of us would disagree with that. They've got to leave us with a base of knowledge. The teacher's role is that disseminator. We're the authority of our knowledge, kind of where we get that sage on the stage mentality, unfortunately. And our principal role should be a cheerleader, celebrating lifelong learning, that we should be celebrating and encouraging excellence in our schools and our classrooms. Then with the humanistic perspective, the purpose is to center on the individual. We need to maximize potential and have more of a holistic approach. Teacher's role, connecting with students. We've talked several times today about building relationships and establishing safe environments. The principal's role with this is influencer or a role model. So if we want to build the relationships and the principal shares that desired value, the successful behavior, sets the tone for the school. And I think we've all been in schools where maybe that tone doesn't match. This particular one actually included a student's role. The student's role is personal responsibility and demonstrating independence for learning. With social reconstructionism, the purpose is the curriculum is an agent for change. 3 cornerstones that the curriculum must be real, it must require action, and it must teach values. That the teacher's role is a facilitator in the learning process, assisting kids with the learning, connecting the kids' interest to the bigger world, where the principal's role is a leader, being reflective, making sure that we're always connecting back how things affect students. This is where we get into problem-based learning, or Anne's passion of action learning, also service learning and multicultural education. So the principal's role in curriculum administration, he or she is the instructional leader. They're also a facilitator of curriculum development, and they engage in 4 different areas: curriculum analysis, looking at what's being taught; curriculum design, how is it going to serve our students; curriculum delivery, how and when is it being taught, how is it aligned; and curriculum evaluation, how is it flexible, continuous, and balanced. You know, us as C&I girls have done a lot in that curriculum design, planning units and that kind of thing. But when we take it to the principal's role, it's got to go bigger than that. What is being taught? What book is being used? How is it moving our students forward? What is the vertical planning, the learning progression? Looking at that master schedule, are we offering prerequisites before they need the next course? Are we offering things that kids can take at different levels? So it changes when we get to the principal's role in thinking about curriculum. So I had 2 case studies. One is on 364 and one is on 369. And Dr. Laws, I don't know if you want me to keep on with that, or you got something to say with it. He's on mute. We see you talking, but we don't hear you.
So I get when I'm chewing ice. I saw that Dale was conversing on comp time. There are, which has nothing to do with what you just did, Mary. But I do want to point out one thing, because I don't want to forget it. One of the big issues that you face, particularly in elementary schools, because there's more of them, although there's not many of these people anywhere now, is teacher assistants. And your idea of the 37.5-hour work week, which most of us are on. So like in my district, in Wilkes, our policy was that a typical work week is 37.5 weeks. It doesn't mean that every week you're going to work 37.5 weeks or hours. But so if you have teacher assistants, here's my question to you. If teacher assistants are in your school and you have a faculty meeting Wednesday afternoon that goes an hour and a half after school, and then you have a PTA meeting that same week that goes an hour. and you require the teacher assistant to be at both, does the teacher assistant earn overtime? If the typical work week is 37 and a half hours.
I know that you said that comp time was illegal, but isn't that just for certified salaried
That's right.
employees?
Yeah, teachers do not qualify for comp time.
That is correct.
But for teacher assistants, if you are requiring them to stay for the teacher meeting, the faculty meeting, and it takes an extra hour and a half, and then there's a PTA meeting that takes an hour, did the teacher assistant earn 2.5 hours overtime?
Don't they have to be over 40 hours to get overtime, or is it because it's 37 and a half,
Their contract is 37 and a half.
which makes them not full-time? I mean, according to all the part-time jobs I've ever had, but I guess if their contract time says 37 and a half, you would have to pay them overtime then, wouldn't you?
If you put it in the contract that they are limited to 37 and a half hours. So you will find districts that don't put that. If the policy is a typical work week is 37 and a half hours, it doesn't mean every week is going to be 37 and a half hours. Then as long as you keep them under 40, you don't have to pay them overtime. So it depends on the contract, and the contract for teacher assistants or any classified employee usually is driven by the district. It's not a state contract like the teachers get or the principals get or the superintendent gets, although the superintendent's contract is typically driven by the district as well. So that is one of the things that districts need to be careful of, that you really limit your ability to maneuver in meeting times if you say you're only going to work 37 and a half hours a week. So that's something to keep in mind. The hourly thing, since Dale went off on his tangent on compensatory time and all that stuff, is and he'll get into this the second half of the year, but do keep that in mind as you are leading a school, be it with your staff in the office or your custodial staff or your teacher assistant staff. Is how is the contract written? So what flexibilities do you have? Very important. And so many now are driven by this. You're going to work 4 hours as a teacher assistant, 4 hours as a bus driver. You got to balance that. And what if the bus route gets stalled, or how do we manage this, because it becomes a very tight budget. So anyway, that has nothing to do with this case study. So I'm going to come back to Mary's. Mary, your case is what is it? Number 7?
Number 7 is the first one.
All right, which textbook? Now y'all ought to make a home run with this. You are a principal of middle school 6 through 9, and it is a need to review the social studies series currently in use. You have a strong opinion that the current series does not adequately depict the contributions made by minorities and women. Because your own teaching field is social studies, you have more than a casual interest in and knowledge about this issue. The social studies department seems split on the matter. 2 teachers do not want to use any text at all. Several teachers are satisfied with the current text, and 3 favor at least 2 other series. The board requires 1 adopted text series, but does permit supplemental works when it can be shown that there's good reason to do so. We've reached January. A recommendation is due to the central office 1 month from today. Chairperson of the department is undecided on the matter and requests that you do something. Boy, that never happens. Why do they do that? Why do they want the principal to make the decision?
Because I don't want to.
And so the people in their department can't argue with it, that it was a principal
Right.
decision.
Who are they going to blame? If they make their own decision, who are they going to blame? So they want you to make that decision. All right, a review of staff evaluations reveals that one of the teachers who wants no text at all is among the top rated teachers in the school. She is unhappy with the more conservative posture of many of her colleagues and has indicated that unless a more positive stand on multicultural nature of society is taken by the department, she will go elsewhere. What are you going to do?
Didn't it mention in there something about adding supplemental something that was okay?
Yes.
Because I mean, I might, if the majority of the department likes the old book or whatever it said, and we can add supplemental, maybe supplementing what they already have with more culturally diverse information and professional development might be a good thing. I don't know.
What about?
All right, so let's put this scenario out there, because I think this is a real, this is a good case. This is a very real case. So Stacy, if you are a teacher who does like adding supplemental material, and you would be this teacher who adds it so that students are exposed to more multicultural stuff. And Andy over here she is more simple and direct and just wants to use the textbook, this one textbook. And we're going to cover this textbook. We're going to understand this textbook. We're going to know this textbook backwards and forwards. We're going to discuss the issues in the textbook, but no supplemental materials are going to be used. Is that a good thing for your school? Even if Andy does a marvelous job teaching, very popular, does all the right things with that textbook, is that a good thing for the school?
Are you asking if the Andy teaching one way and me teaching the other way is a good thing for our school? I don't know that it's a bad thing for our school if she wants to teach that way, and as long as she's doing a good job. But I want to expose my kids to everything. So
all right, so what are y'all going to do, all of you? What are you going to do when the word gets out? Here's Stacy. She's exposing our children to all these multicultural things, and Andy is not. Andy is just exposing what's in the book. What are you going to do when parents start calling and complaining one way or the other?
I don't know what I'm going to do when that happens, but we're probably going to have to change the curriculum if we want to incorporate the multicultural piece of it. And Andy's going to have to get on board, or you're going to have to shut me down and I'm going to go elsewhere. So, it is what it is. I guess you can't ride the fence. So
that's when I think it comes down to, making sure that your PLCs are working in a good fashion, because if you have a team of teachers who are having this and you go as the principal and sit down in that PLC meeting and you hear all the sides, and then you can have that conversation and ask them what is best for the students and explain the side of, okay, so they may like this particular style, but can you then offer a lesson that could help this other teacher, and then have that other teacher exchange another lesson? So that collaborative piece could grow, because otherwise those parents are going to call and want those kids, their schedules changed to the most popular one of whoever likes whoever, and then it just becomes a whole hot mess.
All right, so even with that, let's get, because that's a good solution. So Stacy, you are that teacher who wants to expose kids to all of this. And Andy is by the book. This is not making a value judgment. This is just the way it is. And so the PLC then gets into, why don't we share? Then we both can teach it. And then Andy just entrenches and says, look, I don't think we want to go there. This is the textbook. This is the curriculum. I'm going by that. If you want to do this other stuff, that's your business. For me, this is it. Is there anything that can be done about that as the principal? Now,
Would it be-
Andy's entrenched just like Stacy
I
had.
mean, yeah.
Would it be that as a principal, I would have to get some research? And if I present to Andy the research on whatever it is I want to change it to and best practices, and then that maybe would change her mind.
She's not changing her mind.
It's great to think you change minds, but I think we've reached a point in society that we know we don't change minds very easy. So what happens when you don't change minds?
Well, if it's not benefiting my school or my data and my performance, then bye, Andy. I'm just kidding.
I mean, really, this is a very real topic, isn't it? This is one of the challenges of leadership, and it is a real challenge for instructional leadership. And I will tell you, I like the suggestion that the principal's going to do some research on what's needed. I'm going to ask all of you, when's the principal going to have time to do research? They're right now they're doing contact tracing. So and even when that day comes and we're not doing that, I don't think the principal's going to have a lot of time to do research on this. So, and y'all don't have time to do research on this. Nobody has time. This is a passion that Stacy has said, I want my kids to be exposed to this. Is it dangerous for a teacher to go off on a tangent from the curriculum that the district has adopted? Even if we agree that it's good, and I know we all agree it's good. Is it dangerous?
Isn't that part of the whole thing that's in front of that's being sent to the governor right now, is teachers can't kind of go off and say what they want to in regards to social studies topics, specifically about minority things, slavery things, discrimination things. That's at 13 dangerous ideals. And they're saying, basically you can teach what happened kind of and move on. But if teachers, like the way that it's worded, there's a little bit of ambiguity, I think, in that bill, but it's making it a legal issue if you go off of, I guess, the curriculum.
So it comes back to us, what do we do as a principal? If Stacy goes off and Andy does not?
What?
It's going to end up on your desk. And there's going to be people that are mad about Stacy because they don't want their child exposed to it. And there are going to be people mad about Andy because they want their child exposed to it.
But if you have the information in front of you, especially us being, curriculum and instruction people, if we have the curriculum and say, okay, but this is meeting this standard, you could talk to your two teachers and say, but you have to teach this standard. You have to teach this curriculum because it's what the district has agreed to. It's what your state standards say you have to teach, your essential standards. And doesn't what you teach have to kind of teach that?
Are there any laws regarding curriculum, or are these just policies and procedures? And I mean, I know that's the same thing, but I mean, is there a way to get in trouble if you go off script?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So here's kind of the bottom line. This gets back over on my side of the court again. You notice when I put up my MTSS for teachers, our professional growth plan earlier this morning, and it spoke to how to teach. Curriculum from the principal perspective can never get into what to teach. That's set by the district, and you have to enforce that. Your job in curriculum is how to teach. And that's going to be different from you folks, because again, the good thing about Steve and I and our limited knowledge of curriculum, we don't know all this stuff. We know what best practices and teaching are, and that's what we do. We don't get into all this other curricular knowledge that you have. And in many ways, that's going to be not a good thing for you folks. But you have to understand, as a school administrator, your job is how to teach, never what to teach, because somebody above your pay grade has already decided that, and that's what you will follow. And so you don't get into these discussions with your faculty, although they may be rich and helpful and illustrative and all that stuff. It's like Dragnet. Y'all aren't old enough to remember the old Dragnet show. You remember, just the facts, ma'am. We stick to the district adopts, the state and the district adopts the curriculum, and that's what we do. That's exactly what we do, period. We work on how to teach, not what.
And in some
So if I'm-
districts, the district picks the textbook. So this case study about what's your recommendation from the school level was kind of surprising, given that.
Well, we always have had textbook committees, and we offer our expertise, and we have our teachers off their expertise, and then the district adopts, but that's what we go with. We don't step outside of that. This is simply a recommendation. We've had textbooks committees for 50 years, 60 years in the business. But it's just a recommendation of what we think meets the easiest way for us to meet the standards when we teach. And that's what you do when you have the textbook committee. You try to review that with the state standards, which textbooks. And so that's when we got into the Pearson deal years ago, where they would customize textbooks by the state standards. And that's what the textbook committee does. So you have to understand it's more narrow than you think it is. So again, we're trying to align standards.
So Dale, what would you do to Stacy, who's trying to expose these children to cultural pieces that are not a part of the textbook that we adopt?
So what you would, that goes back again, the way you monitor that is through lesson plans. You have your teachers turn your lesson plans in, and as long as they're using the materials that the district has approved and not materials that they haven't, and that they link these back to the standards in their classroom, and you look at their lesson plans and they're linked back to the standards, then that would be appropriate. Again, remembering you need to check those lesson plans. You folks know that. Teachers generally file those anywhere 4 to 6 weeks in advance, and somebody needs to be checking those to make sure that we don't go off of the script. That's the notion here with those supplemental materials that you have. Those need to be approved as well, and they need to need to link those back to the standards. Now, I would encourage teachers not to get too far off the script. That they would have to make a pretty compelling argument to me that the textbook doesn't hit those standards. And if they did, then you need to stick with adopted materials. Again, let's be focused on how to teach, not what to teach. That's our job at the school level.
So I think going back to the comment on PLCs, schools, and if we get into this cultural piece, the value of PLCs, which is your absolute. Schools that have figured out how to have strong PLCs, this problem is less likely to occur. We all know that, because peer discussion will take care of a lot of these things. There are teachers that will want to bait the principal to decide what textbook, what dress code, whatever. And again, when we've talked about leadership, when we've talked about at the beginning of class, the more input we can have with one another, the better we're going to be. And every one of y'all has been in schools where you kind of have the autocratic leader that decides everything, him or herself, and you've been in a more democratic situation. But if you can get voices, it will help a lot. That's going to be a very real situation, I think, as time goes on, and it will be a challenge for principals to navigate. But I'm with Dale. I like how it worded it. It's more, our role as principals is how you teach. And there are people at the district office, those of you who want to be assistant superintendent of curriculum, this can be your headache. And it'll come and you'll form not just yours by yourself, you'll form a committee to help figure that out. But yes, again, this book is not written for North Carolina. It's written as a national publication, and you all know that many of the districts, particularly in the Northeast, are city driven districts, and they answer more to the city rather than to the state, and the city drives the tax rate and everything else, pays for the schools. So it's a different funding structure and everything else. But anyway, the other case for Mary is
16.
16. We object. You're a high school principal. You have a statewide professional meeting for the past 3 days and just returned to your office. The letter is coming to you, first class mail. We, John and Grace Michael, request that our daughter Heather be dismissed from her 5th period class, health, for the remainder of the semester. We are basing our decision on the fact that the materials used in class and the methods of teaching are in complete disharmony with the values and beliefs we have tried to implement in our home. At such a vulnerable time in their lives, it is difficult at best for young people to be strong in their beliefs. They have been taught and then stand up against the pressures of their peers, from their peers. But it's something the youth of today face on a daily basis, and we parents, as a collective group, hope and pray that our youth make the right choices and develop a stronger character because of these choices. But when the adults have a different influence on our child through teaching, begin to promote a value system that has been rejected in our home, just consider the impact on our child or any other and how it will affect the decision-making process when that young person is once again faced with peer pressure. During a recent conversation with Ms. Blackstone and Ms. Weaver, it was interesting to us how we were told repeatedly that teachers cannot tell students what is right from what is wrong. They must choose for themselves. Yet, in the same conversation, we were told that because many students have sex and many students drink, it is okay to teach safe sex and responsible drinking. If this isn't at the very least a contradiction, then certainly you must agree that it is a compromise in values. As it has become obvious to us, it must also be obvious to you that we simply do not agree with the standards being practiced and taught. It is at this point that we have reached the conclusion that Heather should be removed from this course. Now, other than it was a beautifully written letter, what these, which many of us did not receive in our times as teachers or principals, these letters typically were not perfect grammatically like that one was. That aside, what do you do when you get a letter like that?
Well, the child has to pass health by North Carolina standards, so she's going to have to take it at some point.
So what are you going to do with it?
Is there a viable option? Is there a virtual help where you have a artificial intelligence instructor who doesn't tell you about the things that are going on that they don't want their daughter to hear? I mean, can you offer them an option? Is there an option? I'm saying.
What do you think? What are you going to do with the parent who says, I don't want my child to learn about evolution? You know, pull them out of biology?
I've actually had that question before, but in my classroom. But I mean, you can't pull them out. And I usually preface my evolution discussions with, I'm not speaking to what I believe. I'm speaking to what is written in the standards. And I just tell my kids what it's about. And if they see it on the EOC, to choose common ancestry and move on. So.
Part of what Stacy just said, in there lies your answer in terms of the standardized curriculum. That's why I got back to the previous rant that I was on. You know, stick to the facts. We do, you know, just the facts, ma'am. We teach the curriculum, period. We don't get into a debate about that. Our job is delivery, not content. It's the same answer to the question this time. So I'll give you the hint here. So tell us now what you're going to do. We're not going to get into modifying the curriculum. Can't do that. That's above our pay grade at the school level administration. We can't be modifying curriculum. What are you going to do now, hero?
Meet with the parent and tell them exactly what you just said.
There you go. You know, there are other options today. There's homeschool, there's charter schools, there's these online academies, there's all these kinds of things. Folks have options. But to Steve's point is, when you start modifying curricula, for one, where does it stop? Then all of a sudden, what are you teaching over in science? You know, we're over there teaching Genesis, Adam and Eve, next thing you know. You know, that kind of thing. So it starts you down in the law, we call it the slippery slope. And so, you know, in my vernacular, which is not very intelligent, as you've already figured out, in law, I try to teach students the best way to get out of a swamp, don't get in it. And this is the swamp. Ooh, this one is never ending. This is, if you open this one up, this is what you will do all day, every day, plus contact tracing.
Yeah, there's not a chapter in here on contact tracing that I can find. But you know, there's and you're, so I think all of you need to keep that in mind. I see I haven't been keeping up because I don't keep my glasses on all the time, but Leah's talking about here, you listen to the parent and then you keep the child in the class. I don't think you can just keep removing, but we do have all kinds of examples of this, particularly when you get into secondary schools with, you know, the English classes and what textbooks, I mean, not textbooks, literature books they choose to read. And you know, we find fault with many of the choices of that. It's, you know, it breeds really interesting discussions and oftentimes heated. And our job as principals is to deliver the curriculum that we've been assigned to deliver. And you know, it really goes back, if you think about all the things that a young person is exposed to in a variety of ways. You know, I can't protect your child from all these things that they're going to be exposed to, even at school, from other students. I mean, it's going to happen. And you know, you'd like to just kind of look at the parent and say, you know, that's part of growing up, believe it or not. You know, when I was a child of the 60s and as a small child and a teenager and young adult in the 70s, you know, I had temptations as well. You know, those things are there, and hopefully my foundations that I've been taught at home were strong enough. Now, if a teacher is leading my child astray, then that's a different story. But if it's just delivering the curriculum, I think we've got firm footing to listen, sympathize, and say, this is the curriculum we're going to deliver. So but you'll get a number of those to come to. All right, we are at 2:15. Andy, let's do yours. We may do your presentation and then take a break, or we may do the whole thing and then take a break. But let's do yours next.
Okay. Okay. So I had chapter 7, which was promoting student achievement, and then I had case 3 and 26. So the first thing this chapter gets into is, I guess, the difference between curriculum and instruction. And throughout this chapter, I had to keep this in mind, that curriculum is what is taught and instruction is
Andy,
how it's
we
taught.
can y'all hear Andy?
You can't hear me?
Oh, is it me?
I'm here.
I'm here.
Leah, can you hear me now? Is that Leah?
I got you. Sorry, Andy. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You just made my heart jump into my throat a lot. It's fine.
I'm so sorry.
All right. So this is kind of what we just talked about, is curriculum is what is taught, and instruction is how it's taught. And from what y'all just said, the principal is focused on how, not what. So then from here, the chapter gets into student differences. I'm not reading all of this, but as I was reading the chapter, I really liked this chapter. I took a lot of notes on it as I was reading. So it gets into student differences and the fact that every kid is different. And as they grow up, they're even more different. One of the differences that teachers and I guess leadership would focus on is ability. Sometimes they like to interchange the word ability with achievement, and those are not the same things. Achievement, like it says at the bottom here, achievement is a predictor of ability. They're not the same thing. And this was powerful to read. Achievement is not ability. We have to consider the opportunities that the students have. So because of that, that was all considered together. We started to get into this realm of school accountability and student achievement. So, did you just pronounce his name? Ubin? Is that right? Is that what I'm going to say? Yeah. Okay. He said that educators are still responsible to maximize student learning for all and to be accountable. So in 2001, they introduced the No Child Left Behind legislation, which was supposed to help close that achievement gap between those disadvantaged students and the, I guess, in this case, it'd be majority students, the ones who were not disadvantaged. There was supposed to be more accountability, and yet there was going to be more flexibility and local control. Parents had more options. And this is where I think that there was a really big push for research-based practices and instructional methodology. Specifically, No Child Left Behind had a couple of goals. The statewide accountability systems were supposed to be based on whatever state standards in reading or math had been adopted. This is where annual testing for students in grade 3 through 8 was required or pushed even more. And then the progress objectives, students were all supposed to reach proficiency in 12 years. So by 2013, all students were supposed to be proficient, and that didn't happen. So from this legislation, we got the analysis of subgroups started to happen. We didn't just look at the whole school. We started looking at different groups, the exceptional children. We broke them down by race, by gender, by socioeconomic status. Schools were required to meet adequate yearly progress towards these goals. If you met it, you get an achievement award. If you didn't, then your school was subject to improvement, corrective action, and even restructuring measures. That was all supposed to be helpful. Okay, so within this, it then talks about the two different types of tests. The first one was norm reference tests. When I read this for the first time, I actually screenshot what I wrote and I sent it to my sister. So norm reference tests are standardized achievement tests. We know that those tests compare each student or group of students to a norm, and that's how we're analyzing the groups. We could be comparing with all the kids in North Carolina, all the kids in our district, all the kids in the country, or all over the world. On a norm reference test, a good question or a good item is going to have the high achieving students get it right and the low achieving students get it wrong. These are not knowledge centered tests. It's not supposed to show how much they know. It's just comparing their scores to the scores of whatever the norming population is. And this is the part that kind of made me mad for a minute. On grade level or grade level equivalent is not referring to the content knowledge. It's just referring to the fact that the score met the average or 50th percentile of the children of a particular age who took the test. So, we've talked a lot in that, especially that statistics course, about the different types of data analyses. And this is just, these are the ones that were brought up in this chapter. So you had the ones that I remember talking about in statistics were the normal curve equivalent, not necessarily in those words, but it's where the scores are placed on the bell curve. The important thing that I read here is if a kid makes 1 year of progress after 1 year of instruction, then their score is going to be the same from year to year and their gain's actually going to be 0. That was interesting to read. The chapter then goes into information on scaled scores, gain scores, which is how we measure growth, and then the value added assessment, which would show how much they gained in academic achievement in a given year and how much value, I guess the way it was worded, how much value the child has gained based on the school's development of that child. So then you have criterion reference tests. These are the tests that measure a student's specific knowledge against a criteria or curriculum. The criteria is usually the curriculum being taught. These tests can be combined with those norm reference tests, but they're analyzed for subject content instead of group norms. The scores have meanings in relations to what the student can and cannot do. And then levels of mastery are assigned by some cutoff point in the data. This is what I think the EOG may supposed to be. And I think that's why we get so many different breakdowns on those score reports where we get like their scale score, their percentile, and then you can break down for each student reading, like for reading, for example, reading information, reading literature, vocabulary. I'm assuming it's the combination between norm and criterion referenced assessments. So then the chapter got into grouping students, and it made perfect sense to read smaller class sizes, gives you more engagement, which gives you higher scores. When you make your groups, I don't know if y'all's districts are super into small group instruction right now, but mine has been for like the last 4 years. And I'm not sure that everybody still understands what that means. This chapter helps with that. When you're making your groups, you should be grouping based on need, not ability, because ability grouping doesn't work. The chapter actually says that when you ability group students, it promotes a self-fulfilling prophecy of you are going to be who people say you are. And then he specifically says, homogeneous grouping has shown no consistent positive values for helping students generally or particular groups of students to achieve more scholastically or to experience more effective learning conditions. So it's not helping. And then you should be flexible with your groups. You can reorganize them. When you establish groups, you don't have to leave them from August to June in the same groups. Okay. So how do you group them then? When you are getting your class schedules, research is showing that the best class grouping is a heterogeneous or mixed group class. That means you wouldn't have a whole group, going back to reading, because it's what I'm most familiar with. You wouldn't want a whole classroom full of 5s and then a whole classroom full of level 1s. That's not going to help anybody. So once you've got those groups, you can do some homogeneous grouping for reasons like this group of students struggles with context clues. This group of students is struggling with analysis of theme. throughout a piece of literature. You can combine those groups based on need, not necessarily ability. They did mention that in high school, you are going to see more ability grouping because you're going to have those honors AP, IB classes. And it's benefiting those talented kids, but it really doesn't do anything one way or the other to the struggling learners or the average students. It's just helping the talented kids grow more. But overall, it still doesn't do a whole lot except for those kids. The chapter then gets into retention then. And this was what I took from it. If you're going to retain a kid, you have to look at them at their development, their cognitive development, and their affective development. And then overall, failing a kid doesn't work. It's ineffective. It reminded me, we've seen several kids at my school fail a grade, and they repeated the exact same behaviors as they did the year before. It didn't help them at all. I've seen one kid in 11 years that was really impacted in a positive way from retention. So our goal would be then to prevent failure, or to help our teachers prevent the failure of children. So according to the students, when they were asked, they failed to graduate because they're bored, they missed a lot and got behind, their peers didn't care about school, so they didn't care about school, they didn't have enough rules set for them, and then because they were failing. The smallest reason in that group that influenced whether they failed to graduate or not was that they were already failing. So what we can do is encourage early, frequent, decisive intervention, make connections because our relationships with students matter, make connections with the parents, get them involved, offer tutoring, managing student choice in their classes with intervention. If we see them not being successful, like in 8th grade, if they're taking math 1 and after the first 3 weeks, they're not doing well, we move them, we help them, we put them where they could be more successful because they can take math 1 in 9th grade. It's okay. We have in-school assistance, and then we change our grading systems. I'm not going to get started on that because I'll talk about grading systems forever. So the best ways that children learn, we know that teaching must be learner-centered, knowledge-centered, and assessment-centered. And as we know from coursework and from experience, we should have learning communities within our school. Within those learning communities, we should be planning those lessons. We should be talking about data. We should be talking about teaching strategies. So the ways that we can plan lessons, we know this as curriculum people, that we have to identify what we want to teach, make sure it is difficult enough without being over their heads, finding matching methodology, materials, activities for what we're trying to teach, and use formative and summative assessments. Use formative assessments a lot. And then effective lessons, they use a lot of different instructional methods. There's graphic organizers used. Increased wait time is big. And I put at the bottom here that specifically in my district, we are told not to do this. Frequent feedback is encouraged. Make sure you're quizzing and you're reviewing. And then homework is another huge debate in my district. And it's been that way the entire time I've been in education. All right, and the last slide before we get into the cases. The chapter ends by talking about differentiation and then other learning and teaching methods. So it goes into RTI, or response to intervention, which is where we got those 3 tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 of intervention, where tier 1 goes, it's supposed to be your core instruction. Your 80% of your students are successful using these measures. And then tier 2 is, the ones that need a little bit more intervention. Tier 3 are the ones that need more intentional intervention. It's academic and behavioral. And I didn't know this, but it was originally done mostly in K-5, but now it's moved to all grade levels. And in North Carolina, we implement a multi-tiered system of support now, or MTSS. The chapter then goes into other learning methods. It specifically talks about problem-based learning, hybrid and blended learning, which we all know so much about now. And then the flipped classroom. When this book was written, flipped learning was still new. It's not as new anymore. And I know that I have several teachers at my school who actually implement something very similar to this in their classroom. It works pretty well for them. It won't work for everybody, I don't think, but it works well for them. Okay, Dr. Lyles, do you want to say anything before we do cases?
They're good. We got to remember, I mute myself sometimes.
Mhm.
I do. But and I want us to have this debate if we ever have time to have the debate.
Mhm.
Tracking is an interesting topic to me. Does anybody agree? And one of the things about this particular author is he certainly in this chapter, he doesn't refrain from opinion. Does anybody have a differing opinion on tracking? Can tracking be productive?
I actually have an opinion on that, if I can share. We had some very low-level performing math students one year, and they were grouped together because it was the redo of the redo because they'd failed so many classes together. And I posed it to the class themselves because they knew they had failed, but they were all right around the same level. And I gave them the challenge of doing better score-wise than the class down the hall. Just post it as we're going to try to beat them on chapter 1 test, chapter 2 test, because they were taking the same test because we had common assessment still. But I think the challenge itself to them, it was intriguing. And we held like little mini competitions, and they tried more. At least, they were putting in more effort. So I'm not, to me, in how it was posed to the students, I think they felt more excited and they didn't feel as much of a failure. I was trying to get it in on that cognitive part of it where you said, I think it was Andy, you said that the already failing classes, that 35% or whatever, I wrote that one down. And I do think that sometimes when students feel that failure, then they give up too fast. And so by changing the mindset of that group of students, it encouraged them, and they did. They were just as competitive as the other classes were who hadn't failed a class already. But I think it would be determined by who's teaching it and how they're doing it. What are y'all's thoughts?
I'm just intrigued by tracking. I understand the argument of this self-fulfilling prophecy thing, but I want to tell you, folks, you are all curriculum-based people. My admiration for teachers is just enormous. When I think about the diversity in the classroom of ability levels and how teachers are charged with meeting each of those needs, and they span the whole gamut. You've got students that just truly struggle with concepts, and then there are students that just thrive. And you've got a room of 25 kids or whatever, and trying to meet all of these needs. And I just think in my simplistic mind, would it make sense that I can use techniques that are shown to work with students of this particular level, more so than this particular level? If I could gauge my teaching patterns to those, would it benefit the students in that way?
So
And I have never, and I don't want y'all to think less of me, please. I don't know how much less of it you could think of me, but I've never been an anti-tracking person. I think it has its merits. I mean, a student who's in a heterogeneous class of ability level and is struggling mightily in there, I mean, how much less can their esteem be than to see others thriving while they are not because of God-given ability oftentimes? So can it benefit a child to be in classes with students of similar ability? Whichever range we're talking about. And we all also look at the gifted programs that are failing miserably. So we're hemorrhaging those students. Those parents are taking their kids to schools that do specifically address the needs of the gifted student. Whereas if we would address those at a school by, quote, tracking, we may be able to keep. Now, I'll also say we've got some really essential work to be done on how we slot those kids, how we determine if they're in a gifted class. That's another thing. So that's all my editorial comment. We're going to take a break after y'all respond to this. So that means you probably won't respond to this, but you'll come back and do the case studies, Andy. But what do you think? Is there any argument for tracking? All right, this is what you learn. This is what you learn from this. When I say we're going on break, when y'all answer this question, nobody's gonna answer the question, so y'all can go on break. So it is 2:37. We'll be back at 2:45. We'll do the case studies. I may still try to pry an opinion on tracking out of y'all because y'all are the curriculum people. I don't want to hear from Dale. And we'll be back at 2:45. See you in a
Just as a point of reference, as we come back from the break, an addendum to Andy's presentation of her chapter. I will cover this in the second half of the course. Accountability actually started in the United States in 1983 and then became legislated in North Carolina in 84. Standard case of study, course of study, fully implemented by 89, and North Carolina accountability, which was called before the state report card or the ABCs, performance PBAP, performance-based accountability program, actually started in 1990. So North Carolina was 11 years ahead of No Child Left Behind with the same type of high stakes testing, those sorts of things. Just as a reminder, it's been around for more than just this century. That means that even though Steve and I are old, we had to deal with this as school administrators as well. So we have a little bit of experience, not much, but a little bit with this. Just a point there. All right, I'm back off the air.
It was coming on for sure. So, Andy, we got cases 3 and 26.
Have it in a PowerPoint / Google Doc. Would you rather me share it?
Yes, go ahead and
Okay.
share it.
I can do that. Goodness gracious, my children are being crazy. All right, so case 3. Case 3 was don't mess with my budget. And if you want to look in your book, it's on page 362. I put it up here and then I just bolded and highlighted what I thought the important pieces of each point in this case. So it just says that you're the principal. As you conduct a review of the school science program, you're aware of the following. Students from your unit do not do well in the SAT or similar tests and complain about not being able to get into prestigious colleges and universities. Enrollments in advanced science classes have been dropping steadily over the last 5 years. Many of your science teachers did not major in science. It was their second teaching field. Some members of the community have been clamoring for a better science program. The superintendent of schools and the deputy in the district's division of instruction have just mounted an effort to persuade the Board of Education that massive additional resources need to be expended on reading programs in the schools. Principals in your district have considerable latitude in the development and implementation of an instructional budget. The amount of your instructional budget is determined by a basic allotment plus a factor, which is largely a result of the average daily attendance in the previous year. There's a good bit of jealousy among the academic departments about matters of budget. A change of attendance zone boundaries has recently occurred because a new freeway displaced several hundred families. The impact of this on your school is a 15% increase in students from homes in which English is not the primary language. And then no overall increase in your budget for next year can be expected. Your average daily attendance is about the same from year to year. And the questions asked, how will you proceed to make budget allocations for next year?
Okay, so they're not facing many challenges, do you think?
I mean, personally, it sounds like they really need to do something about science. There's a huge issue with science. They're not wanting to enroll in advanced science classes. People want a better science program. Your science teachers were not science majors or not necessarily experts in science. It was their second teaching field. I think that from just my experience teaching, I know that the reading programs that they're wanting to push into the school systems, you can get with science pieces involved. Some of those programs have science applications. I think you could find something that would work for both.
All right, so we've got some high school people in here, and we all are familiar with high school. We're not finding science teachers. We don't have them in middle school either. And in fact, and then our elementary courses, because of fifth grade, I believe, is the only tested area in science. We don't do a whole lot of science work in the formative years.
Mm-hmm.
How do we fix science?
The reading interventions.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to fix it?
No, that's going to help. I know I reached out to Mary asking about reading strategies when they gave me integrated this year, because these kids don't read at level, and it's very difficult to teach them anything as up to standard without being able to read at grade level. So I'm the whole first 9 weeks is about reading and understanding text and informational text specifically. So I don't know what to do to fix it, but
would a gifted reader still do well in science with a ill-prepared science teacher?
Better than not gifted students, but that doesn't mean they're going to do well.
I don't want to make a sweeping judgment and say yes, they would, but I think some of them would fare fine. The rule of thumb in the department is the honors kids are going to pass the EOC anyway, that no matter what we do. It's the strugglers that we need to work the most with. So, I mean, I don't know if I don't want to make an overall judgment, but I think they would probably be fine.
Okay, so if we're going to budget here, that's what the question is. How are we going to fix this budgeting piece? Are we going to give more money to science than we're going to give to English? Do you put money where the problem is?
I would suggest budgeting it to professional learning for all teachers, because then it would help the science as social studies and anywhere else.
So your belief is that if we can fix PD, if we can fix teacher capacity to teach reading, that all are going to improve, that science in and of itself should not get more of an allotment.
Well, if the enrollment is down, in theory, I know what happens when enrollment's down here, we lose teaching positions. So if we didn't necessarily allocate less than we've allocated before for science, increased in professional development, like Mary said, but then also I'm reading here again where it talks about the 15% increase in students from homes in which English is not the primary language, which means they're going to extra super struggle. Maybe we allocate some money for more intensive ELL services. Maybe just having somebody on staff more often than once a week, like at my school.
Who pays for ELL, by the way?
It's somebody at central office, right?
Federal.
There
That's
you
a
go.
federal program.
But
CTE, Title I, Exceptional Children, Gifted, and ELL or ESL. Those are all federally funded programs.
But if we have money in the budget that we're using to pay tutors or teachers, like at my school, we're using money to pay for 3 teacher salaries. Do we not have the ability to bring on somebody just for our site? Or does that have to go through central office?
You'd have to go through federal trumps all.
Mm-hmm.
Federal, state, local. They have a prescribed formula of how much you get, of how much money and how many teachers. It's not illegal to supplement that from the district level. That would not be an option at the school level, though. Well, let's link this back to our school improvement plan. What have we identified in our school improvement plan? That's generally, remember back to the standards I talked about first thing this morning. Everything needs to link back to our school improvement plan and our instructional efforts. And so whatever we have written there, again, it wouldn't be illegal to supplement a federal program with local dollars, but that would generally have to come through your central office. That'd have to be decided at the district level. I would not, as a principal, go out on a limb and do that if it was outside of my school improvement plan, because I'm going to be asked to present my school improvement plan, which, remember, is an artifact, and I'm going to have to show evidence that I have put money, resources, and personnel. I put all those resources behind this plan. That's what I am evaluated against as a principal. Is, did I support the plan that was developed? Did I develop a plan? Was it data driven? Did it have input from the different stakeholders? And then did I put the master schedule and the school budget behind that plan? That's how I'm going to be evaluated as a principal. So
Dr.
That's the framework of your answer now. Go.
Okay. Well, I was going to ask Dr. Law if he was kind of hinting or proposing at hiring science-based teachers, but that doesn't seem like a practicality. You can't kick somebody out and hire somebody to replace them.
Right. So I think so this conversation has opened several avenues of thought. First is, I think, Andy, you were talking about you're able to hire 3 positions, what the equivalent of 3 positions with the Title I money. Is that right?
Yeah, we pay for 3 teacher salaries. It's in our budget and we see it all at the improvement plan meetings.
So the Title I plan is driven from the local level, so the school level. Mm-hmm. You're going to write your plan, and if it's to hire 3 teachers, then you write it in the plan. And once you write it in the plan, you need to abide by the plan. You're going to get audited on it. So then if one of those teachers is going to meet that need, then you can I don't know that you have to specify what the area is of the 3 positions you're going to hire. It doesn't hurt to do so, but I don't know that I would have specified in my plan, because then you're bound to do it. The next question is I think what Mary was asking. I think it was Mary. I didn't have my glasses on, but and that is, am I proposing that you hire a science-based person? Truth of the matter is, they aren't out there to hire anyway. So I think this goes back to, in budgeting, you fix what you can fix. And that's a challenge. But again, as the leader of the school, and in conjunction with other people on your leadership team, you decide what things we can fix and how we're going to go about fixing them. And you don't, I mean, it's great to say you're going to hire a science person to fix problems. First of all, one science person isn't going to fix all the problems. And the second is, they're not out there to hire anyway. So how do we get at it? And I thought y'all were great with your answers. That look, we're not going to get a bunch of science teachers to bring our science scores up. Let's work on reading skills, because that will get students at least immersed into understanding what they're reading. And if they can do that, we'll be better off from it. And then you got into the conversation of the ELL. So there's another avenue for us of how we're going to spend our money. So I think you address the things you can fix, and honestly, don't be foolish with thinking there's some things that money's going to solve everything for. You just you work on putting the money where things can make a difference, and that's how I would approach it. So no, I'm not in favor. I mean, it'd be great to hire science people. I just know that they're not going to be, particularly in some of the harder to find people anyway schools. So fix what you can fix. Andy, what's the next one? Or was that the next one?
That was still the first one.
You're
I
taking
also
way
have-
too long, Andy. Way too long.
It's just exciting content. Case 26 is, why can't Graciela go to college? Which I typed because it's a little bit longer. This is it here. Can y'all see the Google Doc?
Yes.
Okay, good. So the school year's just begun. You're in your first year as principal of Wilford Weber Senior High School. Weber has an enrollment of 1,465 students who are 70% Anglo, 20% African American, and nearly 10% Latino, largely immigrants from Central American nations. A small percent of Asians also compose the population. The Anglos represent a range of income levels. The Afro-Americans are also mixed, and the Latinos mostly are struggling day workers living in low-cost public housing. It's late Friday afternoon, and you are finally getting around to the mail. One handwritten letter in particular catches your attention. Dear you, we are new to Weber High School and to this community. So far, we have been happy with Weber and the teachers, but now our daughter Graciela is having difficulty. This is her third high school in the past 2 years, but now it seems we have made the last of our moves, and Graciela will finish at Weber. A few days ago, she came home quite upset because of a conference that she had had with Mr. Fossey, her guidance counselor. Mr. Fossey has just told her that she needed to give up her interest in going to college because of her low grade point average. Probably Graciela has had difficulty because of all of our moves. We moved a lot when she was in grade school too, but she is determined to improve and likes all of her teachers. She is motivated, or at least she was until the meeting with Mr. Fossey. We don't think people like Mr. Fossey should be discouraging students this way. This seems to us like a very bad attitude for counseling people to have, especially with new kids. Will you tell us what, if anything, you will do about this very bad situation? Sincerely yours, Carol Barita.
All right. So this is a real life issue. So you got a counselor who is making a judgment that the student has not performed in school and needs to temper, in this case, her desire to go to college. I'm eating a banana here. So what do you do about that, Andy? You got, is the counselor, what's the role of the counselor here?
So my mom, before she was a principal, was a guidance counselor. I grew up with a guidance counselor, which is just a very interesting way to grow up, by the way. Yeah, before that, she was a social worker. So yay me.
Oh,
Right. Yeah. So I don't know what the conversation was between Fosse and the child. I don't know exactly what was said, but I know she's now feeling discouraged. However, this is high school. I do think those guidance counselors have to have very realistic conversations with those students. However, I also would like to encourage those counselors, not necessarily to say, hey, give up on college, but hey, here are some other options like community college, like trade school, like something, and just to show her everything that's there, but also maybe give her strategies that will help her improve her grades. I also don't, it says the school year's just begun. There's at least time that year. So don't know.
this is a very real issue that we get into, because students will come and say, my goal is to go to Chapel Hill. My goal is to go to Clemson. My goal is to go wherever. And we can, if we know the student, pretty much judge whether or not that's a possibility. So one of the things, and this will happen because I'll forget that I've said this to you. You won't forget that I've said it to you, other than hopefully you drain most of the things that I say from your mind. But one of the mistakes that I think we make, and you are free to disagree with this, I'll tell everybody, I'm gonna tell you what I think, it doesn't mean it's right, is this, when people stand up in a speech, I always get intrigued by this, and say, you can do anything you put your mind to. You can do it. That is a great motivation until this person discovers they can't do it. So, you know, I can put my mind to singing, but I can't sing. I'm never going to be able to sing. And that's just a fact. And when I was a child, if you look, I don't know if you can see it, but if you look behind me here, I've got baseballs. I love baseball. I absolutely love baseball. So I'm a kid wanting to play baseball. And my 8th grade coach, in just a wonderful way, walks me off the field and says, Steve, you need to take up golf. There is, you know, sometimes it's not going to develop. And so with Graciela, I mean, I just wonder, is the counselor doing the wrong thing by realistically saying 4-year college may not be your next step? Or was it just worded wrong? That you know, or how should a counselor approach this? Should the counselor say, if you want to go for it, you go for it?
Well,
what's the right thing?
I don't think there is a right. I don't know if there's a right or wrong way, but this happened to my daughter less than 3 years ago. Her GPA in high school was not where it should be, and she wanted to go to college because, you know, that's what I did, I guess. But anyway, the long and short of it, her guidance counselor told her, I really think you need to start looking at Spartanburg Tech or something like that, and maybe go into a program, which was not bad advice for her. However, it didn't fit in with what her, you know, her narrative she had already developed for herself. And she came home in tears. And so I understand this from a parent perspective. I didn't go to the school and I didn't write a letter or any of those things, but I worked with Abby, but a lot of our students don't have the support at home. So all they have is school. So I don't know. It sounds like Graciela does, but I don't know that everybody does. So I think you have to be realistic with the students. And I appreciated the, that from the guidance counselor that spoke with Abby, but, you don't have to discount, you know, anything. So, or discount their ability to overcome something.
I think I would have, like, it sounds like the counselor wasn't tactful with the way he approached the situation. And as the principal, I would maybe have suggested that the counselor and the student and the parent and myself meet to kind of clarify things. Because I agree that you shouldn't just say, oh, you're not really college material to a kid. That's a low blow. And I think I don't usually like bringing race into the situation, but it's real life. So if that counselor was white and said that to me, then as a parent, like my children are Hispanic, so I'm going to be like race is going to go through my mind. Like, are you saying that because my child is Hispanic? Or like, would you have said the same thing to, you know, somebody of a different race? So I think just clarifying everything and bringing the parent into the conversation about whether or not, or what the next steps, like Andy had said, like alternative options to get to where you want to go. It may take you a little longer because you don't have that GPA, but you can still try. If that makes any sense.
I think that in this case, without belaboring it, there is no easy answer, but I think the counselor would have done well. And you know, one of the challenges with this is any young person kind of hears what they want to hear. You know, so the story that gets home to the parent might not be exactly the same as what the counselor said. But you know, if Graciela wants to go to Clemson or Chapel Hill, then the counselor needs to say, well, let me tell you where you are right now and what it's going to take for most students to get there. And it doesn't mean it can't happen, but this is what generally it takes to get into these schools. And right now you don't have this piece, you don't have this piece, you don't have this piece. And let's go back to Andy's other case. For the student standpoint, now let's fix what we can fix. If you can fix this piece, this piece, this piece, then your chances are getting better. If you can't fix them while you're here at this school, then perhaps you need to keep in mind some alternatives so that if this doesn't happen, you can do this. And those were the kinds of conversations that I had with people that, you know, and always remember, if your ultimate goal is to go to one of these schools and you do not get accepted, then go knock it out where you're going and then you can transfer. And oftentimes the transfer is easier than the original. So, because every one of these schools now is having significant turnover of students. So there are options out there. I think when I read this, I mean, it was a beautifully written thing. You know, it's like when you're sitting there as the principal and you have a tardy policy and the student's late every day. And so you end up having to punish the student, and the parent comes in and says, you can't punish him, it's my fault. You know, and so here's the parent saying, well, you can't blame Graciela, it's my fault. We moved all the time. The fact that you moved all the time, there's nothing we can do anything about. Here's what, I mean, the university's not going to look at Graciela and say, oh, we'll take her because her parents moved all the time. That's not going to happen. So I think there is a place for honesty, and honesty often gets us in trouble. I imagine the guidance counselor, the good guidance counselor probably is going to be accused of saying things that didn't exactly come out like that. That's what the child heard. But you're going to get involved as a parent, and I think and as a principal, and so when the principal is dealing with it, I think the best thing I mean, I can remember the number of times when I go down to the guidance office, I say, what did you say to this kid? And it wasn't me, they knew I was on their side, but it's just a fishing expedition to find out. Well, I just told them that they've got to pick it up if they're going to do that. I said, well, that's not exactly what they heard according to the parent. So you have all those things. Okay, that was a long answer. Andy, I'm glad. So you're not the only Chapel Hill person in your family. Is that correct?
No, so my cousin, my dad's sister's son went there, and the year he graduated, I went in, and then the year I graduated, my little sister went in, and now we teach right across the hall from each other.
How about that?
So I'll call her my copycat.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I want to defend what I said earlier about Chapel Hill. My wife's family, everybody, other than she's a UNC Greensboro. The rest of her family, all of our nieces and nephews on that side, her brother, all those, they're all brother and sister-in-law are all Chapel Hill people. I'm a lone ranger for my beloved deacons, and it is a painful experience on a weekly basis. So thank you all for letting me vent my frustration. And yes, it is a wonderful, wonderful school. I just am happy when they lose. And but sorry, but it is a great, great school, no question. And I mean that sincerely. All right, we are ready for Jennifer. And so all of you will know this is going to be our last one. So don't shortcut her. We're gonna do it extensively, and then this will be it. So Elizabeth, Heather, y'all will do Tuesday night. I can see the pain in your face. But we're gonna get out on time. Y'all are tired. And so we're gonna do Jennifer's, then go on. Jennifer, go ahead and load it if you want to. And we'll pick up Tuesday night. Let me say already, don't worry. I know we've got a lot of them to do. We're going to start at 6. We're going to end at 8. If we're not through with it Tuesday night, we'll finish up the following week. All right, here we go.
All right, can you hear me? Because I think
Yes.
I unmuted. Okay, just making sure. All right, so I had the human resources development for chapter 9. There were 6 main areas that really stood out: the individual and organization, the individual and group needs, professional development, personal evaluation and supervision, models of teacher evaluation, and some pictures are in the way, staff evaluation cycle. So individual and the organization, 3 areas for this one, where we have the entry, where making the right career choice, training for occupation, searching for the appropriate position. So upon entering into teaching, that's that particular feeling. Then you have that next stage, which is the socialization, where builds a picture of the organization and how somebody's future is going to fit in it. And with that, we have 2 areas where the organization will have a choice or the individual will have a choice. So the organization can choose to sever the relationship with the teacher, where no, it's just not working out, or they can choose to support that employee and put those structures in place because we think that they're going to be a good fit. But the individual has 2 choices as well there, where they can either leave or they can stay. But we all know, we've seen some, when they stay, they can choose to either rebel or they can conform. Then that kind of last stage for the integration process is that mutual acceptance, the granting full membership with special privileges and increased responsibilities. So if you think about the teachers in your building, especially if you've got several, you could probably pick and choose, depending on how long you've been in that particular school, as to where the teachers that you work with would fit in these stages. And like right now, I know for me, and where I told you guys earlier, we have 24 brand new people, and they're coming in with very little experience. That entry of, did they make the right choice? How are they fitting in? Or right there in that entry, and some who transferred in that socialization stage. So we've got a lot in that particular area. And with that, teacher empowerment, principals must recognize and encourage teacher potential and provide opportunities for growth and self-discovery. And this, we get 2 different areas for this, and that's for the institutional side of it. Effectiveness in the profession is judged by self as a measure to climb that bureaucratic ladder, places the teacher in a subservient role. The other is if we have it in the framework of an individual. Intrinsically motivating, encourages the teacher to maximize their potential. This is what creates the joy in teaching, that intrinsically motivated style where they really feel like they can maximize. The next part where we have level of opportunity, there's one second, I lost my sheet here. And so with the level of opportunity, I lost my spot. Yeah, there we go. We have level of opportunity and we have level of capacity. So with opportunity, you've got stimulation, which the opportunity to collaborate and share ideas. Challenging, provide a change to maximize potential, and feedback. Confirmation of success is going to feed enthusiasm and refine skills. And this is one where if you think about within a school setting, we can really encourage this level of opportunity, especially in that PLC setting too, where, you know, you have that opportunity to collaborate. And by having those conversations within those PLC groups, they can have those challenges that where they can figure out how can I maximize my potential in the classroom, and getting feedback and confirmation of success is going to feed that goal. And the level of capacity for teachers, there are 3 things with power. That power must be given to the teachers. They must have access and ability to use resources, and influence. They need to have the capability to influence goals, giving them an opportunity to actually have a say in sit or say, oh, well, I've seen that, you know, this might be an area that we could have, you know, some improvement in. But having the ability to be able to say, hey, you know, I think this could be a really good goal, will encourage that and increase their capacity. So the second part was individual and group needs. So for the individual and group needs, we have teacher needs that are determined by experience, and we have determined by maturity and readiness. So with experience, the stages for being determined by experience, we have the discovery stage, then we have the stabilization, experimentation and activism, serenity and relational distance, and disengagement. And for these, a lot of time, one of the things that the chapter had stated was you could usually see this within the certain years of experience. Those first few years, you've got that discovery, and then they kind of get a little bit more stable and how they feel out things are going. And then the experimentation, they really get a little bit more comfortable, and then they want to try new lessons, and they're becoming more active in their school environment. The serenity and relational distance might start to happen when that age kind of distances more from the student age and their age, so they're not as connected to those groups anymore. And then later on with the many years, that disengagement where they don't feel that they have as much relation to the students anymore. With the maturity and readiness levels, we have provisional, developmental, transitional, and decelerating. And those are in a similar fashion with, you know, provisional being at the beginning, developmental, we're getting developing, and then transitional, and then decelerating. The professional development for the third one, the models of staff development, individually guided, observation and assessment, involvement in an improvement process, and it could be an improvement process or a developmental process. So you're either developing or improving something. The fourth is in training, and the fifth is inquiry. And when we all had done our action plans and things like that, we had talked a little bit about this anyway with staff development, but having these specific parts of these are the ways we could do staff development, because you could set it up that it is individually guided, like when we did our virtual PLMs, they could do it that way. Or you might observe and assess that there's a particular need, and so it's very targeted. getting teachers involved in the improvement process to where they can work collaboratively to say, hey, these are some things that are going on. So now what can we do to then work on it? Training for overall improvement and inquiry so that we can find out what is needed. The personnel evaluation and supervision. Evaluation is going to have two purposes. The first is to improve performance and provide direction. And the second is to provide sound basis for personnel decisions. Because if we don't have evaluation and we say that somebody's not doing their job right, there's no way that you have a basis for saying, hey, you need to go, if we haven't gone through the process of, evaluating them and collecting the data to prove that. And we want to improve on performance. And if we see that somebody isn't doing something that is being beneficial and to where that growth is happening, like what we talked about earlier, that everything is measured on, is the school growing? Are we going towards those goals that have been set forth in our SIP plan? We need to make sure that we're progressing towards that goal. And so the evaluation is going to help with those goals. So the 5 stages for the clinical supervision, and we're all very familiar with this, being a classroom teacher. You're going to have that conference at the beginning to set up, okay, what are we going to be doing? Class observation, your lesson analysis, the post-conference, and the post-conference analysis. If you are in North Carolina, you guys know that it's part of the evaluative process every single time you have your formal evaluation. South Carolina, I'm not so sure of how it's all that done. Is the same? Yeah, okay. And there are models of teacher evaluation. For this one, they're going to be influenced by state mandates. And as we see that, because it comes from the state and we're told, oh goodness, too far. There we go. And so we have 2 types. We have the value added model, the VAM, and the SGP, student growth percentiles. And the value added model separates the influence of teaching from the academic growth, whereas the student growth percentiles show I'm getting tongue tied. Progress a student who has made the progress that the student has made in relation to other students. And I was actually quite glad to read about these because we hear about growth or we get scores, but these 2 things, were never really talked about a lot with teachers, like classroom teachers. And I think it would be very beneficial to have said, here are the pieces that we are seeing and what we're looking at. But with this, with having these pieces and influenced by state mandates, observation of teacher performance in the classroom is the biggest component, because if we are observing the teacher and seeing what's going on, then we're going to know how to help and to adjust and hopefully target and fix anything that is not going according to plan. And the staff evaluation cycle, there were 7 steps in the staff evaluation cycle. Preparing an individual development plan, selecting specific objectives or activities for observation or review, determining the observation method, observing and collecting data, analyzing data and providing feedback, summarizing and interpreting collective observational data, and then the 7th one, reporting evaluation results, target achievement, making recommendations for individual and staff development. Okay, I went through that a little bit fast, but I hope that was okay. When I'm at the end, I was like, I want to make sure that I get everything in there. But the improvement process with the staff evaluation and everything, making sure that we identify the problem, we have some type of response that we're formulating and gathering the information to help solve whatever the issue may be for that problem. All right. So comments before going into cases, or do I need to hit more on some of those other parts?
I think one of the really good studies we could have from particularly Zoom meetings is how long it takes to do the first presentation at 9 a.m. and how long it takes to do the last presentation kind of guy. So
That's why I would have never wanted to go last. I would have been
I'm
like,
telling you
let
what,
me
that
go
was
first.
23 slides in about 15 seconds. So we're a little dizzy, but this is we could get into a lot of I guess editorializing here, and I think we all have worked with principals and for principals that are not good at this evaluation piece, and knowing that each of you is very good at what you do. I bet you that you work and have worked, maybe not currently, but have worked for principals that really don't spend much time in the observation and evaluation process with you, because then they'll look and say, but you're good at what you do. I need to spend time with others. And there's an argument to that, isn't there? I mean, that if since Jennifer presented, I'm gonna pick on her. If I know that Jennifer is very good as a classroom teacher, why am I going in there and doing all of these things when next door to her is someone who really needs more from me? I can save time by not giving it to Jennifer. Now, is that a good use of my time as a principal?
I'm going to say yes and no. And I'll say this specifically because I know that when we have the ones who are the initially licensed, where we've got the 1 to 3 years where they have to have so many observations, that has to be done by the principal. It's not by any of the assistants. All of our beginning ones are always done by him. And I've just asked, I said, would you like to? And it's been an invitation, because I've actually had that conversation. It says, yeah, they need some extra time. They need some help. And so I made it a point as the teacher to say, hey, I wanted just to invite you. You want to come and enjoy being in the classroom with no pressure on observing or whatever. And one of the things I think that he took from it was, now being in that classroom, he was able to take something that I was doing, and he got to have that conversation with the one who needed some extra help on, hey, you could talk to Miss Reed about, she set up this particular activity. And then it became a combined thing where we were talking to each other. So if I was put in the position of being principal, to where I was needing to get all those observations done, I want to see what my good ones are doing, so then I can have the conversation with the ones who need some help, so that they've got a mentor or a peer that can collaborate with them even more to improve practice.
One of the real challenges of leadership, I think this is where Dale and I would struggle some today. I think we would work to overcome it. I know we would. Is so if you took all of you as classroom teachers, and let's say that to your bad fortune, Dale and I were your administrators, and we were observing you, and evaluating you ultimately. One of the real problems that we have is, with my knowledge base, how am I going to make suggestions to you to be better? And that really is a challenge for principals. And that's why I will say again, you're going to get sick of hearing this from me. Those of you who want to be a principal, you need to go for it, because I think as important as anything we can do as school-based leaders, you use the term, Jennifer, raising the capacity level of employees has to be at the top. You all know, because you look in your schools and see it every day, we are hiring ill-prepared people to be teachers every day. And my argument is, that's a fact, but I can promise you that Bank of America is hiring ill-prepared people to go to work for them too. And the difference between them and maybe some of us is they have figured out how to develop the capacity of those people. They're college graduates, they can do the work, but they've never worked at Bank of America. So they have to learn how Bank of America does it. And we need to take on the same thing. And the problem with it is the people at Bank of America can take days of training and the Bank of America will still function. If we pull these teachers, we've got a problem because nobody's watching the kids. So we're going to have to reinvest things. We have to refigure it out. It's going to be up to us. It's going to be up to you as leaders. But where you folks, those of you who want to be a principal, where you're going to shine is being able, every one of you, shoot, I mean, as humbling as it is, as soon as Dale has this recording, every one of y'all can look at that and say, look at all the things Steve did wrong. Boom, 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 boom. And it's, you're right. Now I can reflect on a lot of it and say I did these things wrong, but I don't have your knowledge. So I want to encourage you I want you to be as enthusiastic as I am about your being a principal. And don't let Dale scare you off because he's going to try to. And because it is a high calling, just as your role now is a high calling, and you have the ability to help teachers be better at what they do. You have the ability to help principals be better at what they do. And I just want to encourage you to do it. This chapter is about evaluation. We do not do that well as administration. Last editorial comment, then we're going to do the case studies. We talk about, Dale and I are at Gardner Webb, as y'all know, higher ed is big on tenure. It's a big thing with higher ed. It's obviously a factor with K-12. And Dale and I were administrators so long, we never had tenure. The administrators sign contracts, but they're not tenured. And we've never had it. So we both come to Gardner Webb and we're full-time and we're just, we are outcast at Gardner Webb because we refuse to even look at and pursue tenure. We don't want it. We don't believe it. And it's interesting now because the North Carolina legislature, and I suspect South Carolina's doing the same thing, the new teachers coming in is not this tenure thing anymore. And the truth of the matter is the young people don't care about tenure. They don't stay in the business long enough to worry about it. But tenure, all the disdain that we have for tenure from the K-12 world, tenure is not a teacher problem. It is an administrator problem because we have done over the years such a terrible job in evaluating and helping teachers be better at what they do. It is an administrator problem. And that is why you folks are so vitally important. Whatever you choose to do with your doctorate, you are so vitally important to our being better at what we do. You can help teachers be better at performing their jobs. You can help principals, you can help superintendents, you can help everybody. And that's the key. That's why this chapter is so important. It tells you stuff that you already knew. Jennifer, you didn't learn anything in this chapter. You already knew all of this. And all the rest of you who read this chapter, you already knew all this. But it's like, tomorrow morning at church, now that we're not having class, I'll go. And the first thing we do is recite the 10 commandments and then end it with the great commandment. And you sit there and say, we do it every Sunday. Why do we do it every Sunday? Because it reminds us these are the ways we should live on this earth. And so this whole chapter, you didn't learn anything new, but maybe it reminded you, Jennifer, and anybody else who read chapter 9, is it 9? Whatever it is. This is why it's important to be a principal. Evaluate, help teachers build their capacity, help them be better. That's what it's about. What's the case study say, Jennifer?
Okay, well, and one other little piece on that, when we were saying that when they had the part about with professional development, I liked how it was also, you have such a variety of ways you can do professional development. And because sometimes we forget that we need to make sure we have the evidence to back up why we're doing what we're doing. Don't just do it because everybody else is doing it. So I like that too.
Yeah, amen
Okay.
to that.
Yeah. All right. Let me get this. I'm sorry. It's very small, but let's see. All right. So you're the new principal of Scott Landry Middle School. The school has 3 different principals in the past 5 years. It is August 1st and school will be opening soon. You have the following facts on hand. Enrollment is 1,200 students in grades 5 through 8, and the school is an urban setting. Although the total population of the school is relatively stable, there is much transience. About 35% of your students will turn over in any given year, some leaving and returning within the year, many just leaving or entering. Your student population is 30% African American, 35% Hispanic, and about 10% Asian, mostly Vietnamese. Projections are for an increasingly declining white population. Many of the white parents in the attendance area send their children to one of 2 private schools, one of which is patriarchal or patriarchal. A little more than 1/4 of the students come from a nearby public housing project. About 1/4 of the students are bused in because of a special extended day program that your district maintains in a few of its middle schools. The attendance area that your school serves has an adult population composed of 65% white, 12% Black, and 13% Hispanic, and 5% Asian. Socioeconomic status indicators suggest a wide range of economic levels. Housing ranges from upper to middle class to substandard housing. Recently, young married couples with no children have been taking advantage of some housing bargains in one of the area neighborhoods. There has been a substantial in-migration of these couples. The teaching staff has a 20% annual turnover and is bimodal in teaching experience. That is, a large number of teachers are in their first 3 years of teaching, and a large number have over 15 years of experience. Only a few of your teachers are in their intermediate years. There doesn't seem to be a very active PTO, and your predecessor left no plans for the 3-day staff in-service program that is to begin each school year.
All right. So now you enlarge the print. This school's got some problems, doesn't it? What's the biggest problem with this school?
Well, there's the transient population is a big issue. We have no in-service getting ready to start school, and it starts August 1st. And it's like the plan is unknown. So there's no plan in place.
Inconsistent leadership's the top one.
Yeah.
I think it starts with that one, Mary. This principal turnovers, it makes a powerful statement, doesn't it? That for whatever reason, principals aren't staying. Now, that may be a district decision. You know, so-and-so did wonderful things, and we're giving them a bigger school, a bigger opportunity. But it may also means the principals, you know, came and tried and said, this isn't for me. We don't know what the reason is, but there's the turnover in leadership. That much turnover in leadership is really, really bad. What about this last one that Jennifer talked about? There is no plan in place. Nothing was given to you as the new principal of a plan of action for this school. Is that how big a problem is that?
Well, for me, I think that's, I mean, you have a blank slate, but at the same time, you need to have enough information and data before you can make those next steps. You have some of it, but nowhere in this have you had a chance to really talk to your teachers and find out what they feel might be problems or might be things that are targets that need to be addressed. So I don't know. To me, this one, what I was thinking, if this were me in this situation, the first thing I would want to do is have a sit down meeting, at least with the sit team that may be in place, to say, okay, share, just let's talk. The second thing, I would say, okay, what are y'all's top 3 concerns across the board that you see are issues? And, with the leadership piece of it, if all of these leaders are going, they need to know that somebody is willing to back them and to be there for them, because that trust has to be there that somebody else isn't just going to leave again, or there will be no buy-in. So that buy-in has to be there for them to be able to say, okay, well, maybe this will be different. And I think that listening is the first step, but that would be me. Somebody else shared too, so I'm not the only one.
I like what you said about buy-in, but I mean, why, even if the previous principal had some plans in place, since he's gone, would you really want to slide into his plans? I mean, I would think you would want to make new plans. Now, I understand coming in cold and not knowing the information, how the faculty feels, how, you talked about sitting down with the team. I think he needs to form his own opinions rather than going with what the previous guy thought anyway. So I don't think that's a problem, not having those first 3 days ironed out. Those first 3 days, he might just spend some time getting to know his new faculty. I'm just saying that would be great. He or she.
I think there's with this one, there's a variety of issues. We clearly are in a community that is very diverse. We are inheriting faculty of 20% turnover every year. We are the third principal in 5 years. The hardest thing, it would seem to me, that this principal's got going is to convince the remaining faculty, I'm here to stay. I mean, you can actually genuinely think you're here to stay. Remember, you as the principal don't make that call. And so that's, I mean, you can make the call that I'm going, but you can't make the call that I'm staying. That's made by the superintendent or somebody in that position. And so your ability to stay put when you become an administrator kind of goes out the window. They're going to put you where they need you. So there is a real challenge to win the entire community over of, I believe in you and I'm here to stay. And I think that all you can't control what other people are going to think is going to happen, because there's a large contingent that's going to say, well, they're going to move you anyway, even if you don't want to move. That you cannot control. What you can control is what you can do. And I think, Jennifer, you're entirely right. You come in. I think it's almost a positive you don't have a plan from your predecessor, that you come in and you take what the people have observed and put it together and roll out your plan based on what they say. And that what they say includes members of the community, members of the staff, and if it's an old enough population, members of the student body, and you put that together to roll out your plan. There's something to be said for that. And I think that, I didn't inherit a school like this ever, but there would be some challenge to it in a fun way, that you do go in without somebody else inheriting somebody else's mess or somebody else's plan. You able to do it. And there is a fun challenge to getting people to buy into you. And I think that's a good thing. All right, let's do the last case. That ought to bring smiles to faces. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Jennifer, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I was totally on mute. I got my forgot to unmute there. All right.
I was
You-
reading without you.
So 1 and 2 assistant principals, Urban Junior High, enrollment 1,100. Mixed racially and ethnically. You've been with the district for 4 years, have just applied for a principalship. You're on the short list. Current responsibilities is the supervision of instructional aides. And getting down to it, we have this aide who assists in 7th grade alternative class for students with ADHD. Recommendations about employment have been sent out to all personnel during the past 2 weeks. This particular aide disputed your charges of incompetence and appealed to the principal. Principal rejected the appeal, citing the evidence that you had provided in the file. The evidence included reports of 3 occasions earlier in the year when you met with teachers to discuss the aide's weak attendance and insufficient handling of poor behavior on the part of a student. The teacher who was working with the aide was not much help to you, and he himself has been recommended by the principal for transfer to another assignment next year. This aide is an Anglo female who has been with the district for 4 years, but your school just 1 year. Her previous evaluations have not been high, but no one has recommended termination before this year. Today, you were visited by a parent of one of the students in the alternative class. She is unhappy about the aide's termination notice. She is a leader in the school community and an African American who has actively supported the election of 2 school board members. She is irritated when you tell her that the teacher's appeal to the principal has been denied. You are being unfair, she says. There is time for you to withdraw your recommendation. The board has not met yet. Your principal has indicated her support for whatever you decide to do. She does not seem troubled by the incident and apparently would not be bothered if the aide returned for another year. Aides are difficult to find. The pay is not high, so you have a couple of days to think about if you want to withdraw or not. So basically, do we want to leave the recommendation on the table or not leave the recommendation on the table since your name is on the short list for being a principal?
All right, so we're right on time. Everybody's gonna get out on time. So let's talk about this one. This one is welcome to the world of personnel and politics. And it is gonna happen. You all know it's going to happen. You are in now an evaluative role. You're not in the coaching role. You're not in the support role. You are in an evaluative role, and you are forced to make a hiring and retaining decision. And now that you are in that role, you are one of them instead of one of us. So you may have faculty that, there may be 100% agreement that this TA needed to go, but when you make that decision, you can't do that to our people. So now you become the bad person. In addition to that, now you have a community member who's politically active and is pretty much saying, if you ever want to be a principal, you're going to rescind your recommendation. It happens. It happens a lot. So what do you do?
This one was a hard one.
And
for
one
me.
other thing, Jennifer, I thought this was an important thing.
Mhm.
It looked like, according to this case study, the principal is kind of a spineless person, right? And so, you just got to sit there. I'm being tell you, Jennifer, you got a mess on your hands. What are you going to do? You got a principal that's not going to go to bat for you, probably. They say, oh, I really didn't see anything wrong with it, but she's determined she's going to fire. What are you going to do?
And that's the sad thing, because I've seen this play out for another member who then ended up getting moved to another school because they did stand up for what they believed in and didn't want to play the politics role. And they got moved to somewhere they did not want to get moved to. And so to me, I could totally see, yeah, this is a totally real case that would play out. The other piece of it, and so I was like, okay, I've got to weigh both sides. But if this particular one and she's already put in for a transfer anyway to another school for next year. She doesn't want to stay if she's put in for a transfer. If she gets accepted, then she's not going to be our school problem anymore. Even though that's sad that she's going to be at another school. However, if I rescind what I have said and then she gets the transfer, then I get to be where I want to be, and I've not burned any bridges within the community. On the opposite hand, if she doesn't get the transfer, she was planning to stay, and then we start rolling the dice and said, well, we have the evidence to back it up. The evaluation states that you weren't doing your job. Then, to me, I would say before going the route of termination, I would have said what other structures had been put in place before that. And I would want to investigate that before, and that was not mentioned anywhere in this one, but that's where I would have gone to it. I would have said, was there a time where she was met with and conferenced with and talked to about all of the pieces along the way as to why there is still not these goals being met and and all of that piece of it? Because if that was missing, that could fall back on me to where I didn't check that all of those, pieces were in line anyway. So I would need to resend the termination call because those other steps of what could have prevented termination weren't followed. So in flipping the coin, I would probably go ahead and resend it to make sure that all the steps were followed first. And I still don't know if it's the right call.
I agree.
Elizabeth.
I agree with Jennifer, because it's like she read chapter 10. I have the chapter on staffing, and I'm not sure if all the information would apply to teacher aides because their contracts are different. But in the chapter, it's like you need to have multiple pieces of evidence before you terminate anybody. And the evidence that you collect, like you should be collecting enough evidence just in case it goes to court. Like it, and you need to provide and prove that, okay, so she has attendance issues and insufficiently handling poor behavior. Like it has to be multiple evidences of that. And like Jennifer said, you have to provide evidence. We put her on a plan. These were her goals in her plan. We met multiple times so that you can prove that you tried to help the employee before, taking that measure of termination.
Teacher assistants, as y'all know, do not have the same protections that teachers have. However, there are federal protections for these people, so you're still going to have to follow some kind of protocol. I think that, there are many schools, and you may be among them, some of you, where the assistant principal is the evaluator of classified employees. But it still comes down to, remember the name of this book is the principal. And friends, this is what I believe. I believe that you are the principal for a reason. If Jennifer wants to fire a TA, then to me, Jennifer needs, that is a point at which Jennifer comes to, if I am the principal and says, I'm going to fire this TA, I need to know what your stance is on it. Right up, because it comes back to the principal. And if there is an unwillingness for the principal to take the same stance, then in my opinion, Jennifer, you are right. I would rescind it. That's the principal's problem. If the principal doesn't want to fix the problem, then that's a weakness on the principal's part. And even if you are determined that you did the right thing, ultimately, all staff is a responsibility of the principal. All staff. And even if it's your job to evaluate certain staff, all staff go to the principal. that's what I would do. Get your principalship, and then you can, and maybe you'll find out that TA won't transfer to the school where you're ultimately going to be the principal. Wouldn't that be fun? But I think that's where I would fall on that. Somebody might disagree. Dale might disagree, but I think that even at the huge schools, the staffing decisions, when it comes to termination, the principal is in charge of the staff at the school. And then when it gets to teachers, Elizabeth, when we get into that, the principal can only recommend firing. The principal cannot fire. So, but we'll get into that when we get to that discussion. All right, y'all have made it a long way today because we have been going at it since 8 o'clock this morning. Does anybody have any final comments? Then I'll comment, and Dale will wrap it up. All right, so we actually, I think, did pretty good. We spent the first, I mean, now y'all are free to disagree with that, but we spent the first hour and 15 minutes really reflecting on what your lives are like in the professional world now. And it's very challenging and troubling. And I repeat that Dale and I admire you tremendously. And we admire that you took your day to day to have this discussion. And I'm glad you shared your stories. And I think all of us can readily say that, that each of us, each of you is battling something far more challenging than anything you faced up to this point in your career. And so we are so thankful that you're doing what you're doing. Then we had Dale's piece on the standards, and then we got into the principal. And we're only, let's see, Elizabeth, you will lead us off on Tuesday night, and then Heather, and then we'll get to Ann, and we got Rebecca, who does chapter 1. We're gonna let her finish up. So I doubt we'll get through all of them on Tuesday night, and we're not gonna worry about that. We'll just keep going. One thing that is regular for Dale and I, usually when we do weekend classes, we do not have the Tuesday night right after that. But in order for us to finish at Thanksgiving, before Thanksgiving, we just kind of needed this schedule to play out the way it did. So I know you're going to be tired when you come back on Tuesday night, but now you see how the format is. Hopefully, and like Elizabeth, I know yours is ready to go. So you don't have to prepare anything for Tuesday. So it's just a matter of being in class. So, and the same with the others that are doing. Heather, you're ready. You thought you were doing it this weekend. So there won't be any additional preparation. Don't lose track of the date that the Absol Part A is due. If you have any questions on that, I think honestly, I am the one doing the Absol more than Dale, but Dale is still tutoring me, and I mean this sincerely, not as a joke. Usually I joke, but MELS is his program. It's not my program, so I always want to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So if you have a question on the Absol, please just direct it to both of us. You've done that before, but yeah, I can tell you, if you send it to me, I'm going to say, Dale, here's how I answer. Am I doing the right thing? So it'd just be easier if you just include us both, because he is the guru of MELS. So with that, Dale, you got anything?
Thank you, Mary, for pointing out that case studies are kind of how 5412 practice works. That's why Steve does all his. That's why I do mine. That's why I said this is a kind of a crash course in getting you ready for that. And so we've made the entire basis of the course kind of the case studies. We wouldn't normally do it. We wouldn't do it as heavily, but it certainly is. So I'm glad you understand that's why we do what we do. At 1:30 or so today, I posted in the chat to kind of close out the afternoon section on personnel and evaluation and these kinds of things. I posted a question in the chat. There's no answer. I just want you to think about it as we go to, as we end today. Is it more important for a principal to do walkthroughs all the time, or more important to be involved in all formals? One of the things that came in chat this afternoon was their principal didn't do any of the BTs. Do you need to be involved and see everybody, or do you just need to do be involved with formals, or do you just need to do walkthroughs? It's kind of an idea for you in terms of what kind of principal style you're going to develop as you go forward. There's no right answer. There's no wrong answer on that one. It's just it's just for you to frame your thoughts about instructional supervision as an administrator. We appreciate you being with us today. Thank you for being involved with Gardner Webb and the doctoral program, and for choosing the add-on licensure program. Again, we hate we couldn't be with you personally, but I feel we've had a good day today, and we've made a lot of progress. So everybody have a good the rest of your weekend, and we'll see you Tuesday.
Tuesday night. Thank you, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Can I ask a question for Stacy? Because I know she won't ask. With the APSL, which we've kind of already done with our PLC implementation, do we just take that paper, or are we looking at specific headings to adjust that paper into?
Well, just take the paper you got and take the template that we gave you, and just make sure that all that stuff is there. You don't have to change it. You can just you don't have to transcribe it from what you've got into my template. The template's for people who haven't done this, but the template tells you everything that you've got to have. It's kind of a laundry list. As long as you've got all those things, we'll be fine. Don't overthink this. Don't start from anew. You've done this work. But again, it's just like when you read these chapters for today, just like Steve was talking about earlier. You know this stuff. It reminds you, just like tomorrow morning when they go over the 10 Commandments again. It's just a reminder. That's all this is as well. You've got this.
Yeah, I think that honestly, your work for the APSL, I kind of said this, and I've talked to a couple of you. Dale and I haven't read your PLMs or whatever that you did through EDCI, so we're going to be reading your stuff for the first time.
Yeah.
I don't think either of us are opposed if it's the exact same document, as long as it has what's in his template.
That's right.
So that's the time it's going to take you. If it's all in there, then turn it in as is. If it's not, then cut and paste to get it to where it needs to be.
Yeah.
You are all gifted writers. We already know that. So it's the good part is I'm not gonna have to use my blue pen with y'all. It's just making sure that those things are covered that Dale has in his template. So that's it. And so for most of you, the answer to that is you got very little to do with APSL. I mean, there are a couple. I mean, I know there's several tasks, and a couple of tasks you're going to have to write some, but not much. Not much. It's pretty simple.
Yeah.
But we're not going to say, dang, this is. I will tell you this: a lot of your friends that have done this before, I know you got to go, have forgotten, and they turn in the cover sheet too. So they'll turn it in as the PLM or whatever you called it in EDCI. And even the old date will be on there. Change your cover sheet to make it at least acknowledge that this is Dale's MELS thing, okay? And but other than that, it's all fine, and we look forward to reading it. Now, if you're EDCI, it probably is, because y'all have to do some writing. If it's a 70-page document, it'd do us a favor if you cut it down just a little bit. But seriously,
Mary, that's for you.
Not gonna happen.
30 of what you got, and just make sure those things are covered. We think y'all are something else. Dale and I will talk about that in the coming hours, and thank you all so very much for being a part of us today.
Bye-bye.